Okay, just got word that the YouTube stream is going. I'll get that link and post in the Teams chat in just a second. But then I'm going to go ahead and open up the waiting room, and then Nick, you can go ahead and kick things off. So bear with me one moment, and we'll get things going. Take it away whenever you're ready.
Good morning.
We're ready.
Hello. Good morning. One moment.
Please mute all microphones, please.
Can you hear me? Let's see. Hold on.
We're ready.
Okay, I think we're ready to begin. Good morning and welcome to the public hearing for EPA's proposal to strengthen and update the mercury and air toxic standards, also known as MATS, for the power plants. We're pleased to have Tomas Carbonell, the Office of Air and Radiation Deputy Assistant Administrator for Stationary Sources, join us this morning. Tomas, thank you for being here. We welcome you to offer a few remarks before we begin today's public hearing.
Well, thank you, Nick, and good morning, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us today.
I'm not hearing.
Strange. Can you not hear me now?
You do? Everyone hears?
Yes.
No? Okay, great. Well, good morning, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us today. As Nick mentioned, I'm Tomas Carbonell, Deputy Assistant Administrator for Stationary Sources in the Office of Air and Radiation. And I wanted to take a minute to welcome you to this virtual public hearing. As Nick mentioned, we're here today to listen to your comments on EPA's proposed rule to strengthen and update the mercury and air toxic standards for power plants, also known as MATS. MATS is a vital health protection, which we first issued in 2012 to reduce mercury, other toxic metals, acid gases, and other hazardous pollutants from coal and oil-fired power plants. MATS, together with other trends in the power sector, has been enormously successful in driving significant reductions in these harmful pollutants to approximately 90% lower than before the standard. And the proposed rule that we're discussing today is the most significant update since MATS was first issued in February 2012. And it will help ensure that MATS keeps pace with the emissions performance of today's generating fleet, as well as recent developments in control technologies that can further reduce hazardous air pollutant emissions at a reasonable cost. There are four key elements in the proposed rule. First, the proposal would tighten the emissions limit for filterable particulate matter for existing coal-fired power plants by 67%. And that's based on our latest assessment of available control technologies and techniques for reducing hazardous air pollutant emissions, and was designed to control emissions of nickel and arsenic and other non-mercury hat metals from these plants. Second, we're proposing a 70% reduction in the emissions limit for mercury from existing lignite-fired sources. And that limit would ensure that these plants achieve the same level of emissions performance as other coal-fired power plants. Third, the proposal includes improvements and updates to emissions monitoring requirements for coal-fired power plants by requiring continuous emissions monitoring systems to comply with the revised filterable particulate matter emission limit. And fourth, we're proposing to revise the requirements related to startup to assure better emissions performance during periods of startup. Controlling HAP emissions from power plants has improved public health by reducing fatal heart attacks, reducing cancer risks, and avoiding neurodevelopmental delays in children. And these public health improvements are especially important for children and for particularly vulnerable segments of the population, including indigenous communities, low-income communities, and people of color who live near power plants or are affected by hazardous air pollution. The proposed revisions to MATS, if they're finalized, would lead to net health and climate benefits over the 10-year period from 2028 to 2037 of $2.4 billion to $3 billion. And that includes $1.2 billion to $1.9 billion in health benefits and $1.4 billion in climate benefits, along with projected compliance costs of $230 million to $330 million. We're really grateful to you all for taking time to provide feedback on this proposed rule, and we're really looking forward to your comments today. Now I'll turn it back to Dr. Nick Hudson, who's our group leader for the Energy Strategies Group in the Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards, and is the chair of this morning's panel. Thanks again.
Thank you, Tomas, for your time and your insight. Appreciate that. As Tomas said, my name is Nick Hudson. I lead the Energy Strategies Group in the Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards, and I will be chairing this session of this virtual public hearing. I'm going to read through some materials now that will explain how the hearing will work, some of the ground rules, etc. So during today's hearing, we will take comment on EPA's proposal to strengthen and update the national emission standards for hazardous air pollutants for coal and oil-fired electric utility steam generating units, commonly known as MATS, for power plants. This proposed rule reflects the most significant improvements and updates in MATS since EPA first issued these standards in February of 2012. It also fulfills EPA's responsibility under the Clean Air Act to periodically reevaluate its standards in light of advancements in pollution control technologies to determine whether revisions are necessary. Now I'd like to invite our two other panelists to introduce themselves. Melanie?
I am Melanie King. I'm an environmental engineer in the Energy Strategies Group in the Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards.
Julian?
Hi, my name is Julian Isnard, and I am an economist in the EPA's Air Economics Group, part of the Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards.
We are also joined today by a court reporter who will produce a written transcript of today's hearing. We will add the transcript to the public docket for this proposed rulemaking and will carefully consider your comments as we develop a final rule. Some of the ground rules for this public hearing. We have a few ground rules and housekeeping items to review to help make today's hearing run smoothly. First, EPA is committed to an environment of mutual respect and safety. We want to hear your views on the proposed rule today. However, the agency will not tolerate harassment, discrimination, intimidation, inappropriate language or images, or sustained disruption of the public hearing. EPA expects everyone participating in this hearing, including registered speakers, attendees, and those of us on this panel, to conduct themselves in a respectful and civil manner. We will monitor and moderate this virtual event to ensure that common standards of decency are upheld. Please note, by registering for this event, you are agreeing to abide by the ground rules of the virtual hearing. We ask that everyone remain muted with their cameras off until it is your turn to speak. Okay, so let's move on to how today's hearing will work. If you have joined us through Zoom, please keep the chat box open. It is at the bottom of your screen. We will put the names of the next speaker in the chat box. We also may use the chat to communicate directly with you during the hearing. I will call on each speaker when it is their turn. Let me apologize in advance for any mispronunciations. When I call on you to speak, please unmute your line. If you're joining us via Zoom, that button is in the lower left of your screen. If you are joining us by phone, you can mute and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Please state your first and last name and spell it for the record before beginning your testimony. When you are providing testimony, you are welcome to activate your video camera by clicking on the Start Video icon at the bottom left of your screen. If you are not testifying, please keep your camera off. Each speaker will have 4 minutes to give comments. A 4-minute timer will be displayed on the screen to help you keep track of your time. The timer will start when you state your name. When your 4 minutes are up, it is time to stop. If you're testifying by phone, the timekeeper will alert you when you have 1 minute remaining. To be fair to everyone, we're going to strictly enforce the 4-minute limit. If you have additional items that you would like to share, such as a slide presentation or videos, you may submit them to the docket for the proposal through June 23rd, 2023. We encourage you to also submit a written copy of the testimony you provide today. We will post information on how to submit written comments in the chat box throughout the hearing. We are here to listen to you today. However, panel members may ask questions to clarify your comments. When you are finished speaking, please remain on the line until I can confirm that there are no further clarifying questions from our panel. Once we are done, please remute your line and turn off your camera. I will then call the next speaker, and so on. If time allows, we may be able to add additional speakers. If you did not pre-register and are interested in speaking, please send a direct message to attendee support in the chat box. Our logistics team will let you know if there are any time slots available and will assist you with registering. Finally, today's hearing consists of 3 sessions, morning, afternoon, and evening. If there are no additional speakers, we may close a session 15 minutes after the last registered speaker has testified. We also may take short breaks as needed. Thank you again for taking the time today to share your comments on EPA's proposal. Let's get started. Okay. The first 2 speakers this morning will be Patrice Tomczyk and Ali Simpson. In that order, please. You can proceed.
Good morning. My name is Patrice Tomczyk, P-A-T-R-I-C-E-T-O-M-C-I-K, and I'm the National Field Director for Moms Clean Air Force, an organization of over 1.5 million moms united to protect our children's health from air pollution and climate change. I live in the town of Gibsonia, located in southwestern Pennsylvania, with my husband and 2 children. Moms Clean Air Force has been advocating for strong mercury protections for over a decade, and we strongly support strengthening the proposed mercury air toxic standards. We must keep mercury and other toxics from spewing out of coal-fired power plants and ending up in our air, water, soil, and food. In southwestern Pennsylvania, where I live, the last 2 coal-fired power plants are still operating and emitting very large amounts of mercury pollution. Their names are the Keystone and Conemaugh power generating stations. Exposure to mercury is particularly concerned for pregnant women, nursing mothers, and young children. I remember my doctor warning me to avoid certain kinds of fish during pregnancy because mercury is toxic heavy metal that can cause brain damage and impairs learning and growth. Along with mercury pollution, power plants emit other harmful pollutants that can cause premature deaths, asthma, chronic bronchitis, and heart attacks. I've lived my whole life in southwestern Pennsylvania and grew up living 2 miles downwind from the coal-fired Cheswick Power Generating Station, which shuttered in 2022. As a child, I watched the plumes from the stacks of the Cheswick plant float over the river towards the playground where I played. I missed a lot of school due to chronic bronchitis, and now as an adult, I have respiratory problems. My mother has a chronic cough and respiratory problems. My father has COPD and had heart attacks requiring quintuple bypass surgery before he passed 2 years ago. For communities living near coal-fired power plants, the requirements to continuously monitor emissions is very important because people have a right to know the dangerous pollutants that are in the air we breathe. It is well known that the greater Pittsburgh region has some of the worst air pollution in the nation, according to the American Lung Association. I'm concerned about the harmful power plant pollution that can travel long distances and what children are breathing into their lungs. Children are especially vulnerable to air pollution because their bodies are still developing. My youngest son is a cancer survivor, and I know his immune system is compromised, which makes him very vulnerable to pollution. This is why I'm so passionate about my work for Moms Clean Air Force, but recognize I can't control the air my son breathes and rely on the EPA to do your job and protect him from harmful pollution. MATS provides significant public health protections by reducing mercury and other heavy metals like arsenic that can cause cancer. In addition, MATS will help to clean up the mercury pollution in our bodies of water. My family really enjoys recreational fishing on the weekends, but I won't let my children eat the fish because there are fish consumption advisories for over 101 bodies of water in Pennsylvania. I know the mercury and other heavy metals emitted from power plants falls and deposits in our water bodies and eventually gets into the fish and the people who ingest these fish. Moms Clean Air Force strongly supports MATS and urges the EPA to finalize the strongest possible safeguards to protect the health of children and families by the end of the year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the panel? Thank you. Our next speaker is Allie Simpson.
Yes, hello there. Is it possible to unmute my video?
Are you on Zoom?
Oh, got it. Thank you. Hi
There.
there. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Allie Simpson, ALISIMPSON, and I'm a national field manager for Moms Clean Air Force, an organization of over 1.5 million parents and caregivers advocating for clean air and a healthy climate on behalf of children nationwide. I live in Bedford, New York with my wife and 2-year-old son, and I'm here today to speak in support of the strongest possible mercury and air toxic standards to be finalized this year. Despite having never been pregnant myself, I can remember from an early age learning about the dangers of mercury poisoning for pregnant women and the devastating impacts it can have on a fetus. I can remember my mom talking about her avoidance of fish during both of her pregnancies, even though we live many miles from the nearest coal plant. She knew that mercury pollution from coal plants can harm people hundreds of miles from its source. When my son was just getting accustomed to solid food, I distinctly remember speaking with his pediatrician about fish consumption because of concerns about mercury, of which no level is safe. Friends and family would ask about my wife's diet during her pregnancy to make sure she wasn't eating fish. Being pregnant is difficult enough. The physical load matches the mental load, especially when you have to be extra rigorous about where your food is coming from. In my home county of Westchester, New York, there are fish advisories for all the nearest bodies of water, including limiting fish to under 4 meals a month, and many specific advisories that prohibit women under 50 and children under 15, which consists of all members of my family, to not consume any local fish at all. All the fish my son and I will catch in the future are not safe for consumption. I'm proud to be part of an organization that's been fighting for MATS protections for over a decade. We know that MATS has been effective in reducing mercury pollution, and we need to do more. There are still far too many coal plants in the US releasing mercury and other toxins into the air. This rule's continuous emission monitoring requirement is absolutely essential. Families have a right to know what's in the air they breathe and the food that they eat. Short periodic tests are not enough, and I applaud EPA for including this requirement that is so desperately needed. As a parent, I'm asking the EPA to finalize the strongest MATS standards as soon as possible. Our children's health must be protected. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the panel? No. Okay, thank you very much. Our next two speakers today are Elizabeth Brandt and Samantha Schmitz. Ms. Brandt?
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Elizabeth Brandt. I'm a national field manager with Moms Clean Air Force, and I'm also a social worker. Thank you so much for listening to my testimony today. Moms Clean Air Force is an organization of more than 1 million parents and caregivers across America who are taking action against air pollution and climate change. Our members have fought to protect our children from mercury pollution from power plants for a decade. Moms Clean Air Force supports the EPA's proposed new protections against mercury and other forms of air pollution coming from coal-fired power plants. These standards are critical for protecting children's developing brains from mercury and other toxic heavy metals, and they will help hold coal plants accountable for their pollution. We call on the EPA to finalize the strongest possible safeguards to protect the health of children and families by the end of this year. Mercury is a dangerous heavy metal that harms the developing brains of babies and children. Hundreds of thousands of newborns born in the US each year are at risk of learning disabilities and loss of IQ due to prenatal exposure to mercury. As a social worker, I supported families of children with intellectual disabilities for many years. It is difficult for a child and family to thrive while coping with the stigma, daily life challenges, and expense of supporting a member with an intellectual disability. Preventing learning and intellectual disabilities is a worthy investment. MOMS is also proud to be an associate member of the National Tribal Air Association, and we have worked with NTAA to create a joint resource on the disproportionate impact of climate change and air pollution on Indigenous families. Tribes participating in NTA have let us know that they are particularly concerned about the disproportionate impact of mercury pollution on Indigenous children and families. The disproportionate impact of mercury pollution on people who traditionally rely on fish and marine mammals for food is unfair and needs to be strongly considered in any analysis of whether any mercury-related policy provides adequate health protections. In the United States, many communities rely on seafoods for their livelihoods. I was never inclined to be a commercial fisher, but many of my friends and relatives have worked in this industry. Fishing is an old livelihood among the Scandinavian part of my family, which brought their skills to the fisheries in the Great Lakes region and later to Washington state. As a young person in Alaska, I occasionally baited halibut lines to make extra money. Halibut is one of the fish that people are often advised against eating as it can be very high in mercury. Fishing is an important industry in many parts of America and an important cultural practice for many people. The burden of avoiding mercury contamination needs to be shifted from fishers to those who eat fish to the common source of mercury pollution, power plants. Once again, I strongly support EPA's proposal to strengthen the mercury and air toxic standards, and I ask that the EPA finalize these standards as quickly as possible. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions? Thank you very much for testifying. Our next speaker is Samantha Schmitz.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity
morning.
to testify today. Oh, can I go? Sorry.
Yeah, you can. Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
Great. Thanks so much. My name is Samantha Schmitz, SAMANTHA and I'm the DC Field Events Coordinator for Moms Clean Air Force, currently living in Washington, DC. On behalf of Moms Clean Air Force and families across the country, I strongly support EPA's proposal to strengthen the mercury and air toxic standards and encourage the EPA to finalize strong standards by the end of this year. The EPA's proposed strengthening of the mercury and air toxic standards is critical to addressing a particularly upsetting problem. Mercury is a potent neurotoxin that can cause permanent damage to the brains of babies and fetuses, leading to developmental delays, learning disabilities, behavioral problems, and birth defects. No level of mercury is safe for anyone's consumption, as it can also cause cardiovascular problems and increase the risk of heart attacks, among other things. When mercury and other toxic chemicals are released into the air from coal-fired power plants, they fall into our waterways, which then accumulate in fish that are a prominent part of many people's diets. Yet, pregnant people are often warned not to consume too much fish because of the way mercury accumulates, specifically in the developing brains of fetuses. As I consider my own future and my desire to be a parent, I want to be able to feel confident that the food I'm eating is safe for not only me, but also doesn't have dire health consequences for my future children. Aside from the harms of mercury on pregnant people and developing babies, many communities also rely on fish for various reasons. Growing up in Illinois outside Chicago, my family loved to go fishing, but we were always wary of fishing in highly polluted areas. Even though my family likely didn't understand the science at that point, our instincts proved accurate, as we otherwise definitely would have consumed fish with harmful levels of mercury due to power plants in the area. While my family fished recreationally, many communities rely on fishing as a primary food source or for economic opportunity, while others see it as a part of their cultural identity and history. Indigenous communities and low-wealth communities are often overburdened by these impacts of mercury and other toxic heavy metals due to their ties and dependence on fish that are poisoned by coal-fired power plants nearby. For the protection of pregnant people, developing children, and communities across the country, I strongly support EPA's proposal to strengthen the mercury and air toxic standards and ask that the EPA finalize these standards by the end of the year. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the panel? Thank you. Our next two speakers will be Chelsea Lyons and Dominique Browning.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Chelsea Lyons, CHELSEALYONS, and I am the North Carolina field organizer for Moms Clean Air Force. I am from Greensboro, North Carolina, and I'm here today to share that I strongly support EPA's proposal to strengthen the mercury and air toxic standards and ask that EPA finalize these standards as quickly as possible. Mercury is a potent neurotoxin that can cause permanent damage to the brains of babies and fetuses, leading to many serious developmental delays and/or illnesses. The main source of mercury pollution comes from coal-fired power plants. The pollution is released into the air, falls into waterways, and accumulates in fish that families eat. There is no safe level of mercury consumption, effectively poisoning these communities. North Carolina has 8 active coal-fired power plants located all over the state. Due to this, I am concerned for the babies and children who are vulnerable to toxic mercury levels before they are even born. I am worried about our indigenous communities who rely on fishing as a primary food source. North Carolina has a statewide fishing advisory currently due to this issue. I'm even more disturbed to know that communities of color are bearing the heaviest burden of mercury pollution. Unfortunately for my family, we are unable to see the state of our air because of having very little air monitoring systems in the counties surrounding us. My family could be actively breathing in polluted air and potentially eating polluted fish without up-to-date knowledge of what is in our water or air. The only reason I'm aware of this issue in North Carolina is due to having a position at Moms Clean Air Force. There has been no state in any of the local news media that discusses this issue at all. Moms Clean Air Force has been advocating for strong mercury protections for over a decade, and we strongly support strengthening MATs. We must keep mercury and other toxins from spewing out of coal-fired power plants and ending up in our air, water, soil, and food. That is why I'm here today to ask you to strengthen the MATs and to continue doing great work. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you very much. Dominique Browning.
Thank you. My name is Dominique Browning, DOMINQUEBROWNING. I'm the director of Moms Clean Air Force. I'm pleased with this opportunity to testify about the new mercury and air toxic standards, and I'm here in support of the most protective standards possible. I'm also supporting EPA in closing a lethal lignite loophole that has relaxed emission standards for coal plants that burn high polluting lignite coal. I'm representing the 1.5 million members of Moms Clean Air Force, and we've been working to strengthen protections from mercury, as you've heard, and other toxic metals for more than a decade. It's beyond my comprehension that in this day of sophisticated understanding of neurology, any coal plant operator would think it permissible to poison our air and water with mercury. No amount of mercury exposure is safe for the fetal brain and the brains of babies and toddlers. Mercury disrupts the intricate and fragile architecture of the developing brain. Previous mercury standards have worked. Methyl mercury levels in fish from certain parts of the country have dropped. The costs of stopping this pollution are significantly lower than predicted, billions of dollars lower. And finally, in the last decade, there have been major improvements in pollution control technology. On the other side, the cost of suffering from methyl mercury poisoning or caring for a child so afflicted is incalculable. How do you put a price on heartbreak? Our work to stop mercury pollution is far from done. Too many communities remain exposed to dangerous levels, as well as to toxic metals such as arsenic, lead, nickel, and chromium. The highest mercury polluting coal plants are concentrated in Texas and in North Dakota. Other large polluters are in Appalachia and in the Midwest. Mercury has significant local and regional impacts. People living near coal-fired power plants bear a disproportionate burden of the pollution from those stacks. But mercury moves around, it travels. Nearly all fish from US waters have detectable levels of methyl mercury. There are consumption advisories in all 50 states. Lignite, or low-rank coal, is especially polluting. The 5 highest polluting coal plants in this country burn lignite coal, even though lignite coal accounted for only 8% of total US coal production in 2019. There is no possible acceptable basis to justify the lignite loophole, which permits lignite plants to emit far more toxic pollution than other coal-fired power plants. This should be corrected by EPA to protect the health of all Americans. Mercury, arsenic, chromium, lead, not what any school child in the United States should find in her lunchbox. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to say this periodically throughout the hearings, but I'll just take the opportunity now to say that we love hearing from everyone sort of in person, not quite in person, but it's nice to see faces. But we do encourage people to also submit written comments to the docket. We find those incredibly helpful. So just a reminder, you have both of those options. So thank you. Are there any questions for the? Okay, thank you very much. Our next 2 speakers today will be Julie Kimmel and Emily Pickett.
Hello.
Morning.
My name is Julie Kimmel. I live in Reston, Virginia with my husband and daughter, and I work for Moms Clean Air Force. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I strongly support EPA's proposal to strengthen the mercury and air toxic standards and ask that EPA finalize these standards as quickly as possible. My husband and I were raised in Virginia. Our parents were raised in Virginia. We're raising our daughter here. And like so many Chesapeake Bay families, we celebrate with fish and seafood. Fish is an important part of our diets and our lives. I grew up on trout and catfish and tuna, my husband on crab and shrimp and rockfish. Separately and then together, we built traditions around fish and seafood. We host an annual crab feast for our family and friends in the summer. We celebrate birthdays with raw oysters. We plan elaborate meals around the week's fresh catch when we're down at the beach. My daughter, who's one of the very few American 8-year-olds who refuses to eat hamburgers or pepperoni pizza or spaghetti or mac and cheese, has gobbled up every type of fish we've ever put in front of her. She can't get enough. Of course, we don't offer fish to our little girl as often as she might like, and we limit our own consumption too, because we know most mercury exposure happens through the consumption of fish. Our fish habits and traditions put my family at risk of experiencing health impacts from mercury. Health impacts like cardiovascular problems, including increased risk of heart attack, and in children, developmental delays, learning disabilities, behavioral problems, and birth defects. A strong mercury rule is vital for protecting our families and our communities from the health impacts of this harmful pollution. Over the last 10 years, the mercury and air toxic standards have helped slash mercury pollution by more than 80%. But coal-fired power plants, and in particular, lignite coal plants, continue to emit dangerous quantities of hazardous air pollution, and they continue to be the largest source of mercury pollution in the United States. This tells me the mercury and air toxic standards must be strengthened. While my family eats a lot of fish, we are not among the most impacted by mercury pollution. Indigenous communities and subsistence fishing communities that rely on fishing as a primary food source for cultural identity or for economic reasons can be disproportionately exposed to mercury pollution through their diet. These communities, many of which are disproportionately impacted by all manner of air pollution too, should not have to bear the additional burden of mercury pollution from coal-fired power plants. Their children, their livelihoods, their air and water should be protected. Once again, as a parent, I strongly support the proposal to strengthen the mercury and air toxic standards and ask that EPA finalize these standards as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Ms. Kimmel? Okay, thank you very much. Next speaker is Emily Pickett.
Hi. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Emily Pickett, and as the Florida State Coordinator for Moms Clean Air Force in Tampa, Florida, I'm here to support the EPA's proposal to strengthen the mercury and air toxic standards. It's imperative that we finalize these standards without delay. For as long as I can remember, I've been a boater, from swimming with manatees in the springs of Crystal River and diving for scallops in the Gulf of Mexico to fishing rock piles and relaxing on shallow sandbars. Florida's waters have brought me an immense sense of joy in my life. When I became a mom, I was eager to share my love of the water with my children. However, with motherhood comes worry, and introducing my kids to fishing caused me to reconsider this as a family pastime due to the health and safety impacts of eating the fish that we caught. And it turns out my worries were warranted. The presence of harmful toxins, particularly mercury, is a significant concern. The Florida Department of Health's findings that dozens of Florida's freshwater and marine fish species are contaminated with mercury is alarming. The department advises women of childbearing age and young children to limit consumption of many types of fish to just once a month to prevent mercury from building up in our bodies. Plus, the EPA's waterways tool shows that almost every single body of water here in the Tampa Bay area is impaired due to high levels of mercury. Knowing that there is no safe level of mercury consumption and that there is some level of mercury in nearly all seafood, fishing is not as appealing to me as it once was. I fear that my children and future generations may never be able to fully enjoy the waters that have brought me so much happiness. But with the EPA's proposed stronger mercury air toxic standards, we have the opportunity to decrease the amount of mercury in our waterways and fish and allow families to safely enjoy recreational fishing and boating without fear. I implore the EPA to take action and finalize these standards as soon as possible. Florida has already made great strides, reducing mercury pollution by 77% since 2011, and it's time to take another step forward. We cannot wait any longer to protect the health and well-being of our families and our environment. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Our next two speakers will be Lori Anderson and Melody Rice.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Lori Anderson. I am a Colorado field organizer from Moms Clean Air Force. I live in Broomfield, Colorado. I strongly support EPA's proposal to strengthen the mercury and air toxic standards and ask that EPA finalize these standards as quickly as possible. As a mom of 5, I am concerned that our generations, including our future generations, including our own children, will be significantly more impacted by the impacts of pollution in their lifetimes than we are today. I grew up in Minnesota, where we pride ourselves as a land of 10,000 lakes. However, over 1,500 bodies of water in Minnesota have fish advisories due to mercury contamination. Growing up, my dad was an avid fisherman, and he took us fishing at every opportunity. We fished most often in the Twin Cities area, but spent plenty of time in the summers at Lake Cronus, Mille Lacs, and he especially loved the Boundary waters. One of my dad's favorite things was to canoe up into the backwaters as far as we could and then just relax and fish all day. However, I learned at a very early age about the mercury contamination in our lakes and which fish weren't safe to eat. Following a successful day of fishing, there was often the uncomfortable discussion where my mom would say the fish wasn't safe to eat for our young bodies, but my dad took the stance that nothing was going to hurt us. It often became a quiet conversation in which the message was just don't take any fish. It's not good for your growing body. Let the adults eat it. This is so unfortunate since eating fish can provide many important health benefits. Most notably, fish are a good source of protein and omega-3 fatty acids, and nutrients found in fish are also beneficial for the growth and development of children. We now live in Colorado, where I am raising my 5 children, much further from the highest emitting sources of mercury pollution. Here, we just have a handful of bodies of water with fish advisories due to mercury contamination. Although mercury remains a concern, when my husband, who is also an avid fisherman, comes down from the mountains with his most recent catch, I don't tell my kids not to eat the fish since the mountain lakes have been tested with no advisories. There is hope for my home state of Minnesota and so many other states that are facing the highest levels of mercury pollution. With preventative measures to stop the release of toxic mercury pollution from power plants, along with time, more lakes can be added back to the list of safe to eat fish. Like all moms, I want what's best for my children, and we are forced to make a decision. Fish has so many health benefits, but we must weigh those health benefits against the potential for mercury contamination. Mercury is harmful to the brains of babies and children. It can interfere with normal brain development, lowering IQ, and causing learning and behavioral problems. Children are especially vulnerable to the health effects of mercury, and pregnant women can pass mercury through their placenta into the brains of their developing babies. Mercury is also linked to heart disease. It shouldn't be like this.
As a parent, I strongly support EPA's proposal to strengthen the mercury and air toxic standards and ask that EPA finalize these standards as quickly as possible to help protect families from the pollution that can cause cancer, lung disease, brain damage in children, and other serious health harms. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the panelists? Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Melody Reese.
It's Reese. Thanks.
Reese. Okay, good.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Melody Reese, and I am the Senior Legislative and Regulatory Policy Manager for Moms Clean Air Force. I strongly support the EPA's proposed safeguards against mercury and other toxic emissions coming from coal-fired power plants, and I urge the agency to finalize the strongest possible safeguards by the end of the year. As you are aware, mercury occurs naturally in coal in small quantities. When coal is burned to create energy, that mercury is released into the air. Mercury in the air can travel thousands of miles before eventually settling into waterways or the land, where it can then be washed into the water. Once in the water, certain microorganisms can change mercury into methylmercury, a highly toxic form that builds up in fish and animals that eat fish. Most human exposure to mercury comes from the consumption of fish. As someone who doesn't eat seafood, I'd never put much thought into protecting myself from exposure to mercury. We recently learned, however, that mercury, including mercury released from burning coal, has been found in rice. Mercury gets into groundwater and contaminates the soil where rice plants are growing. And rice plants are growing here in the US. The US rice industry produces 20 billion pounds of rice annually. What's more, mercury has been detected in rice cereal, a traditional first food for babies going back generations. Imagine being a new parent, having meticulously followed the most current health advice during 9 long months of pregnancy, having memorized the list of fish and shellfish to avoid due to high mercury levels, having done your best to protect your baby, only to find out that the rice cereal that you selected as your baby's first food also contained methylmercury. There is no safe level of mercury consumption, and babies and children are among the populations most vulnerable to its harm. Mercury can cause permanent damage to the brain and nervous system, especially in fetuses and young children, resulting in developmental delays, birth defects, and behavioral problems. Being a new parent is full of responsibilities. Worrying about mercury in rice cereal should not be one of them. EPA's mercury and air toxic standards have been highly effective in reducing mercury pollution and protecting human health, but updates are needed and the rules need to be strengthened. I support EPA's proposed rule and urge that the agency finalize these standards as quickly as possible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So we have 2 additional speakers, and at that point, we will take a 5-minute break. The next 2 speakers will be Laura Bender and Nancy Simpson.
Good morning. My name is Laura Kate Bender, LauraKatebender, and I'm the National Assistant Vice President for Healthy Air at the American Lung Association. Our mission is to save lives by improving lung health and preventing lung disease. In fact, I'm wearing turquoise today because it is Lung Cancer Action Week this week, so it's the perfect time to be talking about reducing pollution from power plants. Thank you for organizing today's hearing and for your continued work to protect people's health from toxic emissions from coal and oil-fired power plants. The Lung Association strongly supports EPA finalizing more stringent standards. The mercury and air toxic standards are a success story. Our families breathe easier and our kids are healthier thanks to this rule. The Lung Association and other leading national health organizations strongly supported EPA's restoration of the finding that the standards are appropriate and necessary. But we've also highlighted that despite the great progress made under the current standards, there's still work to do. In our comments last year, we noted that EPA's 2021 data on power plant emissions showed increases from the previous year, including a 13% increase in mercury emissions nationwide. We were glad to see that mercury emissions in 2022 decreased 3%, but that's still a big overall uptick compared to 2020. Multiple individual plants also had enormous increases in mercury emissions in 2022 compared to 2021. Here are a few of the most egregious. Gavin Power Plant in Ohio, 122% increase. Flint Creek Power Plant in Arkansas, 152% increase. And North Valmy Generating Station in Nevada, 263% increase. And for all 3 plants, that increase was in spite of the fact that they measured less heat put in 2022 than in 2021. Mercury, air toxics, and other emissions from power plants can harm anyone's health, but many people face special risks. Infants, children, and teenagers, older adults, individuals who are pregnant, have asthma or other lung diseases, cardiovascular disease or diabetes, people of color, people with low incomes, and people who work or exercise outdoors. And of course, children face increased risk that begins even before birth. Fetuses, infants, and children face impaired neurological development and cognitive abilities, memory and language skills from methylmercury exposure. Dioxins and furans threaten their developing nervous systems and may increase cancer risk. That's why we applaud EPA for this proposal to further reduce dangerous emissions from coal and oil-fired power plants, and we urge the agency to quickly finalize the most stringent standards possible. With regard to the specifics of the rule, we support tightening the standards for mercury for lignite coal plants to bring them in line with other types of coal. We also strongly support the requirement for continuous emissions monitoring. People living in communities near dirty power plants need real-time information about these emissions. We support strengthening the filterable particulate matter standards and urge EPA to finalize the most stringent option possible. EPA should finalize a standard of no higher than 0.006 pounds per million BTU. EPA's own regulatory impact analysis shows that the health benefits would be dramatically higher with this more stringent option compared to what the agency proposed, including more than 6 times more avoided premature respiratory mortalities from PM exposure in 2035. We also appreciate EPA's proposal to remove one category of exemption for startup. The Lung Association urges you to reduce or eliminate exemptions for startups, shutdowns, and malfunctions whenever possible. People's lungs don't care whether the pollution they're breathing is from a power plant running normally or starting up or shutting down. Finally, this rule is one among many that are needed to help the Biden administration meet its commitments to improving environmental justice. Multiple studies show that people who have low incomes or who are members of racial or ethnic minorities bear a disproportionate burden on the health effects of air pollution from power plants. We urge you to protect kids' health and finalize stringent new limits on mercury and air toxics without delay. Thank you.
Thank you. I did just have one question. You mentioned 3 power plants, Gavin, Flint Creek, and then you said one that was in Nevada, and I didn't quite catch that.
North Valmy, V like Victor, ALMY.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other questions? No? Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Nancy Simpson, and then we'll be taking a 5-minute break. It's Nancy Simpson.
Yep, I'm trying to do my video. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes. I don't see you, but there you are. There you are.
All right, well, thank you for the opportunity to give testimony today. My name is Nancy Simpson, NancySimpson. I'm a volunteer with Moms Clean Air Force, an organization of over 1.5 million parents and caregivers advocating for clean air on behalf of our children, their children, and grandchildren. I'm here today as a mother and grandmother to speak in support of the strongest possible mercury and air toxic standards to be finalized as quickly as possible. I live in Los Angeles, California, where my husband and I raised our 2 daughters. I was cautioned by my obstetrician about fish consumption while pregnant in the mid-80s. After learning that mercury can cross the blood-brain and placental barriers and cause severe complications, including damaged brain tissue, impaired motor function, learning impairments, and behavioral problems, I decided to completely abstain from fish. The risk was just too great. The thought of harming my children even before they entered the world was just too much to bear. While Los Angeles did not operate any coal-fired power plants, we were just 1 county over from the Argus Cohen plant in San Bernardino. Despite it being over an hour away, we knew that mercury pollution from coal plants can harm people hundreds of miles from its source. California has thankfully been aggressive in phasing out coal-powered power completely, but there are still many coal plants across the country releasing significant amounts of mercury into the air and putting families' health at risk. I fear for the families who live closest to these power plants, who disproportionately are communities of color. I was shocked to learn that there is not a continuous emissions monitoring for coal plants, but rather short, periodic tests. Citizens have a right to know exactly what is in the air at all times. I'm very supportive of this new rule and its requirement of continuous monitoring. While we can't shut down all coal power plants tomorrow, we can make sure that we have the strongest possible protections to protect our most vulnerable. As a mother and grandmother, I'm calling on the EPA to finalize the strongest possible MATS rules as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the speaker from the panelists? No? Okay, thank you very much. So as I said, we will be taking a 5-minute break. My name is Nick Hudson. I've been chairing this session. I want to thank everyone who has shared comments so far today on EPA's proposed action. If you have questions about today's hearing or are interested in registering to speak, please send a direct message to attendee support in the chat box. If you're joining us by phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9, and our logistics team will reach out to you to let you know if there are any time slots available. At this time, we're going to take a short recess. We'll resume the hearing in 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay, thank you. We're ready to resume now. I'm going to read a short statement to resume the public hearing. Welcome back from the break. My name is Nick Hudson. I'm the group leader for the Energy Strategies Group and EPA's Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards. I'm chairing the session for today's hearing on EPA's proposal to strengthen and update the mercury and air toxic standards, also known as MATS, for power plants. I'd like to ask the other panelists to introduce themselves. Melanie?
I'm Melanie King, an environmental engineer in the Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards Energy Strategies Group.
And Julian?
Hi, my name is Julian Isnard, and I'm an economist with the Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards Air Economics Group.
Thank you. I want to remind you that today's hearing is being recorded and transcribed to produce a written transcript of the hearing. We will add the transcript to the public docket for this rulemaking, and we'll carefully consider your comments as we develop a final rule. If you have questions about today's hearing or are interested in registering to speak, please send a direct message to attendee support in the chat box. If you are joining us via phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9, and our logistics team will add you to today's agenda if time slots are available. Please note, by registering for this event, you are agreeing to abide by the ground rules of the virtual hearing. That includes rules of behavior. EPA is committed to an environment of mutual respect and safety. The agency will not tolerate harassment, discrimination, intimidation, inappropriate language or images, or sustained disruption of the public hearing. EPA expects all participants, including panelists, registered speakers, and attendees, to conduct themselves in a respectful, professional, and civil manner. We will monitor and moderate this virtual hearing to ensure that common standards of decency are upheld. A quick reminder about providing testimony. When I call on you to speak, please unmute your line. While you are providing testimony, you also are welcome to activate your camera by clicking on the Start Video icon. Please state and spell your name for the record. A 4-minute timer will be started when you state your name. Okay, so our next two speakers will be Darren Baxt and Karen Stein. Please feel free to go.
Thanks.
Yep.
My name is Darren Baxt, DAREN BAKST, and I'm Deputy Director of the Center for Energy and Environment at the Competitive Enterprise Institute. I appreciate this opportunity to provide oral comments today on the proposed MATS rule. It's useful to take a look at the 2012 MATS rule that was struck down by the Supreme Court in Michigan versus EPA. For that rule, the EPA didn't think it was necessary to consider benefits in comparison to costs. The direct benefits were, by the agency's own estimates, only $4 to $6 million a year. That's in contrast to the costs of $9.6 billion a year, that's billion with a B. As the Supreme Court said, the costs were as much as 1,600 to 2,400 times greater than the benefits. And as the court succinctly explained, no regulation is appropriate if it does significantly more harm than good. Now, with this new proposed rule, the EPA doesn't even attempt to quantify direct benefits. The agency has proposed a rule pointing to Section 112 of the Clean Air Act, which deals with HAPs, for its statutory authority, and then can't provide a HAPs-related justification for the rule. So what are the alleged benefits? As the agency has done before, it's solely using ancillary benefits, such as PM 2.5 ancillary benefits, to justify the rule. Now, why is this a problem? Well, a big reason is this is an end run around the law. Congress passed Section 112 to deal with HAPs. The EPA is using Section 112 to deal with non-HAP issues. In the Michigan versus EPA oral argument, Chief Justice Roberts was concerned about this end run problem. He highlighted the following argument. The EPA can't regulate criteria pollutants through their HAP program, so it identified a tiny bit of mercury, then used that as a way to get additional regulation of criteria pollutants. For the 2012 rule, the agency at least identified a tiny bit of mercury. For the current proposed rule, the agency has identified a single dollar benefits from reducing mercury emissions. Congress developed a specific statutory scheme to deal with HAPs. Yet the agency is using that scheme to deal with unrelated issues such as criteria pollutants. And on top of that, Congress developed a specific statutory scheme to deal with criteria pollutants, and the EPA is ignoring that as well. All this ignores the plain language of the Clean Air Act and the will of Congress. The EPA should be expected to justify why it is issuing a rule based on the statutory purpose of the rule. EPA hasn't even tried to justify the rule based on the statutory purpose. This proposal rules many things, but it's not a HAPS rule. It isn't reasonable and is certainly not appropriate and necessary. If anything, it's arbitrary and capricious. For this reason, I urge the agency to withdraw the rule. Thanks.
Are there any questions from the panelists? Thank you. The next speaker is Karen Stein. Karen Stein.
Yeah. I need to have my camera unmuted if possible. There we go. Am I there?
I see you now. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Karin Stein, Karinstein. I'm Iowa organizer for Moms Clean Air Force and its Ecomadres program. We're a national organization, as you've heard before, of over 1.5 million moms, dads, other caretakers, and we are united to protect our children from air pollution, and we're united against the climate crisis and environmental injustice. I strongly support the EPA's proposal to strengthen the mercury and air toxic standards, and I ask the EPA to finalize these standards as quickly as possible. Mercury is a dangerous neurotoxin that harms the developing brains of babies and children, and this happens before they're born. Iowa has 9 coal plants in operation. Nobody thinks of Iowa as being a state affected by coal pollution, but we are, and these 9 plants pump dangerous mercury into the air along with other toxic heavy metals like arsenic, chromium, and lead. In 2021, the Iowa Environmental Council calculated the total mercury emission from Iowa coal plants to have been 75 pounds. May not sound like much, but it is highly alarming considering how methyl mercury then accumulates in the fatty tissue of fish. Utilities in Iowa enjoy a monopoly over their service territory. This means that individuals like myself or businesses have no choice in who powers their homes or businesses. With a captive market, coal plants in Iowa have absolutely no incentive to change their production practices, and our only hope for improving them is to ask EPA to hold them to the safest standards possible, all the while knowing that there is no safe level of mercury for children and fetuses. The website of the Iowa Department of Natural Resources lists 26 fish consumption advisories for various lakes and rivers. Of those 26, 24 or 92% are for mercury in fish and 2 are for PCBs. The advisories state that no more than 1 portion of fish from these locations should be eaten per week. I mapped out where the fish advisories in our state are located. Lake advisories are concentrated in the southern and southeastern counties of our state, where our most polluting industries, including 2 large coal plants, are concentrated. Fish advisories for rivers are concentrated in northeastern Iowa, downstream from Minnesota coal plants, and also downstream from unlined coal ash storage ponds of retired coal plants within Iowa. I live on the edge of a state park, 200 feet from a lake, and even though our lake is not on a mercury advisory list, I know it has other contamination problems, and I observe who fishes there. On weekends, I see many young families, most of them multi-generation Latino and Asian families, for whom spending time fishing with the whole family is a cultural tradition. On my walks, I stop and chat with them, and I have found time and again that they never question the safety of the fish they eat because I always ask. And they laugh and they say, oh, it'll be okay. Many people, perhaps the majority, don't know to question the safety of the fish they eat, and they likely don't think to check for fish advisories. And it is therefore essential that the EPA improve mercury and air toxic standards. In any case, fish advisories are difficult to find on the internet. The ones that are available are not kept up in real time. And fish advisories can also be contradictory and confusing because states vary in how they interpret the health threats from the same data. If there are public warning signs at all, they are typically in English, and many of the areas that have fish advisories in Southeast Iowa have a large Latino population. In the name of all families with young children and pregnant moms, regardless of their cultural background and regardless of where they live in this country, please finalize stronger mercury and air toxic standards as soon as possible. And thank you so much. I'd like to say goodbye in Spanish, my native language, because this is how it works for many people who don't understand. Gracias por dejarme hablar. Por favor, establezcan los mejores estándares. Hasta luego.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Thank you very much. Our next speakers will be Jonathan Levens and Patrick Drupp.
Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Leventius, Jonathan Leventius, Levenshus. I'm the Director of Federal Energy Campaigns at the Sierra Club. I'm joining today to offer my support for the EPA's proposal to clean up dirty power plants and keep mercury and heavy metals like arsenic and lead out of the air. The EPA's 2012 mercury and air toxic standards are one of the most cost-effective and successful public health measures in the agency's history. These standards have helped save lives, decrease heart disease, and prevent asthma attacks. Despite this success, too many power plants still pollute our air, harming communities across the country, especially communities of color, low-income communities, and indigenous communities. There's more work to do, and that's why the Sierra Club was so supportive of the EPA's recent decision to restore the legal and scientific underpinnings of the 2012 standards. This decision resulted in your new proposal to strengthen the 2012 standards, based in part on the many technological advancements made across the power industry over the last decade. There are three specific points I would like to make about your proposal. First, I support the EPA's plan to tighten the limits on metallic toxics from power plants. While the primary standard proposed would substantially reduce toxic pollution, the agency should set the standard at a more stringent level, specifically at 0.006 pounds per MMBTU. The technologies required to meet more stringent requirements are available and cost-effective. 3/4 of the current coal fleet is already meeting that most stringent standard examined by the EPA's proposal. Second, I support the EPA's plan to require continuous monitoring at all coal plants for filterable particulate matter. Mandating continuous monitoring is the best way to provide transparency with the new standards and ensure our communities are safe from this pollution, particularly communities living in the shadows of coal plants. And third, I support the EPA's plan to strengthen mercury limits for power plants that burn dirty lignite coal. Currently, these lignite plants have less strict pollution limits than every other coal-burning power plant in the U.S. A new standard would put them in line with non-lignite plants and benefit air quality in states with large lignite coal plants like Texas and North Dakota. Importantly, the EPA's proposal is incredibly cost-effective at protecting the public health and the environment. As proposed, the new standards would create between $170 and $220 million in health benefits and $170 million in health and climate benefits each year. Compliance would be just a fraction of that cost. Again, I applaud the EPA for advancing an update to these standards, but please finalize the strongest plan to reduce toxic air and mercury pollution at all power plants, protecting the health for all of us. Let's not leave more significant health and environmental benefits on the table. Set the highest standards for these coal plants by the end. Thank you for the consideration of my comments.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the panelists? Okay, thank you very much. The next speaker is Patrick Drupp.
Good afternoon. My name is Patrick Drupp, Patrick, and I live in Washington, D.C., where I'm the Director of Climate Policy at the Sierra Club. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today at this hearing, and thanks especially to the EPA team for your efforts on this important proposal. Sierra Club is the oldest and largest environmental grassroots organization in the country, and we've been a strong advocate of the MATS rule for over a decade. On behalf of our millions of members and supporters, I'm here today to voice our support for the administration's proposal to strengthen MATS and to urge you to go even further in protecting the public health of people across the country by setting the strongest possible standards and eliminating any remaining dangerous exemptions. Hazardous air pollutants, including mercury, but also arsenic, chromium, and other metallic toxics from coal plants poison our air, water, and food. They harm brain development in young children, cause cancer, damage the lungs and nervous system, and can lead to premature death. These effects disproportionately impact communities of color and low-income communities living near the fence line of coal plants. But these emissions also harm people hundreds of miles away, and EPA must act quickly to fulfill its mission of protecting public health for these communities and families. Since its original implementation a decade ago, the MATS rule has been a huge success, reducing mercury emissions by over 90% and significantly reducing other dangerous pollutants like arsenic and hydrochloric acid, and at a far lower cost than originally projected. But the reality is there is no safe level of these toxics, and coal plants around the country are still endangering communities with their emissions. This pollution cannot continue. The compliance costs are low and entirely reasonable, and the EPA's proposal will pay for itself nearly 10 times over in public health and climate benefits. Specifically, EPA should move forward with a filterable PM standard of no more than 0.006 pounds per million BTUs, lower than the proposed 0.01. A forthcoming Sierra Club assessment of these standards indicates that roughly 20 generating units at the dirtiest coal plants would need to reduce emissions to achieve the proposed standard of 0.01. However, tightening that standard to no higher than 0.006 would produce reductions at dozens more under-controlled plants with even greater health benefits. This level of stringency requires no controls beyond those widely adopted at other facilities and would have benefits that far outweigh the costs, resulting in meaningful and life-saving reductions from poorly maintained and under-controlled coal plants. Half of the affected units lack state-of-the-art controls, and compliance with this MATS proposal is estimated to decrease premature deaths from coal fine particle pollution by over 21%. Additionally, EPA's elimination of the exemption for lignite was an important step, and we encourage EPA to lower the general mercury standard and eliminate any exemptions and weaker standards for waste coal facilities. While waste coal is not widely used, the communities near these facilities deserve protection from these toxic air pollutants. Finally, we were pleased to see the inclusion of continuous emissions monitoring and the elimination of the 4-hour startup window in this proposal. These will go a long way to holding polluters accountable and creating transparency around the quality of air that communities are breathing. EPA must ensure that these changes are included in the final rulemaking and should consider including SEMS for hydrochloric acid gas as well. The MATS rule has been a remarkable success, and EPA has the opportunity now to protect even more communities who are still suffering from toxic air pollution. The Sierra Club urges you to strengthen this proposal even further and to swiftly move to finalize it so everyone can finally begin to realize the promise of clean air. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the panel? No. So our next speakers will be Lux Ho and Paul Billings. Whenever you're ready.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Lux Ho, Luxho, and I am the Georgia Field Coordinator for Moms Clean Air Force. I'm joining you today from Atlanta, and I'm speaking today in support of the EPA's proposal for strengthening mercury and toxic standards for power plants. It's important to note that there is no such thing as a safe level of mercury and neurotoxin in our environment, and the only way to protect the health of our communities is to continue to push for stronger standards. I am testifying today because I am deeply concerned about the health outcomes of our communities if we do not make moves to continue to curtail the mercury pollution that is happening. The biggest culprit for mercury pollution is from coal burning power plants. Mercury exposure is so pervasive, and it makes its way into our bodies through polluting water and food that we and our food sources consume, and it continues to build in our bodies over time. And it does not degrade in our environment. I am a lifelong Georgian, and my people are working class, immigrants, service workers, farmers, and those living at the margins in the complicated South. Georgia still has 4 major coal plants, with 3 of these power plants landing on a list of the nation's top 100 most polluting power plants as recently as last year in 2022. I've witnessed firsthand and experienced firsthand the devastating effects that environmental pollution can have on people's health, especially for people of color and working class folks. We know that mercury can cause blindness, deafness, and greatly impact motor control, from affecting speech to coordination and movement. It impacts pregnant people, immunocompromised people, and children the most. Mercury exposure in children has been linked to neurological and developmental issues, and conditions like asthma and other chemicals like arsenic have been linked to cancer and neurodevelopmental issues in young children. I think too about the ways that our current context needs to be considered, as a post-COVID-19 world can only exacerbate the existing problems that we have been trying to combat. I can't even begin to conceive of just how greatly impacted the health outcomes of the most vulnerable members of our community will be if we do not continue to strengthen the standards for mercury and other toxins now. Opponents have argued that the cost of the industry and these plans would not be worth the health benefits, but the numbers show that we would stand to see health benefits of tens of billions of dollars in the form of fewer premature deaths and adverse health conditions like heart and asthma attacks. The EPA's proposal to tighten standards on mercury and other toxic pollutants for power plants can mean the difference between life and death for people in our communities in the next decade. I hope that the EPA moves to approve their ruling. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Paul Billings.
Good afternoon. I'm Paul Billings, Paul-Billings. I'm the National Senior Vice President of Public Policy for the American Lung Association. The American Lung Association strongly supports the cleanup of hazardous air pollutants from coal and oil-fired power plants. I'm wearing turquoise today in recognition of Lung Cancer Action Week. Earlier this year, EPA reaffirmed that cleaning up power plants is appropriate and necessary. Cutting dangerous toxic air pollution from power plants is also a pressing public health imperative. The American Lung Association strongly supports EPA finalizing more stringent standards from power plants. We urge EPA to set more protective standards than the proposed levels. We appreciate that cleaning up power plants is a priority for the administration. The president, on day one of his administration, signed Executive Order 13990, which called for the review of the mercury and air toxics residual risk and technology review by August 2021. We welcome the April 2023 proposal and urge EPA to finalize the rule no later than the end of 2023. The public cannot afford to wait any longer for stronger protections. Mercury is a potent neurotoxin that causes damage to the brains of babies and unborn children, leading to developmental delays, learning disabilities, and birth defects. Power plants emit more than 80 hazardous air pollutants, including arsenic, chromium, lead, formaldehyde, acid gases, dioxin, and furans. These pollutants can cause cancer, damage to the eyes, skin, and breathing passages, harm the kidneys, lungs, and nervous system, cause cardiovascular disease, and even kill. Power plants are a major source of metallic hazardous air pollutant emissions, including arsenic, chromium, and nickel. Arsenic, chromium, and nickel have been classified as human carcinogens. Cleaning up this toxic pollution soup from power plants will help protect communities that bear a disproportionate burden from pollution. We know that there are adverse health effects caused by exposure to toxic air pollution from power plants that EPA is not able to quantify, but the benefits of the reductions of toxic pollution for those who eat and breathe adjacent to power plants are significant. I'll briefly reiterate our support for several key provisions. We ask EPA to finalize a more stringent alternative of no higher than 0.06 pounds per million British thermal units of heat input for non-mercury metal hazardous air pollutants, also known as filterable particulate matter. Setting a much more protective standard for filterable PM will prevent more premature deaths. EPA's analysis shows that the 0.006 standards will prevent 22 times as many premature deaths as in 2028 as the EPA proposed limit. We support EPA's proposal to revise the mercury standards for lignite-fired electric generating units to a more stringent level set for other power plants. We strongly support EPA's proposal to require continuous emission monitoring for particulate matter pollutants from all coal-powered generating units. Continuous emission monitoring will improve compliance and lead to greater protection for vulnerable communities. In conclusion, toxic pollution from power plants threatens the health of people who live nearby, downstream, and downwind from the facility. Setting more stringent standards will cut the pollution that threatens the health of vulnerable communities, especially individuals who are pregnant and their children. We urge EPA to finalize stringent new limits on mercury and air toxics without delay and no later than the end of the year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the panelists? Okay, thank you very much. Our next two speakers will be Vanessa Lynch and Hayden Hashimoto. Whenever you're ready.
Hi there. Thanks for the opportunity to testify. My name is Vanessa Lynch, VANESSALYNCH. I'm a state coordinator with Moms Clean Air Force, and I live in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. As a state with a history of coal extraction and numerous coal-fired power plants, I support the EPA's proposal to strengthen against mercury and other forms of air pollution coming from coal-fired power plants. With two of the biggest mercury polluting coal-fired power plants located in my state, the Keystone and Conemaugh electric generating stations, the requirement for continuous emissions monitoring for coal plants rather than periodic emissions tests, along with the proposed reductions in other health-harming air pollutants, will be a breath of fresh air for local families. The reinstatement of last year's appropriate and necessary finding of the MAT standards was greatly appreciated by communities like mine. But today's further acknowledgement and tightening of mercury from lignite-fired power sources and other toxic metal emissions represents real progress. With 86% of women in the country having had at least one child by the end of their child rearing years, health needs of pregnant women, the caretakers of our future generations, shouldn't be relegated to a do not eat list. Here there is no safe level of mercury consumption. Mercury is especially dangerous for developing babies and children. After ingestion, mercury can cross the blood-brain and placental barriers, leading to toxic effects on fetal and infant brains. When pregnant women eat contaminated fish, mercury can cause long-term losses in IQ scores, impaired motor function, learning impairments, and behavioral problems in children. Moms spend so much of our time trying to protect our children. It's frustrating to know simply what you eat can jeopardize your child's health. Added to the impacts of mercury are the health impacts of the toxic heavy metals associated with coal-fired power plants, such as lead, arsenic, and chromium, which are known to increase the risk of fatal heart attacks, cancer, and developmental delays in children. The good news is we know mercury safeguards significantly decrease mercury pollution with huge health benefits and low costs, placing women's health and the health of their babies at the forefront of decision-making on mercury and other health-harming air toxics just makes sense. Thanks so much for the opportunity to testify today. I support the proposal to finalize the strongest MATS standards as soon as possible. Our children's health must be protected.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the panel? Okay, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Hayden Hashimoto.
Good afternoon. My name is Hayden Hashimoto. That's Hayden Hashimoto, and I'm interning with Clean Air Task Force. CATF is a global nonprofit working to protect public health and the environment from the impacts of harmful air pollution and climate change by catalyzing the development and deployment of pollution control technologies and by encouraging cleaner and more efficient energy production through research, analysis, and public advocacy. The mercury and air toxic standards have provided significant public health benefits by reducing emissions of hazardous air pollutants from coal and oil-fired power plants. However, there is still more to be done. As EPA recognizes in this proposal, coal and oil-fired EGUs remain the largest domestic emitter of mercury and many other HAP, including many of the non-mercury HAP metals and hydrochloric acid. 9 of the HAPs emitted by these plants have been classified as either human carcinogens or probable human carcinogens. While EPA's proposed technology review is a step in the right direction, the agency must go further. Congress mandated not only initial stringent regulations, but periodic tightening of standards as supported by developments in practices, processes, and control technologies. The revision to the surrogate filterable particulate matter standard for metal HAP emissions from coal plants is a particularly important aspect of this proposal. While we appreciate that EPA is proposing to update this standard, the proposed level of 0.01 pounds per million BTU is inadequate. We urge you to strengthen the surrogate filterable PM standard to no higher than 0.0024 pounds per million BTU for all coal plants. As EPA notes in the proposal, 0.0024 pounds per million BTU is the average emission rate of the best performing 50% of units evaluated by the agency. Furthermore, EPA notes that the average rate of the best 75% of units evaluated was 0.0031 pounds per million BTU, suggesting that even among units that aren't already achieving this rate, many would be within striking distance and likely could achieve it with modest improvements in performance and controls like electrostatic precipitators and fabric filters. Setting the standard at 0.0024 pounds per million BTU would represent a better balancing of the statutory factors and result in HAP emission reductions that are achievable at reasonable cost. We support EPA's proposed revision to the mercury standard for lignite coal plants, which is also supported by available information and data. However, EPA can and should go further by lowering the mercury limits for all coal plants. EPA should also update and revise the acid gas limits to better reflect what control technologies are capable of. In addition to revisions to the levels of the standards, the requirement of PM continuous emission monitoring systems for compliance with the filterable PM surrogate standard is a welcome and warranted improvement, and EPA should also require SEMS for the acid gas standard. We also support the removal of the alternative work practice standard for startup and urge EPA to set standards for toxic organic hazardous air pollutants and eliminate the subcategory for waste coal plants. EPA's regulatory impact analysis shows the most stringent option analyzed had by far the largest net benefits of about $1 billion annually, despite the difficulty quantifying HAP benefits. While quantified benefits alone may justify a stronger standard, in considering the benefits of emissions reductions and cost of implementation, EPA should take into account environmental justice implications, particularly potential benefits to indigenous populations that may consume more fish and therefore be more exposed to mercury, and communities in the Southeast. And while EPA may consider cost as part of the technology review, the agency is not required to consider cost in a particular way, and EPA should consider cost in the broader context of the power sector. In light of the statutory language, the goals of Section 112 of the Clean Air Act, the reductions in air toxics and associated benefits, and the reasonable cost of the power sector, we urge you to move forward with finalizing stronger standards, particularly for the metal HAP surrogate standard. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you very much. Our next two speakers will be Leslie Vasquez and Neil Wagoner.
Hi, can you hear and see me okay?
I don't see you. I hear you fine.
Okay, 1 second. I don't know why my computer is not doing what it should. Apologies about that. I guess I can go forward with my testimony. My name is Leslie Vasquez, and that's Lesliez, and I am a Bronx resident and the Clean Air Program Coordinator at South Bronx Unite. I strongly support strengthening the limits on mercury and air toxic standards from coal and oil-fired power plants and urge you to finalize more stringent standards to further protect our communities from toxic pollution. In the South Bronx, the air our communities breathe is toxified by peak power plants, 3 major highways, a constant stream of diesel-fueled trucks from local warehouses, and several waste transfer stations, including a facility that processes the Bronx's entire household waste. At the same time, our community has among the lowest access to open green space in the city, and climate change looms as a threat multiplier. We already have to endure living next to toxin-emitting infrastructure that will contaminate our air for years to come. Such of polluting facilities should not have been allowed in the first place, and the minimum that can be done to help our communities from having additional cumulative health impacts is to set stricter standards. Due to its small size and pervasive characteristic, mercury falls into waterways and accumulates in fish that families eat. The potent neurotoxin causes permanent damage to the brains of unborn children, leading to developmental delays, learning disabilities, and birth defects. Other air toxins can also penetrate our lungs and bloodstream, causing health impacts that result in aggravated asthma, decreased lung function, and difficulty breathing, all of which compromise our community's health and ability to thrive. The South Bronx has already one of the highest asthma rates in the whole country, and setting stricter standards will reduce hospitalization for respiratory-related health issues. People of color are 61% more likely than others to live in a county with unhealthy air quality, and it is to no surprise that the South Bronx, a historically marginalized community, is experiencing the brunt of racial, social, and environmental injustice. I asked the EPA to finalize a more stringent alternative standard of no higher than 0.06 pounds per million British thermal units of heat input for non-mercury metals hazardous air pollutants, and support EPA's proposal to revise the mercury standard to a more stringent level for the health of our communities. Thank you for the opportunity to provide.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Our next speaker is Neil Wagoner.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone on the East Coast, and good morning to everyone further west. My name is Neil Waggoner. That's Neilwaggoner. I reside in Columbus, Ohio, and I am the Deputy Director of Federal Energy Campaigns for the Sierra Club. I am pleased to offer my comments today in support of EPA's proposal to strengthen the mercury and air toxic standards, often referred to as MATS. So I grew up in the Cleveland suburbs, and during that time, there were multiple coal-fired power plants operating across Lake Erie's North Shore. This included First Energy's East Lake plant, a plant that was ever present when I walked out my front door and was in the backdrop of every primary school I attended. Later, when I went to college in Southeast Ohio, there was a coal plant in the middle of my campus and multiple coal plants in the region, including the infamous General James Gavin plant, one of the largest polluters in the country. The basic geography of my upbringing meant myself and people I care about were impacted by a disproportionate amount of pollution from coal-fired power plants. So this is a long way of saying that my support for EPA's proposal, in addition to other work EPA is doing to increase public health regulations, is not just a professional one, it's very much a personal one for me. I've worked for Sierra Club for over 11 years, and one of the first issues I was engaged on was talking with our members and supporters about EPA's original MATS proposal. I remember talking to folks, speaking with folks back then, and that they were shocked that EPA was not already regulating mercury from coal plants and their desire for EPA to take action. That support helped lead to an extremely successful rule. Since its implementation, the 2012 MATS rule has led to huge reductions in pollutants like mercury, arsenic, and hydrochloric acid that would otherwise expose communities to mercury-contaminated fish, as well as dirtier air and water. Mercury emissions alone from power plants declined by 91% between 2010 and 2012, or 2020, thanks to this rule. That's huge. So EPA's proposed updates seek to build on that success of the original rule. Coal plants remain one of the largest sources of mercury in the United States, and EPA's proposal to update MATS for power plants is critical to protect communities from mercury and other hazardous pollutants. EPA estimates the proposal will reduce millions of tons of harmful pollutants by 2035, improving public health in communities across the country, something we can all support. So what's more, though, is that EPA estimates the health and climate benefits of this proposal will exceed $170 million. But complying with that rule will cost only around $33 million, as I understand it, giving MATS a 10-to-1 benefit to cost ratio. Again, huge. So finally, while EPA's proposal is a positive update to the original MATS, there is room for EPA to go further and fully capitalize on the opportunity it has to protect public health with this update. With that said, I encourage EPA to adopt a standard of no higher than 0.006 pounds per million BTU or lower when the rule is finalized. So with that, thank you for the opportunity to speak on this matter. Thank you to all the EPA staff still working on this proposal, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you very much. Our next two speakers will be Karen Valentine and Jean Clems.
Hello, my name is Karen. Hello, can you hear me? My name is, okay, very good.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. My name is Karen Valentine, and I am a member of the Moms Clean Air Force, and I'm here today because I strongly support the EPA's new protections against mercury and other forms of air pollutants coming from coal-fired power plants. Everyone here today, of course, has made very clear the dangers and the reasons for strengthening MATS. I speak as a member of Moms Clean Air Force, the Sierra Club, and several other statewide organizations between Delaware, Maryland, and West Virginia. I grew up along the Patapsco River in Maryland. I raised my 3 daughters along the Potomac River in West Virginia. And I have lived along the Indian River Bay and the Atlantic Ocean in Delaware. My entire life has included residing within the Chesapeake Bay watershed. I've watched locals, indigenous peoples, families, and fishermen depend on these waterways. They are a livelihood for many people. There are so many ordinary citizens, though, who ingest fish and breathe the air around these waterways without knowing any of the dangers that exist, especially with mercury consumption. This information is posted. The EPA does a good job posting these dangers, as well as statewide organizations. But it is not often that the average citizen really takes advantage of that. I try to encourage that, and I know a lot of organizations do try to encourage that. So it is our responsibility collectively to protect people. I strongly support the EPA requiring continuous emissions monitoring for coal plants. Continuous being the key word. People deserve continuous protections, not convenient or sporadic protections. These strict new standards would also encourage public health protections from other health air pollutants as well. One thing always leads to another. I thank the EPA for this proposal to strengthen MATS. And I thank all of the organizations who create awareness and effectuate policy changes, especially as a member of Moms Clean Air Force. And I thank all of you today, and I thank all of the hard work everybody at the EPA does. Thank you for hearing my personal story and reasons for encouraging these stricter standards. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Thank you for testifying. Are there any questions from the panelists? No? Okay, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Jean Clems.
Okay. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I don't see you.
Yeah, I don't know why my computer isn't doing what it's supposed to either, but I'd like to simply speak then.
That's fine. We hear you perfectly fine.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Jean Clemes, and I'm a retired teacher, grandmother of 7 grandchildren, and a member of Moms Clean Air Force. I'm from Ann Arbor, Michigan, and I strongly support EPA's proposal to strengthen the mercury and air toxic standards and ask that the EPA finalize these standards as quickly as possible. I apologize for not spelling my name first. Jean, Jean, and Clemes, Clemes. As a grandmother and retired teacher, I'm concerned about our children's health and brain development. Mercury is especially dangerous for developing babies and children. It can cross the blood-brain and placental barriers after ingestion, leading to toxic effects on fetal and infant brains. When pregnant women eat contaminated fish, mercury can cause long-term losses in IQ scores, impaired motor function, learning impairments, and behavioral problems in their children. People who eat fish more frequently, like recreational or subsistence fishers, are at higher risk for experiencing health impacts from mercury. There are many fish consumption advisories due to mercury contamination for water bodies across the U.S. I have 2 sons, and they both have homes on lakes. My grandchildren play, swim, and fish in the summertime. My daughter-in-law has a pamphlet on her refrigerator called the Eat Safe Fish Guide. According to the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, there are 13 different species considered seriously contaminated by mercury, as listed in the Eat Safe Fish Guide. Michiganders need to eat less fish because of the impact of mercury in the Great Lakes, rivers, and inland lakes across Michigan. Additional health harms linked to mercury exposure include cardiovascular problems, including increased risk of heart attacks. As an older adult, this also concerns me. I want to live a long life enjoying my grandchildren. Strengthen protection from non-mercury toxics covered by MATS, such as lead, arsenic, and chromium, because these heavy metals are known to increase the risk of significant health impacts, including fatal heart attacks, cancer, and developmental delays in children. Mercury protections have had significant public health benefits, but stronger safeguards are needed to protect the health of families across the country. That's why I strongly support the EPA's propose new protections against mercury and other forms of air pollution coming from coal-fired power plants. These standards are critical for protecting children's developing brains from mercury and other toxic heavy metals, and they will help hold coal plants accountable for their pollution. We call on EPA to finalize the strongest possible safeguards to protect the health of children and families by the end of the year. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the panelists? No. Thank you very much. So the next speaker is Joseph Micheletti. Is he here available?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I hear you. Okay. There you go. I see you. Whenever you're ready.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Joseph Micheletti. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Westmoreland Mining LLC, the owner of the Rosebud Mine. I'm coming to you from Big Sky Country, Montana, where we truly enjoy the big blue sky, clear horizons, pristine air, and starlit nights. As I read the new proposed EPA MATS rules, it is clear that the proposed rule is simply another overreaching federal attempt to shut down more coal plants instead of a legitimate effort to improve air quality. In the last decade, Montana's coal generation fleet has been reduced by over 35%. The only coal-fired electric producing plants remaining are the Colstrip units 3 and 4. And let me be very clear, they are absolutely vital to maintaining Montanans and the Pacific Northwest's economies. It is estimated that the upgrades needed to comply with EPA's proposed rule will cost Colstrip over $500 million. Moreover, the timeline that the EPA gives the plant to make these upgrades is likely unattainable, as it is developing new generation sources in that period of time. That is a combination for disaster. This rule could result in a possible early shutdown of units 3 and 4, which could in turn result in a cascade of negative economic consequences across the Pacific Northwest. That's the big picture. Now let me take a minute to tell you how this rule really will likely impact Montana and the community of Colstrip. First, Montana will bear a disproportionate share of electricity price and reliability risks associated with the EPA's new rule. Colstrip provides affordable, reliable power to Montana customers during the hottest and coldest days. Having a dedicated local fuel source protects Montana energy users from price swings caused by severe weather. Colstrip saved customers $9.8 million over 6 days last December as Montana experienced record-setting cold temperatures of below 50 degrees Fahrenheit. Similarly, total annual savings from Colstrip in 2022 topped $94 million for Montana customers. Even closer to home, a forced early closure of Colstrip units 3 and 4 over the next few years will kill approximately 3,200 jobs and eliminate $80 million annually in state tax revenue, according to analysis by the Montana Bureau of Business and Economic Research. Targeting the power plant targets coal mining, an honorable profession, an industry that has been a part of the history of Colstrip for more than 100 years, helping to build much of eastern Montana and much of the western United States. Operating the Rosebud mine provides jobs and tax revenues to the surrounding area, in addition to fueling the Colstrip generation station, which provides power for the region. The Rosebud mine has a close working relationship with the Northern Cheyenne tribe, including a full-time liaison, preferential hiring, transportation support for tribal law enforcement, and a college scholarship program. In 2022, the Rosebud mine paid nearly $72 million in taxes and fees money that paid for roads, education, and other programs in Montana, were an important source of revenue for local landowners. Moreover, the Rosebud mine is a good steward of the land upon which we operate. We engage in advanced reclamation techniques before, during, and after mining, and we do it well. In closing, EPA's proposal unfairly impacts customers of Montana's sole utility with adequate baseload power capacity. It unfairly destroys the livelihoods of thousands of people and the economies of communities across the Western United States, all of at best minimal benefits to air quality. I urge you to reconsider this implementing this rule as it stands and consider a more sensible and methodological approach that derives the benefits you seek without the consequences I described here today. Thank you.
Thank you. And you mentioned some cost estimates for Colstrip. If you, I expect that you'll submit written comments. I hope you do. And if you do, if you can include information on that in the written comments, that would be very helpful.
Absolutely, we will, Nick.
Yep. Thank you very much. Any questions from the other panelists? Okay, so I believe we've completed the part of the hearing with registered speakers, and we do have some time left to accommodate those on our wait list. So I'd like to invite Randall Pinocci, if he's here to speak. Is Randall Pinocci available? I think maybe not. Is there someone else from the wait list? Ken Woolley. Is Ken Woolley available?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Feel free to start whenever you'd like. I can hear you fine, but I don't see you. If you were, there you go. Proceed whenever you're ready. Yeah.
All right. Good morning. I appreciate you giving me a chance to speak. My name is Ken Woolley, Kenwooley. I'm currently the general manager at the Rosebud Mine in Colstrip, Montana. I'm a proud miner, and I've been mining for over 32 years. I've worked at 9 mines across 5 states and 3 major mining companies, and I can tell you without exception, the thousands of women and men I've worked with in the mining industry are outstanding environmental stewards. Every operation I've worked at, we go well beyond the required mandated standards, and as a point of pride, we make sure that we keep it, as Joe said, well beyond the minimum. I want to talk today to address the devastating impact to our employees and our state as the Colstrip power plant shuts down due to these rules. This year represents the 100th anniversary of mining in Colstrip. Mining in the Colstrip area began in 1923, supplying coal for the rail. Modern mining began in the late 1960s and continues today. Westmoreland took over in 2001, and we currently employ 311 mine workers. Counting our contractors and the employees across the road at the power plant, over 1,000 employees are directly employed between the mine and the power plant. Nearly 20% of our workers are Northern Cheyenne. Many of these Cheyenne employees support more than one family with their wages. In a county of 8,000 people, these jobs are not only significant, they're almost irreplaceable. Many of our employees are second and third generation employees. They have deep roots and are invested in our community and county. The fact sheet and in fact, a lot of the folks testifying this morning significantly minimize the impacts of potentially closing the Colstrip power station. To these employees and their family, it's devastating. Our home values will plummet. We will be forced to move for work. Extended families will be separated. Even the very water supply to the town depends on the power plant's operation. In short, we will lose everything to gain almost nothing. I worry that the positive effects are being overstated. As someone that lives downwind from Yellowstone Park, it puts a different context in the amount of mercury being pulled out of this power plant. The impacts, meanwhile, the impacts from Montana go well beyond Rosebud County. Studies show that as many as 3,300 good-paying jobs across the state will be impacted, according to the University of Montana's BBER. Over the useful life of the plant, this would amount to over $5 billion in lost income to Montana employees. That's just in lost wages, and as everyone knows, those wages turn over many times and support many, many Montanans. It would be easy to discount these impacts by saying that the plant would eventually close anyway. My counter to that is that we need time to ease these human impacts. If we shut down the plant suddenly in just a few years, the impacts are much more devastating than if we have time to wind down the operations and work with the SEMDC to diversify the economy in Rosebud County. I would encourage a staged implementation, if any at all, and where communities have very little economic diversity, we should be given more time to adapt and take care of our employees and their families. I urge the EPA to sharpen their pencils on the devastating economic impacts in the rural areas such as Colstrip, Montana.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the panelists? Thank you. So I called earlier, let's see, Randall Pinocchi, and I believe he is now ready to speak. Commissioner, whenever you're ready.
Can you guys hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for giving me a chance to say hi. So, as a public service commissioner in Montana, our goals are safe, reliable, and affordable. Now, I have here in front of me on the safety issue that the technology of the Colstrip plant has the ability to capture 99.6% of all particulate matter coming out of those stacks. And I really appreciate mothers being concerned about children, but to my knowledge, Colstrip does a fantastic job in monitoring any particulate. And everybody has to understand, I have some of the highest energy rates in the history of Montana facing my ratepayers. We are looking at a 28% increase on my retired people alone. Now, if we're going to talk about reliability, Montana doesn't produce enough electricity to supply its own state. We have to depend on importing from out of state. And if we reach out looking for electricity during a time it's 50 below, trust me when I tell you, those mothers with children are going to be more concerned about that than any particulate getting past 99.6%. Now, I can't speak for coal plants out of Montana, but I've been to Colstrip several times. It's a very well-run operation and it's very clean. And to meet my safe, reliable, and affordable, I need to continue with Colstrip until I have other energy resources available. Now, let's talk a little bit about the impact if we were to close Colstrip. Or let's talk about whether we have to meet these new upgrades at $1 billion. What am I going to do to the retired person who's already got the highest energy prices in the history of Montana? Increase them more? I don't have anyone in Montana protesting in my district with any concerns of Colstrip or fish being poisoned or children at risk. I'm sorry. I don't have any evidence of that. So if I'm going to focus on safe, reliable, and affordable, I'm asking to stand against this proposed new limit. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, we have one more speaker, and this is really going to challenge my I'm afraid that I'll just brutalize that. Is the speaker available?
Hello there. I thought I was not in the list, so I'm not ready this time. I'll join next time.
Okay.
It's been a pleasure to listen to everyone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so then we will adjourn this session. My name is Nick Hudson. I've been chairing this hearing session. I want to thank my fellow panelists and everyone who's offered testimony today, and everyone who took time out of their schedules to listen to today's hearing on EPA's proposal to strengthen and update the mercury and air toxics standards, also known as MATS, for power plants. As a reminder, you can submit written comments on this proposal through January 23rd, 2023, and we encourage everyone to submit written comments for this proposal. They're very helpful. We'll now take a recess, and the next session will begin at 1:30. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the public hearing for EPA's proposal to strengthen and update the mercury and air toxic standards, also known as MATS, for power plants. My name is David Cuzzy. I am the Deputy Director in EPA's Sector Policies and Programs Division in the Office of Air Quality Planning Standards, and I will be chairing this session of the virtual public hearing. During today's hearing, we will take comment on EPA's proposal to strengthen and update the national emission standards for hazardous air pollutants for coal and oil-fired electric utility steam generating units, also known as EGUs, commonly known as MATS for power plants. This proposed rule reflects the most significant improvements and updates to MATS since EPA first issued these standards in February 2012. It also fulfills EPA's responsibility under the Clean Air Act to periodically reevaluate its standards in light of advancements in pollution control technologies to determine whether revisions are necessary. Now I'd like to invite our other two panelists, Barrett Parker and Kate Corcoran, to introduce themselves.
Thanks, David. I'm Barrett Parker, an environmental engineer in the Measurement Policy Group. I support emissions quantification for the MATS rule. I look forward to your testimony today. Kate?
Hi, thanks, Barrett, and thank you all for being here today. My name is Kate Corcoran, and I'm a policy analyst in the Clean Air Markets Division within the Office of Atmospheric Protection. And I work on a number of power sector air emission regulations, including MATS.
Thank you, Barrett and Kate. We're also joined today by a court reporter who will produce a written transcript of today's hearing. We will add the transcript to the public docket for this proposed rulemaking, and we'll carefully consider your comments as we develop a final rule. Before we begin hearing from you, we have a few ground rules and housekeeping items to help make today's hearing run smoothly. First, EPA is committed to an environment of mutual respect and safety. We want to hear your views on the proposed rule today. However, the agency will not tolerate harassment, discrimination, intimidation, inappropriate language and images, or sustained disruption of the public hearing. EPA expects everyone participating in this hearing, including registered speakers, attendees, and those of us on this panel, to conduct themselves in a respectful and civil manner. We will monitor and moderate this virtual event to ensure that common standards of decency are upheld. Please note, by registering for this event, you are agreeing to abide by the ground rules of the virtual hearing. We ask that everyone remain muted with their cameras off until it is your turn to speak. Okay, let's move on to how today's hearing will work. If you've joined us through Zoom, please keep the chat box open. It is at the bottom of your screen. We will put the names of the next speakers in the chat box. We also may use the chat to communicate directly with you during the hearing. I will call on each speaker when it is their turn. Let me apologize in advance for any mispronunciations. When I call on you to speak, please unmute your line. If you're joining us via Zoom, that button is on the lower left of your screen. If you're joining us by phone, you can mute and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Please state your first name and last name and spell it for the record. When you're providing testimony, you're welcome to activate your video camera by clicking on the Start Video icon at the bottom left of your screen. If you are not testifying, please keep your camera off. Each speaker will have 4 minutes to give comments. A 4-minute timer will be displayed on the screen to help you keep track of your time. The timer will start when you state your name. When your 4 minutes are up, it is time to stop. If you're testifying by phone, the timekeeper will alert you when you have 1 minute remaining. To be fair to everyone, and we have a very full schedule, we're going to strictly enforce the 4-minute limit. If you have additional items that you would like to share, such as a slide presentation or videos, you may submit them to the docket for the proposal through June 23rd, 2023. And we will post that docket information in the chat box throughout the session today. We encourage you to also submit a written copy of the testimony you provide today. We will post information on how to submit written comments in the chat box throughout the hearing. We are here to listen to you today. However, panel members may ask questions to clarify your comments. When you are finished speaking, please remain on the line until I can confirm that there are no further clarifying questions from our panel. Once we are done, please remute your line and turn off your camera. I will then call the next speaker and so on. If time allows, we may be able to add additional speakers. If you did not pre-register and are interested in speaking, please send a direct message to attendee support in the chat box. Our logistics team will let you know if there are any time slots available and will assist you with registering. Finally, today's hearing consists of 3 sessions, a morning, afternoon, and evening. If there are no additional speakers, we may close a session 15 minutes after the last registered speaker has testified. We also may take short breaks as needed. Thank you again for taking the time today to share your comments on EPA's proposal. Let's get started. Our first 2 speakers will be Liz Hurtado and Tracy Sabetta, and we'll begin with Liz.
Good afternoon. My name is Liz Hurtado, Lizhurtado, and I'm a National Field Manager for Moms Clean Air Force and a Latino engagement program, EcoMadres. I'm a mother of 4 living in Virginia Beach, Virginia. As a mother, I made a commitment to always keep my children safe, which is why I'm here today to voice my support of EPA's proposal to strengthen the mercury and air toxic standards. No amount of mercury contamination is safe. We must keep mercury and other toxics from spewing out of coal-fired power plants and ending up in our air, water, soil, and in the food we eat. Studies have shown that our freshwater lakes, streams, and rivers in the Chesapeake Bay watershed contain fish that may be unsafe to eat because of their high levels of mercury contamination. Coal-fired power plants and trash incinerators are the largest sources of this pollutant in the region. Mercury can travel great distances before getting deposited into waterways through rainfall or as a gas. Despite years of declining mercury emissions, this toxic pollutant remains prevalent in our waters, and stronger standards are greatly needed. Mercury is especially harmful to babies and children. With each pregnancy, my doctor reminded me to stay away from eating large fish due to the risk that mercury exposure can have on infants, including brain damage. It can affect children's ability to walk, talk, read, and learn. Mercury contamination is avoidable, and we must do what is right by our children to reduce these emissions from power plants that will help prevent countless premature deaths, heart attacks, asthma attacks, and hospital and emergency room visits. Strong mercury standards are also critical to advance environmental justice in the communities most impacted by pollution from coal plants. Latino communities face a disproportionate risk from toxic mercury pollution because of a combination of cultural, economic, and linguistic factors. Nearly 2 in 5 Latinos live within 30 miles of a power plant, and over 1 million Latinos nationwide actively participate in fishing as a recreational, social, or family activity. However, much of the Latino community is unaware that invisible toxic chemicals such as mercury might be present in the water that they fish in or in the fish that they eat. The lack of bilingual mercury advisories is a major factor in the community's awareness of contamination. We must hold coal plants accountable for their pollution, especially in communities that bear the heaviest burden of air pollution. We cannot continue to sacrifice public health. Protecting public health means keeping everyone's air clean and safe to breathe. So I once again urge the EPA to move swiftly to finalize the proposed mercury and air toxic standards as soon as possible. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony today. Are there any questions from the panel?
None for me, thank you.
Thank you again for taking the time today to provide your testimony. Our next speaker is Tracy Sabetta.
Good afternoon. My name is Tracy Sabetta, TracySabetta, and I'm a state field coordinator for Moms Clean Air Force in Columbus, Ohio. Moms Clean Air Force strongly supports the Environmental Protection Agency's proposed new protections against mercury and other forms of air pollution coming from coal-fired power plants. These standards are critical for protecting children's developing brains from mercury and other toxic heavy metals, and they will help hold coal plants accountable for their pollution. We call on the EPA to finalize the strongest possible safeguards to protect the health of children and families by the end of the year. Mercury protections also limit the release of other toxic air pollutants from power plants, helping to prevent exposure to air pollution that has been linked to cancer, respiratory illnesses like asthma, premature death, and other dangerous health problems. Because communities of color and low-income communities bear the heaviest burden of air pollution, reducing mercury and air toxics pollution is an issue of environmental justice. Most mercury exposure happens through the consumption of fish. People who eat fish more frequently, like recreational fishers, are at higher risk for experiencing health impacts from mercury. In May of last year, the Ohio Department of Health, in conjunction with the Ohio Department of Natural Resources, issued the 2022 Ohio Sport Fish Consumption Advisory Table. The table lists 201 bodies of water in Ohio with consumption advisories for mercury in certain breeds of fish. These bodies of water span from Lake Erie to the Ohio River to smaller bodies of water like Conneaut Creek, where it is recommended you eat fish from that creek less than 1 time per month because of mercury and other pollutants. When pregnant women eat contaminated fish, mercury can cause long-term impacts such as impaired motor function, learning impairments, and behavioral problems in their children. It was 24 years ago that my obstetrician cautioned me not to eat fish during my pregnancy. Having grown up in Ashtabula, Ohio, on the shores of Lake Erie, fish had been a staple in my diet my entire life. But I did heed the warning and change my eating habits. Now here we are on my daughter's 24th birthday, and we're still working to reduce mercury pollution. While my daughter may receive the same warning should she decide to start a family, I'm hopeful that someday stronger standards will reduce this threat to our children's health. Strengthening the mercury and air toxic standards will mean requiring continuous emissions monitoring for coal plants, with facilities tracking their pollution at all times rather than just for short periodic emissions tests. In a state that continues to rely so heavily on coal, that will go a long way here in Ohio. Once again, on behalf of the 89,000 Moms Clean Air Force members in Ohio, I strongly support EPA's proposal to strengthen the mercury and air toxic standards and ask that EPA finalize the standards as quickly as possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
Just one, David. You mentioned an advisory table. You plan to submit that to the record?
Yes, it is. It will be attached.
Thanks.
Nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to provide your testimony. Our next two speakers are Lucia Valentine and Manuel Salgado.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Lucia Valentine, and I'm the West Virginia organizer for Moms Clean Air Force. I'm from Shepherdstown, West Virginia, and have lived in the Mountain State my whole life. I strongly support the EPA's proposal to strengthen the mercury and air toxic standards and ask that EPA finalize these standards as quickly as possible. Growing up along the banks of the Potomac River, I have been no stranger to the negative public health impacts that heavy industry has had, particularly coal-fired power plants on the state of West Virginia. Pollution from coal-fired power plants, specifically mercury, degrades water quality, air quality, and threatens our health. And mercury from coal-fired power plants is released into the air, falls into waterways, and accumulates in the fish that families eat. It's worth noting that there is no safe level of mercury consumption, and mercury is a potent neurotoxin that can cause permanent damage to the brains of babies and fetuses, leading to developmental delays, learning disabilities, behavioral problems, and birth defects. Additional health harms linked to mercury exposure include cardiovascular problems, including increased risk of heart attacks. Mercury protections have had significant public health benefits, but stronger safeguards are needed to protect the health of families across the country. We need standards that will reduce emissions from other health-harming air pollutants, including fine particle pollution, also known as soot, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxides, and carbon dioxide that will require continuous emission monitoring for coal plants, which means that facilities will be required to track their pollution at all times, rather than just for short periodic emission tests that don't necessarily reflect the pollution actually going into the air most of the time. So Moms Clean Air Force has been advocating for strong mercury protections for over a decade, and we strongly support strengthening MATs. We must keep mercury and air toxics from spewing out of coal-fired power plants and ending up in our air, water, soil, and food. Our families and communities have a right to know what's in our air, and we have a right to breathe clean air. Please finalize the strongest MAT standards as soon as possible. Our children's health must be protected. And thank you for your time today.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
None from me.
None, thank you.
And thank you for taking the time today, Ms. Valentine, to provide your testimony. Our next speaker is Manuel Salgado.
Hello, my name is Manuel Salgado, MANUEL-SALGADO. I'm a geoscientist with a remote sensing and atmospheric science background, and I am the Environmental Justice Research Analyst for We Act for Environmental Justice. We are part of the Clean Air for the Long Haul cohort, a national group of environmental justice organizations working together to put forward campaigns and embed environmental justice and EPA rulemaking within the power and transportation sectors. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on the proposed mercury and air toxic standards for power plants. Due to a legacy of structural racism leading to discriminatory housing practices and zoning, communities of color and low wealth are not only on the front lines of the climate crisis, but are disproportionately overburdened by the health damaging effects of toxic pollution from coal and oil-fired power plants. Exposure to these toxic chemicals leads to disastrous health effects and premature deaths. High rates of exposure and health risks from mercury and other toxic air pollution is a stark reality for many of the environmental justice communities across the country who live, work, and go to school in the shadow of coal and oil-fueled power plants. EPA's own analysis shows that among people living within 10 kilometers of coal plants, a higher percentage live 2 times below the national poverty level average. Children are especially at risk from mercury emissions from power plants. Studies have shown mercury exposure for children, both born and unborn, leads to reduced neurological function, which persists into adulthood and that negatively impacts the rest of their lives. Our communities have long contended with emissions from coal burning power plants. This rule is a critical opportunity to reduce the danger for mercury and other toxics for fence-line communities and for the EPA and the entire administration to protect public health and honor its commitments to equity and environmental justice. While we commend the EPA for taking these steps to further reduce the danger posed by mercury and other air toxics, the reality is that there are no safe levels of exposure to these toxic emissions. I repeat, there are no safe levels of exposure to mercury, lead, arsenic, and other toxic pollutants from coal-fired power plants. We ask the EPA to finalize a more stringent alternative standard of no higher than 0.006 pounds per million BTU for non-mercury hazardous air pollutants. We fully support the EPA's proposal to revise the mercury standard for lignite-fired power plants to a more stringent level. If lignite is allowed to be used for electricity generation, it should be subject to the most stringent emission standards for all air pollutants. We agree with this long overdue proposed emissions limit for mercury. We also support the EPA's proposal to require continuous emission monitoring for particulate matter from all coal-powered generating units. Real-time data from continuous monitoring is essential to protect public health, especially in fence-line communities. The EPA must swiftly finalize strong protections against mercury and other toxic emissions from power plants to ensure clean air, water, and land, and to protect the health of overburdened environmental justice communities. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I look forward to continued engagement and working with the EPA to finalize and then implement and enforce the strongest possible mercury and air toxic standards for power plants. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salgado. Are there any questions from the panel?
None from me, Deb.
No, thank you.
Thank you again for taking the time out to provide your testimony. Our next 2 speakers will be Sarah McBride and Brian Burton. We'll begin with Ms. McBride.
Hi. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Sarah McBride, spelled SARAH, McBride, Bride. I'm the program coordinator for media and public engagement with Moms Clean Air Force, and I live in St. Petersburg, Florida. I'm testifying today in strong support of EPA's proposal to strengthen the mercury and air toxic standards and to ask that EPA finalize these standards as quickly as possible. I grew up in Falmouth, Massachusetts, a small town on Cape Cod, and only moved away about 3 months ago. Falmouth is a major destination for outdoor recreation, namely fishing. Growing up, I remember learning about the dangers of mercury in canned tuna, but I never thought of it as an issue in the freshwater fish swimming in the kettle ponds around my home. That's largely because it wasn't talked about. Many of the ponds are surrounded by what look like what I thought of as a polluted body of water. I'm a little embarrassed to say that it was actually only last year, after 16 years on the Cape, that I learned that the Massachusetts Department of Public Health has issued fish advisories for the ponds I grew up swimming in due to high concentrations of mercury in the fish. Over the years, I've seen countless people fishing in these ponds with coolers by their side, and I never once saw a posted advisory warning people not to eat the fish. I wonder how many people ate the contaminated catch, unknowingly exposing themselves and their families to mercury. We know that there is no safe level of mercury consumption. Level of exposure carries potential risk. Mercury exposure can increase the risk of heart attacks, and it is a potent neurotoxin that can cause permanent damage to the brains of babies and fetuses. It is heartbreaking to think that a family's fishing trip could have profound, long-lasting impacts on their health. One of the have to protect our families from mercury is to limit pollution from coal-fired power plants, which release mercury into the air and eventually falls into the waterways and accumulates in the fish we eat. We know that mercury protections have had significant public health benefits, but strong safeguards are needed to protect more people. Please finalize the strongest mercury and air toxic standards as soon as possible. We can't afford to put this off. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the panel?
Nothing.
None, thank you.
Thank you for taking the time today to provide your testimony. Our next speaker is Brian Burton.
Yes, all right. My video's there. Thank you. My name is Brian Burton, BryanBurton. I'm the manager for advocacy for healthy air at the American Lung Association. By taking bold steps through updating the mercury and air toxic rule, EPA has the opportunity to raise up the first generation of American children safe from mercury pollution since the dawn of the Industrial Revolution. My mother suffers from advanced lung disease, and her condition is the primary reason I came to work for the Lung Association. Each morning, she must check the air quality on her phone before making her daily plans. This routine is repeated by millions of Americans across the nation. While seniors are particularly susceptible to pollution from power plants, children are the most vulnerable and affected group by emissions of mercury and other airborne toxic chemicals. Even low levels of methyl mercury exposure can cause neurodevelopmental impacts. All too frequently, poor urban communities are the victims of environmental injustice by virtue of their proximity to centers of heavy industry, transportation, and coal and oil-fired power generation. But research has shown that mercury can travel at least 30 miles from its source and much further than that via waterways. Coal-fired power plants are by far the largest source of mercury pollution in America. The burning of lignite coal releases an especially high level of mercury and other air toxics, and the regulation of this source is a significant step forward. Dangerous pollution from coal-fired power plants can also threaten important natural ecosystems. Not far from where I live stands the Brunner Island Electric Station, overlooking the main tributary of the Chesapeake Bay. By EPA's own reporting, Brunner Island's 2021 mercury emissions were 156% of the 2020 levels, a significant increase. Utilization of available technologies allowed the plant to achieve a 31% reduction in 2002 of mercury emissions, while increasing heat input by 44%. Despite this commendable progress, the work of cleaning up toxic emissions is not done, as this power plant is scheduled to continue burning coal for at least another 5 years. Here and across the nation, it is vital that EPA finalizes their proposed standard as soon as possible. The Chesapeake Bay's 6-state, 64,000 square mile watershed is home to more than 18 million people and 3,000 species of plants and animals. It is also the source of Maryland crab and many commercial fishing communities. Coal burning plants near waterways present a significant risk of depositing ionic mercury, which does not travel great distances into the seafood supply. Mercury exposure is often felt and identified over many years rather than by sudden acute impacts, and can immediately be connected with an obvious upwind source. This incremental emissions exposure adds to the risk for millions of people, so that even small risks spread over so large a population can result in a significant amount of cumulative impact on vulnerable groups. Our current regulation of mercury from power plants has been the accumulation of decades of deliberate and careful processes weighing significant scientific study with logistical challenges. The reduction in atmospheric mercury concentrations and deposits have been a tremendous success in the history of the American environmental protection. Significant reductions in mercury and other air toxic have been tremendously effective in limiting the exposure to children from harmful pollutants. The American Lung Association supports the most stringent possible standards for filterable particulate matter and urges EPA to finalize a standard of no more than 0.006 pounds per million BTU. We applaud EPA for this proposal to further reduce dangerous emissions from coal and oil-fired power plants and ask the agency to quickly finalize the strongest possible standards. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the panel?
None from me, Daniel.
None, thank you.
Thank you for taking the time today, Mr. Burton, to provide your testimony.
Thank you.
Our next speakers are Quentin Scott and Anna Rios, and we'll begin with Mr. Scott.
Hi, thank you for having me. My name is Quentin Scott. I am the Federal Policy Director at Chesapeake Climate Action Network. For over 20 years, CCAN has been advocating for climate policies on behalf of our nearly 40,000 followers in Maryland, Virginia, and DC. CCAN supports the EPA's proposed mercury and air toxic standard and urges the EPA to finalize the strongest possible standard as quickly as possible, using the most effective modern abatement technologies to limit dangerous and deadly pollution. Mercury and other dangerous toxic air pollutants from power plants contaminate our water, our soil, and compromise our food supplies, especially in fish. These pollutants are hazardous to human health, even in small doses, especially for pregnant women and young children. For example, infants born to women who were poisoned by methylmercury had development challenges to the nervous system. Metal toxins like chromium and nickel cause cancer, and acid gas causes serious lung disease. Mercury is considered by the World Health Organization as one of the top 10 chemicals of major public health concern. Since 2012, the mercury and air toxic standards have helped to significantly slash the amount of mercury and other toxic emissions from power plants. Continuing to reduce these dangerous pollutants in indigenous communities, low-income communities, and communities of color is an environmental justice necessity. EPA has the authority and moral responsibility to issue rules that will clean up our air and protect our health from power plants. The proposed limits for non-mercury heavy metals like nickel, arsenic, and chromium at all coal power plants are not nearly stringent enough. The standard should be set at a more stringent level of 0.06 pounds per million BTUs and not at the 0.01 pounds per million BTU. This would improve public health for communities of color and frontline communities near the 91% of coal plants that already meet this 0.10 standard. Numerous coal-fired power plants across the country are already achieving lower emission levels than the proposed rule. For CCAN, this demonstrates two things. One, the technology improvements to lower emissions are cost-effective and available. And two, the EPA can go further and just strengthen this proposed rule to lower mercury for power plants. According to the EPA's own analysis, this rule would decrease mercury pollution by 1%. But health professionals tell us no amount of mercury pollution is safe. To fulfill the obligation to protect the public health, EPA must finalize a strong standard that substantially reduces mercury pollution at all coal power plants and not just ones that burn lignite. Overall, we are encouraged by what's in the proposal, especially strengthening the mercury standard for coal plants that burn lignite coal, so that is in line with the standard of non-lignite coal plants. Last month, CCAN and 13 organizations in front of the EPA headquarters released 6 steps the EPA could take immediately to cut pollution from dirty power plants, including the MATS Risk and Technology Review proposal. We are thrilled the EPA is listening and took this step in the right direction to achieve President Biden's environmental justice commitments and keep its clean energy goals in reach. Again, CCAN supports EPA's proposal and urges the EPA to finalize the strongest possible standard as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
No.
No, thank you.
Thank you again for taking the time today to provide your testimony. Our next speaker is Ana Rios.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Ana Rios, ANARIOS, and I am the New Mexico field organizer with Moms Clean Force and its Latino engagement program, EcoMadres. I live in Albuquerque with my 3 children, and I strongly support EPA's proposal to strengthen the mercury and air toxics standards. Today, I am calling on the EPA to finalize these standards as quickly as possible. Mercury is a potent neurotoxin that can cause permanent damage to the brains of babies and fetuses, leading to development delays, learning disabilities, behavioral problems, and birth defects. So we have made progress on cleaning up mercury pollution thanks to the mercury and air toxics standards. There is still a long way to go, and stronger standards are needed. I personally like to eat fish, but when I got pregnant, my doctor cautioned me not to eat large amount of fish because of potential mercury contamination, and there is no safe level of mercury consumption. Like any mother, I want to protect my kids from any harm, so I limited the consumption of fish. One day my daughter asked me if he likes fish, why we couldn't eat it more often. When I explained it why, she expressed her discomfort and why is pollution even in the food? Aren't fish supposed to be healthy for you? And she's right. Why should the vast majority of the population, especially communities of color, be worried about different ways pollution is affecting their life around the country? Strengthening mercury standards is a matter of environmental justice. Moms Clean Force has been advocating for strong mercury protections for over a decade, and we strongly support strengthening MATS. We must keep mercury and other toxics from spewing out of coal-fired power plants and ending up in our air, water, soil, and food. EPA's proposal to strengthen MATS is a welcome step forward. The proposed rule will hold coal-fired power plants accountable from their pollution, protecting babies and children's health. Once again, I strongly support the proposed rule and ask you to finalize stronger mercury and air toxics protections as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you for providing your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
None, thank you.
Thank you again for taking the time out of your day to provide your testimony. Our next 2 speakers will be Celera Hughes and Carolina Pena Alcorn. And we'll begin with Celera Hughes.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Celera Hughes, CELERAHHEWES, and I live with my family in Albuquerque, New Mexico. I'm a field manager for Moms Clean Air Force, an organization of over 1.5 million parents, caregivers, and family members working to protect our children's health from the impacts of climate change and air pollution. I support the EPA's proposed new protections against mercury and other forms of air pollution coming from coal-fired power plants. These standards are critical for protecting children's developing brains from mercury and other toxic heavy metals, and they will help hold coal plants accountable for their pollution. I'm urging the EPA to finalize the strongest possible safeguards to protect the health of children and families by the end of the year. Mercury, a potent neurotoxin, is released into the air from coal-fired power plants, falls into our waterways, and accumulates in fish that families eat. This can cause permanent damage to the brains of babies and fetuses, leading to developmental delays, learning disabilities, behavioral problems, and birth defects. Health harms from mercury exposure for adults may also include cardiovascular problems, increasing risk of heart attacks. While most people are aware that there are toxins in some food making it unsafe to eat, it was not until I was pregnant that I was instructed to avoid fish with high levels of mercury. Any person who has been pregnant receives a list of foods that one should avoid for the health of a developing baby. Fish with high levels of mercury are always on that list, and the reality is that while the impact of mercury on a growing brain can be severe, there is no safe level of mercury consumption for any person. Mercury protections have had significant public health benefits, but stronger safeguards are needed to protect the health of families across the country. That's why Moms Clean Air Force has been fighting on this issue for 12 years. Some of the most important aspects of this rule that we're considering now are: 1, strengthening protection from non-mercury toxics covered by MATs, such as lead, arsenic, and chromium. These toxic heavy metals are known to cause significant health impacts, including fetal heart attacks, cancer, and developmental delays in children. 2, reducing emissions from other health-harming air pollutants, including fine particle pollution known as soot, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxides, and carbon dioxide. And 3, requiring continuous emissions monitoring for coal plants, which means that all facilities will be required to track their pollution at all times, rather than just for short periodic emissions tests that don't necessarily reflect the pollution actually going into the air most of the time. We must keep mercury and other toxins from spewing out of coal-fired power plants and ending up in our air, water, soil, and food. Once again, I strongly support EPA's proposal to strengthen the mercury and air toxic standards and ask that EPA finalize these standards as quickly as possible. Our families and communities deserve nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
None, thank you.
Thank you again for taking the time today to provide your testimony. Our next speaker is Carolina Peña Alarcón.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Carolina Peña Alarcón, CarolinaPeña-Alarcón. I live in Arlington, Virginia. I'm here today as a concerned citizen, daughter, aunt, and godmother. I am the manager of Ecomadres, the Latino engagement program of Moms Clean Air Force that brings together Latinos to address clean air and climate change and toxic issues affecting the health of our communities, the children and the families. This is why I am here today, to speak to you and speak out and strongly support the EPA proposal to strengthen the mercury and air toxic standards. I want to raise my voice for pregnant women and for those of childbearing age. I'm genuinely concerned about these issues. I know that during pregnancy, mercury can easily cross the placental barrier and concentrate in the brain of developing fetus, where it can disrupt the growth of that precious organ. Babies and children are more vulnerable than adults to the health effects of mercury. When a woman is pregnant, mercury in her blood can harm her baby, even if it doesn't cause immediate health problems. Through the Ecomadres program, our state coordinators in Colorado, Iowa, Nevada, New Mexico, and Texas, and our national team based in Maryland, Virginia, and Washington, D.C., we all have the opportunity to meet with Latino families through our community events at farmers market, churches, and national parks. The common theme is concern for our health. We have heard countless stories of families with children who have suffered the consequence of air pollution, and mercury is one of them. Mercury exposure is widely recognized as a global public health problem, but Latino communities and communities of colors and low income are unequally and unfairly burdened by this dangerous pollution. This is because we live in places where there is a disproportionate exposure to emissions from coal-fired power plants. And of course, this is the source from which mercury is released into the air by power plants and chemical companies. The statistics are very clear. Almost 2 of 5 Latinos live within 50 kilometers of a power plant. Additionally, Latinos tend to fish in their immediate urban communities due to a lack of adequate transportation to safe fishing grounds. Fish caught in these areas tend to have the highest concentration of mercury. And as a result, who fish is polluted with because of urban areas, and they consume an average of 13.9 micrograms of mercury per day, which I understand is the double of the EPA safe limit. Once again, strengthening the mercury and air standard is a crucial step to protect America's children and an important step to environmental justice for communities of color and low-income communities. I strongly support the EPA proposal to strengthen the roles of mercury and air toxins and call for EPA to finalize this rule as soon as possible. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
I just had one, David, one comment. I assume that you'll go ahead and put in the consumption rate for Latino families in the comments.
Can you repeat your question so we can submit in the comments?
Sure. You specifically mentioned a certain level that Latino families consumed more than others. And I just want to be sure you put that in your comments too.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Barrett. We will make sure to do that. Thanks.
Nothing from me, but thank you.
And I would just ask that you also cite some information about the number of Latinos living within 50 miles. If you provide that in your written comments as well, that would be very helpful. Any citation to that.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. And thank you for taking the time today to provide your testimony. Our next 2 speakers will be Mercedes McKinley and Brooke Petrie. And we'll begin with Mercedes McKinley.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Mercedes McKinley, and I'm the state coordinator for Moms Clean Air Force and its Eco Madres program, Latino Engagement Program. I live in Las Vegas, Nevada, and I'm a mother of a 2-year-old baby girl. I'm testifying today in support of the EPA's new proposed protections for mercury and air toxic standards. I immigrated from El Salvador to the US when I was 7 years old. Before coming to this country, my father took us to the beach almost every weekend. I grew up eating fish as a child and went fishing with my grandfather often. As I got older, I continued to consume fish, especially after I learned that eating fish can be good for you. It can provide beneficial nutrients for babies during pregnancy. Eating fish has always been a part of who we are. Unfortunately, right after I became pregnant, my OBGYN advised me to avoid tuna, swordfish, king mackerel, and a few other species because they contain high levels of mercury. I decided to look a little bit further and found that the US Food and Drug Administration provides even more information regarding the safety of eating fish as it relates to mercury. And this advice is for not just pregnant women, but mothers who are breastfeeding and children ages 1 through 11. So a baby in utero who's been exposed to mercury can have a series of issues ranging from brain damage, learning disabilities, and brain defects. Exposure to mercury can also lead to cardiovascular issues and increase the risk of heart attacks in vulnerable populations. Since there is no safe level of mercury consumption, it is imperative that we protect the health of our families across the country by implementing stronger standards against mercury. These heavy metals from coal-fired power plants pose serious health risks for humans and wildlife. I strongly support the new proposed standards for mercury and air toxins. Our children deserve to be protected from these toxins as the harm they create is avoidable. I urge the EPA to finalize and enforce the strongest standards as soon as possible. Our children shouldn't have to wait any longer. I'd like for my daughter to grow up and have a little bit of the experiences culturally that I had with my father around fishing and the wildlife and the ocean. And we have an opportunity to make that happen for her today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
No, thank you.
Thank you again for taking the time today to provide your testimony. Our next speaker is Brooke Petrie or Petrie.
You got it, it's Petrie. Thanks so much. I'm Brooke Petrie. It's BROOKEPETRY. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm a state coordinator for Moms Clean Air Force, Pennsylvania, and I live in Philadelphia with my family. I strongly support EPA's proposal to strengthen the mercury and air toxic standards and ask that EPA finalize these standards as quickly as possible. Mercury from coal-fired power plants threatens the health of our communities when it is released into the air, falling into waterways and accumulating in the fish that families eat. This is cause for serious alarm because there is no safe level of mercury consumption. Mercury can cause permanent damage to the brains of babies and fetuses, leading to developmental delays, learning disabilities, behavioral problems, and birth defects. Fishing was a huge part of my childhood. My father was and still is an avid fisherman. I spent summers walking my two younger sisters to our local reservoir to fish for sunnies or trying to catch trout to eat at a nearby lake. While I live in the city now and have very few chances to fish, I still leap at the opportunity when we visit family. Watching my child reel in their first fish was such a special moment as a mom. I remember that moment clearly, but I also remember the moment that followed. Concern instantly replaced my excitement, thinking, is this fish even safe to eat? What a shame that even milestone childhood moments must be marred with concern over toxic pollutants in our water, in our air, and even in our food. While my story is about fishing for fun, not out of necessity, many communities rely on fishing as a primary food source for cultural identity or for economic reasons. Addressing this toxic pollution is an environmental justice issue, as we all know the toll of pollution exposure is unevenly distributed, with communities of color and low wealth communities bearing the heaviest burden. EPA's proposal to strengthen MATS is critical for the health of our families. Among the many benefits, it will reduce emissions from other health-harming air pollutants, including fine particle pollution, also known as soot, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxides, and carbon dioxide. And importantly, it will require continuous emissions monitoring for coal plants, which means that facilities will be required to track their pollution at all times. This matters because short periodic emissions tests don't necessarily reflect the pollution actually going into the air most of the time. Moms Clean Air Force strongly supports strengthening mercury and air toxic standards. We must keep mercury and other toxics from spewing out of coal-fired power plants and tainting our most basic needs as humans, our air, water, soil, and food. Please finalize the strongest standards as soon as possible. Our children's health must be protected. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you again for taking the time out of your day to provide your testimony. Before we get to our next speakers, I would like to remind everyone to keep your chat boxes open in case our logistics team needs to reach out to you directly. And with that, we'll move to our next two speakers, Jenna Riemenschneider and Lisa Patel. And we'll begin with Jenna Riemenschneider.
Thank you. So thanks for the opportunity to testify today. I'm Jenna Riemenschneider, RIEMENSCHNEIDER, and I'm the Senior Director of Advocacy and Policy at the Asthma and Allergy Foundation of America, also known as AFA. Founded in 1953, AFA is the oldest and largest patient advocacy organization for the 100 million Americans with asthma and allergies. AFA supports strengthening the limits on mercury and air toxic standards, or MATS, from coal and oil-fired power plants and urges EPA to finalize even more stringent limits to protect health. In the United States, nearly 26 million people have asthma, and over 3,500 people die each year from asthma. That's about 10 people a day. It's a chronic disease that causes your airways to become inflamed, making it hard to breathe. Stronger limits on MATs are important for people with asthma for several reasons. Firstly, they help reduce asthma triggers. Power plants release various pollutants that can trigger asthma attacks, including particulate matter, sulfur dioxide, and nitrogen oxides. Exposure to this pollution is not only an asthma trigger, but also a significant risk factor for developing asthma. Air pollution diminishes lung function, triggers asthma episodes, and increases rates of emergency room visits, hospitalizations, and school absenteeism related to asthma. Secondly, strong MATs not only target mercury emissions, but also address the other hazardous air pollutants such as arsenic, lead, and acid gases. These pollutants can worsen respiratory conditions like asthma and increase the risk of developing respiratory infections. Thirdly, stronger MATs are an environmental justice imperative. Power plants are often located in or near disadvantaged communities, leading to a disproportionate burden of air pollution. This particular environmental injustice contributes to higher rates of asthma prevalence and poorer asthma control in these communities. It's not a coincidence that Black, Hispanic, and Indigenous populations in the United States bear a disproportionate burden of asthma as well. In fact, Black individuals are 5 times more likely to be treated in an emergency room for asthma and 3 times more likely to die from asthma than white individuals in the United States. In sum, by addressing air pollution at its source, strong MATs contribute to creating a cleaner and healthier environment for individuals with asthma to live in. AFA strongly supports more stringent limits on MATs and EPA's proposal to require continuous emissions monitoring for particulate matter pollutants from all coal power generating units. This will limit exposure to hazardous air pollutants, protect vulnerable populations, promote environmental justice, and provide long-term health benefits. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions of the panel?
Certainly. As you mentioned before, or as we've mentioned before, you had a number of stats on asthma. Be sure to include those in your written comments to us.
Absolutely. Yeah, none for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time today to provide your testimony. Our next speaker is Lisa Patel.
My name is Dr. Lisa Patel, L-I-S-A-P-A-T-E-L. I'm the Executive Director for the Medical Society Consortium on Climate and Health and Clinical Associate Professor of Pediatrics for Stanford University. The consortium represents 46 major medical societies and over 700,000 physicians around the country who understand climate change to be a profound threat to human health. I'm also a hospital-based pediatrician who cares for infants in our neonatal intensive care unit and children requiring hospitalization. I strongly support strengthening the limits on mercury and air toxic standards from coal and oil-fired power plants, and I urge you to finalize more stringent standards to further protect kids from toxic pollution. We know that mercury is a potent neurotoxin, damaging the brains of infants and unborn children. I get to be there at the bedside when parents are waiting to welcome their new infant to the world, full of expectation and hope. But I also see the infants who go on to develop cerebral palsy, developmental delay, and learning disabilities. As parents, we love our children no matter what, but we also want our children to be as healthy as possible. There are causes to issues like cerebral palsy that are not always preventable, but ensuring that expectant mothers do not have to breathe this toxic and foul pollution is an intervention we can take to protect both mother and baby. I strongly support this rule because as a health professional, I understand that no amount of exposure to hazardous pollutants like mercury is considered safe. Air pollution from these fossil fuel burning plants contains an additional 80 hazardous air pollutants that can cause cancer, respiratory issues, cardiovascular disease, and premature mortality. We know that infants, pregnant individuals, older adults, people of color, people with lower incomes, and those with chronic medical conditions are more vulnerable to these pollutants. Strengthening this rule is also a matter of environmental justice. The EPA's analysis shows that among people living within 10 kilometers of coal plants, a higher percentage live 2 times below the national poverty level average. Native Americans are also more likely to live within 10 kilometers of a coal plant, and certain demographic groups like Hispanics, Asians, and American Indians may experience disproportionately higher ozone and particulate matter pollution compared to the national average. Strengthening this rule will reap multiple benefits, including roughly 3 times more avoided premature respiratory mortality from long-term and short-term ozone exposure in 2035, more than 6 times avoided premature respiratory mortality from particulate matter exposure in 2035, 10 times more avoided infant mortality from particulate matter exposure in 2035, and more than 6 times more avoided lost workdays, hospital admissions from cardiovascular or respiratory illness from particulate matter exposure. The consortium supports the EPA's proposed strengthened rule and asks the EPA to finalize an even more stringent alternative standard of no higher than 0.006 pounds per million British thermal units of heat input for non-mercury metal hazardous air pollutants. I urge you to finalize more stringent standards to further protect kids from this toxic pollution. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Dr. Patel. Are there any questions from the panel?
Yes, David. Again, you mentioned a number of statistics for groups living near power plants. Be sure to include those in the voting comments.
Yeah, just echoing Barrett's comments. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you again for taking the time from your day to provide your testimony. Our next 2 speakers will be Mitchell Hescox and David McCullough. And we'll begin with Mitchell Hescox.
Good afternoon. My name is the Reverend Mitchell C. Hescox, M-I-T-C-H-E-L-L, Hescox, H-E-S-C-O-X. I serve as president of the Evangelical Environmental Network and live in New Freedom, Pennsylvania. Defending our children, both born and unborn, from the hazards of mercury pollution has been a biblical calling since 2009. I spoke at the original MATS proposal release beside then EPA Administrator Lisa Jackson, defended MATS in the hearing before the United States House of Representatives, briefed United States senators along with the United States Conference of Catholic Bishops, and our EEN team worked tirelessly to preserve MATS during the previous administration's ill-fated attempts to roll back the standard. And recently, I just spoke before the House of Representatives regarding the MATS appropriate and necessary finding. All of our efforts in defending our children of mercury would not have happened without EPA career staff. And I would like to publicly thank the EPA staff, both active and retired, who have worked passionately since 1990 Clean Air Act to make the MATS standard a reality. Before MATS was first finalized in 2012, 1 in 6 newborn children suffered permanent brain damage caused by mercury emitted by coal-fired power plants. Thanks to the original MATS standard, mercury levels have been significantly reduced. But the work to end mercury and toxic pollution from coal-fired power plants isn't finished. According to 2020 data, 48 of 50 states still have mercury fish consumption advisories. And EPA data from 2001 shows an alarming 13% increase in mercury emissions from electric generation. And plants powered by lignite were not included in the original standard, putting families in Texas and North Dakota at particularly high risk. Additionally, other HAPs like hydrochloric acid, arsenic, chromium, and soot across the country still threaten our unborn and newly born children, as well as all people who live near coal or oil-fired stations. Mercury and other toxics emitted from these stations are spewed into the air, fall into our water and soil, entering the food we eat. Pregnant and nursing moms can unknowingly eat fish or other foods high in mercury or other poisons and pass them directly to their unborn babies or newly born infants through breast milk. Therefore, we strongly support the EPA's proposal to strengthen the limits on mercury and other toxic pollution from coal-fired power plants. Mercury is a dangerous and deadly neurotoxin that can cause permanent brain damage in babies and children, leading to developmental delays, learning disabilities, behavioral problems, birth defects, and even death. While progress has been made, it's time to finish the job. And we specifically call for 70% mercury reduction from existing lignite-fired plants. And we believe that actually raising the mercury standard to the same standard as other coal-fired generating stations provides both better outcomes and is cost-effective. Lower a limit for non-mercury heavy metals at coal-fired plants by 2/3, These include nickel, arsenic, chromium, and are best measured as filterable particulate matter. And we recommend that these pollutions should be reduced to at least 0.01 pounds per British thermal unit instead of 0.03 pounds. EPA estimates that 91% of coal-fired plants already meet this lower standard. And we suggest that it would improve public health for those living near plants and generating stations. And we strongly recommend reducing that filterable particulate matter to 0.006 pounds per million British thermal units. This standard is achievable with negligible cost, but significant health benefits. And we also really support the requirement of a continuing emissions monitoring equipment at all stations. Today, the world faces enough threats to our children. Let's not endanger our children with substances we can't control. We must protect the weakest in our society, our children, by strengthening the mercury and air toxins. As the psalmist says, give justice to the weak and the fatherless, and maintain the rights of the afflicted and the destitute. We urge the EPA to act quickly to finalize the proposed standard and use the latest medical research to determine the most stringent standards to defend our children. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Reverend Hescox. Are there any questions from the panel?
None from me.
None for me either. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time today to provide your testimony. Our next speaker is David McCullough.
I don't know if you can hear me, but I can't get my picture up. It says that the host canceled it for some reason.
We can hear you.
Okay. I'm not that great looking anyway. So, all right. My name is David McCullough, spelled MCCULLOUGH. I am a United Methodist pastor, and I've been privileged to lead thriving congregations in the Pennsylvania counties of Clearfield, Center, Montour, and York, where I now live. I'm an evangelical as defined by the National Association of Evangelicals and an active member of the Evangelical Environmental Network, led by my good friend before me. In retirement, I serve elderly handicapped people, and on Monday evenings during our worship gathering at LCBC Church, I care for infants and toddlers with a team of 5 outstanding people. And it's the largest church in Pennsylvania with some 20 extension campuses, and over 35,000 Pennsylvania citizens are a part of it. I care deeply about little children who are vulnerable to mercury and other poisons released into our environment by the fossil fuels industry. I firmly believe that God will hold accountable those who pursue profit at the expense of those whose health is damaged by the greed and desire of people who have wealth. And God does care, and I care, that mercury poison is hurting people all over our state, especially children, those who live in minority communities, expecting mothers, etc. I know these industries provide good paying jobs, but it's at the cost of many who thereafter suffer terrible health consequences, including the children. Mercury is a highly toxic element for which there is no known safe level of exposure, and it can only do harm. I too am grateful that the EPA staff have worked so diligently since the Clean Air Act was amended to make mercury and air toxin standards a reality. And I understand that mercury levels have been reduced significantly. We're grateful for the progress, but no amount of mercury is safe for children or pregnant mothers. In collaboration with the Evangelical Environmental Network, I call for the following: that while a 70% reduction in mercury emissions limit from existing lignite-fired plants is better than the original MATS rule, we believe that raising the mercury standard to the same standard as other coal-fired electric generation stations is both better for health results and is cost-effective. Secondly, lower the limit for non-mercury heavy metals, including nickel, arsenic, and chromium at all coal plants, all coal-fired electric generation stations, and all coal plants by 2/3. This reduction can be attained with negligible costs, but with significant health benefits, and require continuous emissions monitoring systems at all coal-fired electric generation stations. It is essential that we do everything possible to protect our children and other vulnerable persons by strengthening the mercury and air toxic standard. I enjoy caring for infants and toddlers during Monday evening worship gathering. I lead a team of great people who do it. I get to change the Pampers after the children have had their snacks. But I know that one little mistake can be tragic, and that's why we must eliminate the poisons. Thank you very much.
And thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
None from me.
None for me either. Thank you.
And thank you again for taking time from your day to provide that testimony. Our next two speakers are Jackie Lozano and Philip Covert, and we'll begin with Jackie Lozano.
Good morning. My name is Jackie Lozano. I am a volunteer with Moms Clean Air Force, and I am the mother of a 4-month-old baby boy. I live in East Las Vegas, Nevada. I am here today in support of the EPA's new proposed protection for mercury and air toxic standards. Mercury is a highly toxic substance that can have serious health effects on both humans and wildlife. One of the most concerning effects of mercury is its impact on pregnancy. Exposure to high levels of mercury during pregnancy can result in developmental problems, including damage to the nervous system, brain, and kidneys of the developing fetus. In some cases, exposure to high levels of mercury during pregnancy can lead to stillbirth or miscarriage. During my pregnancy, my OBGYN advised me to avoid fish due to the possible exposure of mercury. I followed my doctor's orders and did my best to care for my unborn son. I am concerned that the ongoing burning of coal will continue to create a hazardous environment for other new moms and unborn babies. Mercury exposure can also have negative effects on people overall, regardless of pregnancy. Exposure to high levels of mercury can damage the nervous system, leading to symptoms such as tremors and memory problems. It can also affect the cardiovascular system, causing high blood pressure and increased risk of heart disease. The toll of air pollution is unevenly distributed, with communities of color and low wealth communities bearing the heaviest burden. I strongly support the new proposed standards that will hold coal plants accountable for their pollution. The current standards have done much to help, but it's not enough. We need to also straighten protection for the other toxins in addition to mercury. Lead, chromium, and arsenic are also toxic heavy metals that can cause fatal heart attacks, developmental delays in children, and cancer. Once again, I strongly support the proposed new protection against mercury and other forms of air pollution coming from coal-fired power plants. We call on EPA to finalize the strongest possible safeguards to protect the health of children and families by the end of the year. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify and protect my family.
Thank you for taking the time today to provide your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
No.
No, thank you.
Thank you again. Our next speaker is Philip Covert.
I'm here. I don't know why I'm not on.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, I'm so glad it says start the video. So maybe let me start the video. See if that does it. Here I am. Here we are. It's so good to see each of you today. I am probably, after listening to many of these, and you have heard many of these testimonies far more than I have, and I will not be saying anything that is very unique from what you heard. So I appreciate your patience. I also appreciate your dedication to our environment. I am the Reverend Dr. Phil Covert, Phil, P-H-I-L, Covert, C-O-V as in Victor, ERT, and this is not a covert operation. I am the chair of the board of directors of Evangelical Environmental Network, and I live in York, Pennsylvania. Defending our children, both born and unborn, from the hazards of mercury pollution is, for me, one of the most significant moral issues and also a biblical mandate under which I live. As an evangelical Christian, I believe that all human life is extremely sacred, and that each individual is equally endowed with innate value and dignity and is therefore worth defending. As Psalm 139 verse 1 says, this is God speaking, "For you informed my inward parts, you knitted me together in my mother's womb." I believe that's so true for all of us. On behalf of all children, I'm really grateful to the EPA staff who have worked passionately since the 1990 Clean Air Act to make mercury and air toxic standards a reality. But we're not done with that. You know that. That's why we're here. Being a father of 3, grandfather of 9, and a great-grandfather of 2, children are a precious gift from God and are among the most vulnerable members of our society. As a pastor, some of the most difficult issues I've had over the years is being at the bedside of parents as they receive a stillborn baby, because it has been exposed through the mother to toxic issues. The same way with babies that have been born with health issues and are threatening of not being able to survive. It has broken my heart. And if you could have seen what I have seen, you would feel the very same way. And I know, and you know, that a lot of that is the result of mercury that is in our streams and in our air and all the other pollutants that are in our atmosphere these days that we are breathing in, both the young, the old, the unborn. And I'm concerned about them because often they are the people that don't have any voice. And so that's why I'm here today, to give voice to these vulnerable people, the silent majority out there, so to speak. I'm concerned about them, and I believe you are too. You've heard all of the scientific evidence. I'm not about to repeat that to you. You know what that's about. I would just like to end with a note of being personal. As you consider the new MATS level, look at the children around you, your children, the children in your neighborhood, the children playing in the playgrounds near you, and ask yourself, are we doing everything we can to defend and save the future of these children? I really appreciate the work you do again, and for you listening to me. Thank you, and God bless each and every one of you.
Thank you for your testimony, Reverend Dr. Covert. Are there any questions from the panel?
None from me.
None for me either. Thank you.
Thank you again for taking time from your day to provide your testimony. Our next 2 speakers are Lindsay Garcia and Gary Ewert. And we will begin with Lindsay Garcia.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Lindsay Garcia. That's LINDSAY GARCIA. I am the Director of Communications for the Evangelical Environmental Network and Young Evangelicals for Climate Action, and I live in Denver, Colorado. At EEN and YACA, we take seriously Jesus's command to love our neighbors as ourselves. We believe this love includes acting to cut dangerous pollution that harms our neighbors and communities, especially young children. In the past few years, over 4 million Christians have acted in support of EEN's efforts to defend human health from the negative impacts of pollution, including over 140,000 Christians who commented against rolling back elements of the mercury and air toxic standards during the 2020 rulemaking process. Before MATS became law, approximately 1 in 6 children in the United States were born with concerning levels of mercury. Mercury impairs healthy brain development and is linked to cardiovascular disease, as well as several other adverse health impacts. Over 1,000 published medical journal articles verify mercury's negative impacts on health and find that no level of mercury in the human body is safe. When it comes to the health impacts of pollution, children are not just smaller adults. Their developing bodies leave them especially vulnerable to pollutants like mercury. Those most at risk are unborn children and infants. Pregnant women who consume fish and shellfish contaminated with mercury transmit the dangerous substance to their developing children, and infants can ingest mercury through breast milk. Unlike adults, unborn children have no way of excreting mercury from their bodies. Instead, the toxins continue to circulate in the womb, only increasing their exposure. Medical research shows that mercury levels in umbilical cord blood are twice those found in the mother's blood. Therefore, even if a mother remains below the risk level doses, the unborn children might not be. The good news is that MATS works. The standards have so far achieved a 90% reduction in mercury pollution from power plants, while simultaneously reducing particle pollution. But our work is not complete. Mercury fish consumption advisories remain in place in all 50 states, and at least 200,000 children remain neurologically impacted from mercury exposure, which costs us $4.8 billion per year. While progress has been made with MATS, it's time for us to finish the job. That's why I'm specifically calling for a 70% reduction in the emissions limit for mercury from existing lignite-fired plants, stronger protections for non-mercury toxics, including lead, arsenic, and chromium, reduced emissions from other health-harming air pollutants, including fine particle pollution, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxides, and carbon dioxide, and a requirement for coal and oil electric generating stations to continually monitor their emissions. Thank you so much for your time and your work on this important matter.
Thank you for providing your testimony. You mentioned 200 million children impacted, and I believe it was an $800 million impact on the economy. Will you be able to provide that in the docket as well?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. Any questions from the panel?
Stole my thunder, David. No other ones.
None for me either. Thank you.
Thank you again for taking the time to provide your testimony. Our next speaker is Gary Ewert.
Good afternoon. My name is Gary Ewert, and I am staff for the American Thoracic Society. That's Gary, G-A-R-Y, last name E-W-A-R-T. The American Thoracic Society is a medical professional organization of about 16,000 physicians, scientists, nurses, respiratory therapists, and allied health professionals dedicated to the prevention, treatment, cure, and research of critical care illness, sleep disordered breathing, and pulmonary disease. In short, we are lung experts. And as lung experts, ATS members are keenly aware of the adverse health consequences of exposure to mercury and other air toxics emitted from coal and oil-fired power plants. The ATS strongly supports EPA's proposal to issue more protective standards for mercury and other toxic emissions. Specifically, the ATS urges EPA to issue more protective standards for lignite-fueled power plants, finalize a more protective standard of no higher than 0.006 pounds per million British thermal units heat input for filterable particulate matter, and to require continuous emissions monitoring at coal and oil-fired power plants. Coal and oil-fired power plants emit a number of pollutants that endanger the lives of U.S. citizens. Mercury being most prominent, but also includes a longer list of dioxin, formaldehyde, radium, benzide, acid gases, metals, and other hazardous pollutants. Power plants emissions contains at least 84 separate air pollutants. Further, the emitted vapors contribute to the formation of other toxic gases in the atmosphere. These emissions have both local and long-range impacts as pollutants are carried throughout the country. Impacts include premature death, disease, abnormal brain and lung development in children, increased hospitalization and medication requirements, and lost work days. Power plants are the largest emitters of anthropogenic sources of acid gas emissions, and even at trace levels, highly corrosive and water-soluble acid gases can cause irritation and tissue damage to the eyes, skins, and lungs. Inhalation of acid gases can cause irritation, constriction in asthmatic airways, and continued exposure may contribute to the development of chronic airway diseases, including bronchitis, asthma, and reactive airway dysfunction syndrome. Power plants also contain heavy metals like lead, arsenic, cadmium, nickel, and chromium. Lead damages developing nervous system. Arsenic is a carcinogen and highly toxic. Nickel and chromium are associated with increased risk of cancer. And while these metals are toxic in their own, their incorporation into particulates increases the risk, including the risk of death posed by their inhalation on particles. And then there's mercury. Methylmercury bioaccumulates throughout the food chain, especially in fish. High to moderate doses of methylmercury can cause debilitating health effects because methylmercury targets the nervous system in the brain. Damage from even low doses of methylmercury can persist over a lifetime. Even low levels of methylmercury exposure in adults who consume contaminated fish can result in subclinical neurobehavioral abnormalities, and significant decreases in psychomotor coordination have been found in consumers of fish. All forms of methylmercury damage the kidneys, liver, immune systems in both adults and children. I see I'm quickly running out of time. As other speakers noted, there's significant adverse health effects to exposure to methylmercury in children. The ATS strongly supports that the work that EPA has started and recommends EPA quickly move forward to finalizing and implementing this important rule to protect our children and ourselves from the dangers of pollutants from coal and oil fire power plants. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the panel?
None. If you had comments you didn't get to make, I encourage you to submit them to the docket.
We will submit detailed comments.
Thank you, Mr. Ewart. And thank you for taking the time for your testimony today. Our next two speakers are Victoria Goebel and Danielle Berkowitz-Sklar, and we'll begin with Victoria Goebel.
Hello, my name is Victoria Goebel, Victoria, Goebel, Goebel, and I'm the national organizer and spokesperson for Young Evangelicals for Climate Action. Thank you for the opportunity to speak out today. YECA has engaged over 25,000 young Christians who have taken action to address environmental injustice as a key part of our faith. We are called to love God and love our neighbor, and that includes taking action to reduce harmful pollution that has lasting impacts on the health and well-being of our communities. My faith compels me to uphold justice, to care for communities that have been marginalized and harmed, and to defend life. That is why YECA supports the mercury and air toxic standards. Mercury is a highly dangerous neurotoxin that can be ingested by pregnant women and result in irreversible damage for their unborn children. Mercury can contribute to long-term impacts on a child's memory, cognitive function, language, and fine motor skills. Other health impacts include damage to the nervous, digestive, and immune systems, as well as the eyes, lungs, and kidneys. Many pregnant women live in communities with limited access to healthcare or clean drinking water and are in close proximity to pollution sources such as coal-fired power plants. Due to the United States history and ongoing reality of systemic racism and segregation, toxic industrial pollution has been concentrated in low-wealth communities, communities of color, and Black communities. The mercury and air toxic standards cover some of the most dangerous substances emitted by coal plants. In addition to mercury, MATS reduces chromium and nickel, both of which cause cancer, and hydrochloric acid gas, which causes serious lung disease. These substances can be harmful even in small quantities, and power plants are the nation's largest emitters of many of them. It is imperative that power plants be held accountable and that hazardous air pollutants are controlled. This is a matter of justice. The good news is that MATS works. Studies conducted by the EPA prior to MATS found that 1 in 6 babies born in the US had dangerous amounts of mercury in their systems. Thanks to the original MATS rule, mercury levels have now been reduced by 90%. That is good news indeed. However, there is much more work to be done. According to 2020 data, 48 of 50 states still had mercury fish consumption advisories. What's more, EPA data from 2021 shows an alarming 13% increase in mercury emissions from electric generation. Therefore, we strongly support the EPA's proposal to strengthen limits on mercury and other toxic pollution from coal-fired power plants. While progress has been made, it is time to finish the job. We specifically call for a 70% reduction in the emissions limit for mercury from existing lignite-fired plants, stronger protections for non-mercury toxins, including lead, arsenic, and chromium, reduced emissions from other health-harming air pollutants, including fine particle pollution, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxide, and carbon dioxide, and requiring coal and electric generating stations to continually monitor their emissions. We do not have time to waste. Thank you for your time, and I will be sure to submit these comments along with my citations.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony today. Are there any questions from the panel?
None from me, Dave.
And for me, thank you.
Again, thank you for taking the time out of your day to provide your testimony. Our next speaker is Danielle Berkowitz-Sklar.
Hi, my name is Danielle Berkowitz-Sklar, last name D-A-N-I-E-L-L-E, last name, B-E-R-K-O-W-I-T-Z-SKLAR. And I'm the National Field Events Coordinator for Moms Clean Air Force, a community of over 1.5 million caregivers that have joined forces to protect the health of children and youth from climate change and pollution. I'm grateful for the opportunity to testify today in support of finalizing the EPA's strengthened mercury and air toxic standards as quickly as possible. My family lives in California, where my parents relocated after raising me in Costa Rica. Having spent my early years in a rural town in Costa Rica, I have fond memories of driving home from a morning spent on the coast and indulging in the catch of the day with my 4 siblings. However, as a pediatrician, my mother instilled in us an awareness of the interconnectivity between public and environmental health at a very early age. I vividly recall my mother from the US explaining that she was always very mindful of the type and quantity of fish we would consume due to the risk of mercury poisoning. As young children, we failed to fully grasp the gravity of her concerns, but now I understand the implications, especially since we regularly consumed fish sourced from the nearby ocean. However, exposure to mercury is not a matter of choice for many people. To learn very recently that in the United States, the main source of this highly toxic heavy metal is coal-fired power plants was really incredible. Communities across the US are being exposed every day, with those of color and lower incomes bearing the heaviest burden of contaminated food. Indigenous communities in which fishing is an integral part of their culture and where fish is consumed more frequently than the general population are at an increased risk of exposure. Black communities residing in the Southeast who live below the poverty line and rely on fish they catch for sustenance are also disproportionately exposed to this toxic metal. Mercury contamination poses a clear and undeniable threat to human health, with no acceptable level of exposure in water, air, or soil. The benefits of implementing mercury protections to curb pollution and mitigate its adverse effects on human and environmental health are also very clear. By reducing mercury emissions, we can prevent harm to vital organs in adults, including the brain, heart, kidneys, lungs, and immune system. Additionally, we can protect the developing brains of infants and safeguard children's ability to learn, to speak, and to walk. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today and voice my support for implementing stringent mercury and air toxic standards as quickly as possible. It is critical to protect the health and safety of families across the country, and this rule represents a significant step in that direction. Thank you for your work and for your time today.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
None for me, thank you.
Thank you again for taking the time from your day. Our next 2 speakers are Peggy Trenk and Donald Hoppert, and we'll begin with Peggy Trenk.
Thank you. I apologize today. My video is kind of unstable, or my internet is, so I'll just leave that off if that's okay and continue. My name is Peggy Trenk, and that's spelled T-R-E-N-K, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the Treasure State Resources Association of Montana. I'm going to change the conversation up a little bit. Our association represents a broad spectrum of business and industry, agriculture, members of organized labor, and over 20 other membership organizations. Our members generate electricity, transmit electricity, and rely on 24/7 availability of affordable energy to produce goods and services and maintain our quality of life. We are greatly concerned about the impact of this proposed rule on the Colstrip generating station here in Montana, and subsequently our citizens and businesses, large and small. In order to meet the proposed standard, cost estimates suggest the Colstrip generating station would have to make $300 to $500 million investment in technology upgrades in an impossibly short period of time, putting the plant's economic viability in question and jeopardizing Montana's energy reliability. EPA's fact sheet suggests the proposed rule would have only a modest effect on electricity costs, but that's not the case in our state. Montana needs Colstrip to continue providing power on our hottest and our coldest days to avoid higher energy bills. Colstrip saved customers $9.8 million over the 6 days last December as Montana experienced record cold. The total annual savings from Colstrip in 2022 topped $94 million. Analysis conducted by Northwestern Energy in its 2023 resource plan found that if Colstrip were to be retired in 2030, customers would pay over $520 million more in extra costs. If the date were moved to 2026, which is the likely consequence of this rule as proposed, they will pay even more. And why? Not because the Colstrip generating station has failed to make significant improvements to reduce mercury emissions. The plant's existing control technology already captures 99.6% of all filterable particulate matter. We truly appreciate folks who are concerned about mercury, and I want to acknowledge the many caring folks who have spoken today. But requiring hundreds of millions of dollars in additional upgrades will hardly move the needle in terms of changing air quality in our state under this rule. But it could prematurely shut down Montana's most important source of affordable, reliable energy. EPA's own risk analysis of air toxins from 2020 demonstrates that air toxics from power plants are already at an acceptable level. We believe this proposed rule will cost jobs in Montana, will risk our energy security, and will harm consumers. As a result, on behalf of our membership, we ask that EPA not proceed with this rule as written. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you for your testimony. You spoke to some economic analysis on the impact of the Colstrip power plant. Will you be able to submit that information to the docket?
Yes.
Greatly appreciate that. Any other questions from the panel?
No, Dan, thank you.
None for me. Thank you.
Thank you again for taking the time to provide your testimony. Our next speaker is Donald Hoppert.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Don Hoppert, Hoppert, and I'm the Director of Government Relations for the American Public Health Association. APHA champions the health of all people in all communities. We strengthen the public health profession. We speak out for public health issues and policies backed by science, and we're the only organization that combines a 150-year perspective, a broad-based member community, and the ability to influence federal policy to improve the public's health. APHA strongly supports the mercury and air toxic standards that have successfully cleaned up coal and oil-fired power plants, as well as the finding that these standards are appropriate and necessary. We thank EPA for putting forth this important proposal, which will strengthen these standards to ensure that coal and oil-fired power plants achieve further reductions of emissions of toxic air pollution, including mercury. These stronger standards are critical to protecting kids and making sure that our children are healthier and our air is cleaner to breathe. Mercury, as we all know, is a potent neurotoxin that causes permanent damage to the brains of babies and unborn children, leading to developmental delays, learning disabilities, and birth defects. The MAT standards have significantly improved our children's health by cleaning up mercury emitted by these plants. In addition to mercury, power plants emit other dangerous pollutants, including arsenic, chromium, lead, formaldehyde, acid gases, sulfur dioxide, and particulate matter. These pollutants can cause cancer, damage the eyes, skin, and breathing passages, harm the kidneys, lungs, and nervous system, and even kill. The most vulnerable among us, including babies and children, pregnant people, older adults, and people with lower incomes, and people of color, as well as people with chronic diseases such as lung disease, heart disease, or diabetes, face even higher risks from these pollutants. The MAT standards have been a tremendous success and have achieved major reductions in mercury emissions and have also cleaned up dangerous particle pollution. EPA has proposed revising the standards for mercury from lignite-fired electric generating units to bring the standard in line with EPA's standard for existing electric generating units firing other types of coal. APHA supports this proposal. EPA has also proposed revising the standards for non-mercury metal hazardous air pollutants measured by filterable particulate matter for existing coal and electric generating units to 0.010 pounds per British thermal units of heat, but is also taking comments on a stronger standard of 0.006 pounds per million British thermal units of heat input. And APHA urges EPA to finalize the more stringent standard of no higher than 0.006 pounds for non-mercury metal hazardous air pollutants. Additionally, we support EPA's proposal to require continuous emissions monitoring for particulate matter pollutants from all coal power generating units. Despite the progress made to clean them up, power plants remain the largest domestic emitter of mercury and other hazardous air pollutants. It's now time to strengthen the power plant standards to further protect Americans from this dangerous pollution. EPA's pollution will also lead to significant health benefits, and the more stringent standards proposed will lead to even better health outcomes. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this important proposal, which will further protect the public's health and improve environmental justice for underserved and disadvantaged communities across the country. And I appreciate the opportunity to address you today.
Thank you for your testimony today. Are there any questions from the panel? No.
None for me, thank you.
Thank you again for taking the time today to provide your testimony. Our next two speakers are Tara Losoff and John Sanju. And we'll begin with Tara.
Good afternoon. My name is Tara Losoff, Taralosoff. I'm the Associate Vice President of Organizing and Campaigns at the National Wildlife Federation. We're the largest grassroots conservation organization in America with 52 state and territorial affiliates and more than 7 million members and supporters, including hunters, anglers, birders, and outdoor enthusiasts of all ages and all stripes. And we're committed not only to ensuring that wildlife thrive in our rapidly changing world, but to also achieving healthy, sustainable, and just communities by addressing environmental injustices that have overburdened low-income communities, communities of color, and Indigenous people. We strongly support the Environmental Protection Agency's work to update the mercury and air toxic standards, and we urge you to finalize the strongest possible protections to ensure that people and wildlife have access to cleaner, safer air and water, and to protect our shared environment from dangerous emissions from power plants such as mercury and other toxins. Now, the threat to public health from airborne mercury pollution, those threats are well known. The agency has acknowledged the single largest source of this pollution, coal-fired power plants, and that mercury deposits in our waterways, transforming to toxic methyl mercury and bioaccumulating in the food chain to end up on our dinner plates. The consumption of methyl mercury leads to neurological damage and other serious health effects, especially in fetuses, infants, and children, and pregnant women are at increased risk of miscarriage. Methyl mercury also has grave impacts on wildlife species, with potential impacts on recreation and tourism-based economies. Aquatic species like the loon, common goldeneye, ibis, and osprey are consuming methylmercury in fish and unable to rid themselves of the toxin, they can suffer physiological, neurological, behavioral, and reproductive harm. Scientists have also found dangerous levels of mercury in amphibians, reptiles, and songbirds that are not closely linked with aquatic systems, which demonstrates just how far mercury can travel across ecosystems. The 2011 standards have succeeded in cutting smokestack and mercury emissions significantly, yet, despite the progress, hazardous and persistent pollutants continue to harm people and wildlife. We need to go further. We cannot afford not to. The National Wildlife Federation's members and affiliate partners recognize that our health, our fishing traditions, our cherished wildlife, our communities, all of us will be impacted by the decisions this administration makes, and we strongly urge the EPA to finalize the strongest possible protections from power plant pollution and ensure that we all have access to air that is safe to breathe, water that is safe to drink, and food that is safe to eat. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
None from me, Ben.
None for me either. Thank you.
Thank you again for taking the time this afternoon to share your testimony. We're going to get to our next speaker, but just I want to make everyone aware that after this speaker, we'll take a brief 5-minute break. So we will listen to Mr. Sanju and then take a quick 5-minute break after this, after he's done speaking.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is John Sanju, that's SONJU. I represent the Montana Mining Association. The Montana Mining Association consists of hard rock operators throughout the state of Montana. We oppose the proposed reduction to MATS emission standards and urge the EPA to take a hard look at the cascading impacts of accelerated coal retirements on Montana's energy grid. The Colstrip power plant located in eastern Montana is a critical asset, providing a source of reliable power for Montana industry. Colstrip operators have assessed the viability of upgrading the plant to comply with EPA's proposed MATS rule and have concluded the compliance cost range, and you just heard it from the Treasure States Association, the costs range from $300 to $500 million for each of Colstrip's 2 units. Forcing such exorbitant compliance costs onto an existing facility such as Colstrip all but guarantees premature closure. Colstrip's early retirement will create severe hardship for the mining industry. Those mines that contract with the plant must find out-of-state suppliers in an increasingly expensive energy market. Meanwhile, those mines that depend on the Colstrip transmission to import power into the state will face load curtailments and a greater risk of reliability events. Mining isn't a start-stop activity. We depend on continuous supply of electricity to safely and efficiently operate our equipment. It's important to note that these aren't theoretical concerns. Grid regulators such as NERC and our state public utilities have repeatedly warned about transmission constraints and the harmful impacts of removing reliable power plants from service without adequate replacement generation. EPA's failure to analyze these reliability impacts is deeply concerning. However, what's more concerning is the aggressive 2026 compliance date. This deadline doesn't leave enough time to develop adequate replacement generation in Montana, nor does it allow Montana communities and industries to plan for a post-Colstrip future. For those reasons, we respectfully urge you to shelve this proposal and to work with Montana industry and stakeholders on a new rule that fulfills the administration's intent without jeopardizing the stability of our electric grid. We oppose the rule. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
Surely. You mentioned studies from the grid operator. Will you include those in your testimony? Good, thank you.
Nothing more for me. Thank you.
Thank you again for taking the time to provide your testimony. At this time, I'd I'm David Cuzzy, and I've been sharing this hearing session. I want to thank everyone who has shared comments so far today on EPA's proposed action. If you have any questions about today's hearing or are interested in registering to speak, please send a direct message to attendee support in the chat box. If you're joining us by phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9, and our logistics team will reach out to let you know if there are any time slots available. At this time, we're going to take a short recess. We'll resume the hearing at 3:20 p.m. in 6 minutes. Thank you very much. Welcome back from the break. My name again is David Cuzzy, and I am the Deputy Director in EPA's Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards. And I am chairing the session of today's hearing on EPA's proposal to strengthen and update the mercury and air toxic standards, also known as MATS, for power plants. Now I'd like to ask our other panelists to reintroduce themselves.
Certainly, I'm Barrett Parker with the Measurement Policy Group, I'm an environmental engineer who helped work on the MATS.
Thank you, and thank you all for being here today. My name is Kate Corcoran. I'm a policy analyst in the Clean Air Markets Division within the Office of Atmospheric Protection. Thank you.
I want to remind you that today's hearing is being recorded and transcribed to produce a written transcript of the hearing. We will add the transcript to the public docket for this rulemaking and will carefully consider your comments as we develop the final rule. If you have questions about today's hearing or are interested in registering to speak, please send a direct message to attendee support in the chat box. If you are joining us via the phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9. Our logistics teams will add you to today's agenda if time slots are available. Please note, by registering for this event, you are agreeing to abide by the ground rules of the virtual hearing. That includes rules of behavior. EPA is committed to an environment of mutual respect and safety. The agency will not tolerate harassment, discrimination, intimidation, inappropriate language and images, or sustained disruption of the public hearing. EPA expects all participants, including panelists, registered speakers, and attendees, to conduct themselves in a respectful, professional, civil manner. We will monitor and moderate this virtual event to ensure that common standards of decency are upheld. A quick reminder about providing testimony. When I call on you to speak, please unmute your line. While you are providing testimony, you are welcome to activate your camera by clicking on the Start Video icon. Please state and spell your name for the record. A 4-minute timer will be started when you state your name. Our next two speakers will be Todd O'Hare and Barry Usher.
Good afternoon. My name is Todd O'Hare, last name spelled O-H-A-I-R, and I am the president and CEO of the Montana Chamber of Commerce. The Montana Chamber of Commerce is the state's largest business advocacy organization, representing sole proprietors to publicly traded companies, and from agriculture and traditional natural resources to manufacturing to agriculture and high tech in the state of Montana. Montana Chamber of Commerce has grave concerns about the proposal put forward by the EPA, and that's based upon the fact that it threatens our energy security in the state and the cost to businesses in the state. In 2016, after 2 years of working with business leaders around the state, the Montana Chamber of Commerce unveiled a strategic plan that was designed to lift the overall economy in the state of Montana. And it was driven by the fact that business leaders in the state of Montana were tired of Montana consistently ranking near the bottom of state rankings as far as economic performance and low-wage jobs. And so while we've spent the last half-dozen+ years working diligently to improve the business climate in the state of Montana, one of the things that is difficult, if not impossible, for us to be able to mitigate are unfunded mandates that affect the price and the reliability of electricity generation in the state of Montana. Montanans are already among some of the highest per capita energy users in the country, and anything that threatens to raise that price on our businesses threatens the economic stability that we've been working so hard to try to foster throughout the state of Montana for the last many decades. This is particularly concerning after we seen those setbacks that the state of Montana suffered as a result of the COVID pandemic. One of the things I think that's important to keep in mind is that this new rule here threatens one of the largest electrical generating facilities in the state of Montana, Colstrip. And not only does that threaten the price and the stability of electricity delivery in the state of Montana, but if Colstrip goes offline, it also affects a massive impact to the tax base in the state of Montana. So with these reasons here, we've got grave concerns on behalf of the entire business community in the state of Montana. What these proposed rules are, we would appreciate a little longer time in being able to engage and work with the EPA, coming up with solutions that are more workable for some of the states, particularly they're going to feel the hardest impact as a result of these standards. Thank you.
And thank you for testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
Just one, David. Sir, you mentioned that a study that the Chamber of Commerce worked with other folks there. Will that be included in the record?
I referenced that we had a strategic plan, and I can offer up our strategic plan where it focuses our energies on, so I can include that.
Thank you.
Nothing for me. Thank you.
Thank you again for taking the time today to provide your testimony. Our next speaker is Barry Usher.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I appreciate your time. I'm Senator Barry Usher, B-A-R-R-Y, U-S-H-E-R, and I oppose the new rules. These new EPA proposed rules narrowly targets the Colstrip generating station, which is in my district. One of the few plants unable to meet the proposed standard. Compliance with the new standards, as you've heard, will cost $300 to $500 million per unit. There's 2 units. Putting the plant's economic viability in question and then jeopardizing the electric reliability for the entire Northwest United States. Mercury emissions have already decreased 90% since MAT rules in 2012. The Colstrip plant is efficient at removing air toxins from their emissions. The plant's existing control technology captures 99.6% of all filterable particulate matter, and further upgrades will not make a meaningful reduction. EPA's proposed rule removes critical generating capacity as grid regulators, including the North American Electrical Reliable Corporation, issued repeated warnings about our grid's instability. The Colstrip plant anchors the Pacific Northwest transmission system, provides vital source for the grid support and facilitating large electrical transfers between Montana and neighboring states. Additionally, the EPA's aggressive 2026 compliance deadline does not provide sufficient time to plan and construct adequate replacement generation for Colstrip. And all of the above, we have been adding wind and solar aggressively. There is no way to replace the amount of electricity and demand by 2026. Further, right now in today's society, as we use this technology here, and I'm sure everyone here has a cell phone, we have an increased need for electrical power. From things like electrical vehicles, cell phones, computers, Bitcoin mines, just some examples for the increase in needs. These rules will shut down some of the coal-fired power plants before any replacement sources are up and running. Are the American people ready to give up their cell phones? Are they ready to not buy the electrical vehicles that the government is currently demanding we buy? With all this said, the people of Colstrip, people in my district, are really concerned about how Montana will disproportionately be affected more so than any other state. We rely on the economics, the jobs, and the electricity from Colstrip. And we ask for you to work with us so we can come up with a solution that can work for all of us. Thank you for your time. Have a great day.
Thank you for your testimony, Senator Usher. Are there any questions from the panel?
None from me.
None for me either. Thank you.
Thank you again, Senator Rusher, for taking time from your day to provide your testimony. Our next two speakers are Shannon Heim and Jim Atchison. And we'll begin with Shannon Heim.
Good afternoon. My name is Shannon Heim, H-E-I-M. I am General Counsel and Vice President for Federal Government Affairs for Northwestern Energy. We are an electric and natural gas utility serving approximately 750,000 customers in Montana, South Dakota, and Nebraska. Today, I join you from beautiful Butte, where it is currently snowing heavily. Northwestern Energy's commitment to provide all of our customers with reliable, safe energy service at the most affordable cost and to be responsible stewards of the environment remains the cornerstone of our mission as we enter our second century of energy service. Northwestern's current mix of resources provides 59% of energy generation from carbon-free resources, 59%, well above the national utility average. We have substantial hydroelectric, wind, and solar assets. Northwestern remains committed also to achieving our current net zero emissions goal by 2050. An essential part of our portfolio is capacity provided and energy generated by Colstrip's Units 3 and 4. Colstrip is a coal facility located in eastern Montana. The substantial renewable resources in our portfolio are variable and must be balanced by the capacity and energy available on demand, including that provided by traditional thermal assets like Colstrip. The proposed rule fundamentally changing the mercury and air toxic standards under discussion today will have a material detrimental impact on Northwestern and our Colstrip co-owners' ability to continue to operate Colstrip absent incredibly expensive modifications. If the required upgrades were made to comply with the proposed rules, customers would bear those costs for a minimal benefit for the remaining years Colstrip provides critical balancing benefits for our customers. Although a radical reduction in MATS may appear politically beneficial on its face, it has real impacts to the reliability of energy service to customers in Montana. Last December, we experienced 6 days of record-setting cold weather in Montana. Our weather was below 40 degrees Fahrenheit, minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit. Resources in the Pacific Northwest are inadequate, and in extreme weather events like the one we experienced in December, the market prices for energy are extraordinary. Colstrip provided essential capacity and energy that saved Montana customers over $9.8 million during those 6 days alone versus us being on the market. Northwestern customers are not the only ones that are put at risk if Colstrip goes offline. Colstrip provides important stability and support to Montana's largest transmission pathway, the 500 kV line, linking rural electric co-ops, industrial customers, and independent power producers to energy markets and suppliers in the West. Northwestern and all of these parties face supply challenges and transmission system disruption and constraints under a premature retirement scenario. There are real demonstrable risks to the rule under consideration, which have not been adequately analyzed by the EPA. We look forward to continuing to have this conversation and to offer more to the record to help the EPA understand the real magnitude that this rule could bring. We will provide all of that in our written comments, more detailed written comments, including our legal arguments, but we appear today to give voice to the risks to actual customers. We appreciate all the comments offered today related to the real cost to customers and communities that these rules may have. These impacts are real and measurable. We implore you not to put form over function and disregard the reality of our state, our market, or most importantly, the customers who rely on us to keep the lights and heat on when they need it the most. Thank you for your time and your consideration, and we look forward to the conversation.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
None for me. Thank you.
None for me either. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we encourage you to provide that additional information in the docket. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Jim Atchison.
Good afternoon, and thank you everyone for the opportunity to testify today. I am Jim Atchison, that's spelled A-T-C-H-I-S-O-N. I'm the Executive Director of Southeastern Montana Development. We are a regional, nonprofit economic development group based in southeastern Montana. And as an economic development professional for the last 22 plus years, our team has provided economic services, assistance, and most importantly, economic hope to this numerous small businesses and local governments in southeastern Montana. I'm testifying today not in support of the proposal as proposed to reduce the mercury standards. I feel there needs to be some balance and some other solutions. If this proposal is passed, I'd be concerned for four main reasons. In our region, there would be, number one, significant and negative economic and community impacts, especially in these rural areas that was already mentioned in Montana. Number two, there would be loss of hundreds and most likely thousands of good high-paying jobs, many which are union jobs, and of course, the loss of tax revenues for our local and state governments. Number three, the grid stability would be in question if Colstrip were to be retired early. This would impact the Montana and the Pacific Northwest regions for the grid. And number four, we have in southeastern Montana, especially downwind from Colstrip, a Class 1 airshed, which is in direct path to the Northern Cheyenne Indian Reservation. And this has been a national park certification. A Class 1 airshed is a national park certification for the past 50 plus years. Thus, we are not in favor of this proposal due to the significant economic impacts that would occur in our region if it were enacted. Thank you for your time today and listening to all of us. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
No, thank you.
None for me. Thank you.
And I would just ask if you have additional information to support those reasons that you submit those to the written docket as well.
Certainly,
Thank
will
you.
do. Thank you.
Our next two speakers are Jesse Noel and Elizabeth Del Bono. And we'll begin with Jesse Noel.
Good morning. Thank you for letting me testify today. My name is Jesse Noel, Jesse Noel. I'm the Director of Environmental and Regulatory Affairs for Westmoreland Mining, who operates the Rosebud Mine in Colstrip, Montana. The Rosebud Mine plays a very important role in the economy, as you've heard from other folks in eastern Montana, and from members of the Northern Cheyenne tribe located just south of Colstrip. The Rosebud Mine and the power plant employ roughly 1,000 employees. Nearly 20% of them are from the Northern Cheyenne tribe. In a county of 8,000 people roughly, jobs are very important. Many of our employees are second, even third generation employees. They have deep roots in the community and heavily vested in it. The fact sheet released before this hearing portrays the cost of this rule as minimal. That's just not how it looks to residents of Colstrip and towns like it. With the estimated $500 million, the proposed rule costing power plant roughly $500 million. It's just a steep cost, and the timeline associated with it, not even know if we could make those upgrades, we get them attained quick enough. In short, the MATS rule potentially could lead to the early shutdown of units 3 and 4 in Colstrip, which would lead to a cascade of negative economic consequences for the area. For the Rosebud and Colstrip employees and their families, the impacts would just be devastating. The loss of a major employer in an area like this is just not easily replaced. Without the stable employment, the mine and power plant provide the Colstrip residents, a lot of them would be forced to move. Home values will plummet. The water supply in the area may even be threatened. And these impacts go well beyond Rosebud County. Studies have shown that the plant supports 3,300 good paying jobs across the state. These wages turn over many times. State's going to lose out $80 million of annual state tax revenue. Over the useful life in the mine, it's about $5 billion in lost income. But this rule just doesn't hurt jobs and income. What else, as other folks have mentioned, early closure of this plant will also increase utility costs for ratepayers at a time when many folks can't afford to pay the rates we have now. I respectfully urge you to reconsider this rule and instead consider more of a measured approach that we can do two things at once. We can protect public health and avoid these serious economic consequences that I've outlined today. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
Certainly. Sir, you mentioned a number of studies. I trust you'll be able to include those in your comments when they're submitted.
Yes, I'll include those with the comments.
Thank you.
Nothing further from me. Thank you.
Thank you again for taking the time today to provide your testimony. Our next speaker is Elizabeth Del Buono.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thanks so much for allowing me to comment today. My name is Dr. Elizabeth, Elizabeth Del Buono, capital D, E-L, capital B as in boy, U-O-N-O. I'm a retired diagnostic pathologist and current president of the Michigan Clinicians for Climate Action, or MICA for short. MICA is a coalition of health professionals in Michigan who are shining a light on the human face of the climate crisis through education and advocacy. As a physician, it is clear to me that we are facing a climate health emergency, and it is critical that we transition away from polluting fossil fuels as quickly as possible. As such, I want to applaud the EPA for the work it is doing to update the current mercury and air toxic standards, and I encourage you to move as quickly as possible to strengthen those standards to the strongest possible levels. There, as we've heard many times today, there are no safe levels of exposure to mercury. Now, these stronger standards will go a long way towards further reducing carbon pollution, which is driving the climate crisis. Coal-fired power plants like that in Monroe, Michigan, emit mercury into the air, thereby endangering those living closest to such power plants. These communities are frequently disproportionately impacted and under-resourced communities of color. In addition, this mercury eventually falls into our streams, our rivers, our Great Lakes, and ultimately the fish we consume. As we've heard over and over here today, mercury is a potent neurotoxin that causes permanent damage to the brains of babies and developing fetuses. As one who has studied unborn fetuses who don't make it to delivery, I know how devastating it is to a family to lose an unborn child. Tragically, families with newborns who suffer birth defects and other damages to the unborn fetus's brain and nervous system have experienced devastating impacts both to the family and the child, as well as to the surrounding society as they deal with the developmental delays and potential learning disability that that child may have to carry with him or her into adulthood. Now, strengthening the MATS standards will not only reduce dangerous levels of mercury, but other toxic air pollutants like arsenic, formaldehyde, dioxins, and heavy metals like chromium and lead. These pollutants cause damage to eyes, skin, kidneys, and airways, while some, like formaldehyde, are carcinogens. Again, as someone who spent more than 3 decades diagnosing cancer and other diseases from biopsy and surgical materials, I know firsthand how important it is to avoid these toxic pollutants. The good news is that instituting the strictest MATS standards is a win-win, resulting in significant health and climate savings, which far outweigh the cost of compliance. We are standing at a critical moment in history. Now is the time for the Biden administration and the EPA to set the strongest possible safeguards to reduce pollution, protect public health, and fight climate change. As such, I urge you to strengthen and finalize these standards no later than April 2024. And thanks so much for all the time you've taken here this afternoon.
Thank you for taking the time to provide your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
None from me.
None for me. Thank you.
Thank you again, Dr. Del Buono. Our next 2 speakers are John Williams and Latricia Adams, and we'll begin with Mr. Williams.
Good afternoon. My name is John Williams. I'm the mayor of the city of Colstrip, and that's JOHNWILLIAMS. I'm providing testimony in opposition to the EPA MATS ruling. The increased proposed standards will significantly negatively impact the Colstrip power plants and the coal mine here in Colstrip. And most importantly, the men, women, and families that live and work in our community. The increased standards that are stated are misrepresentative. They require a 66% more stringent control of mercury. These negatively impact the Colstrip units. These units are reliable, clean burning, and provide electrical energy that is affordable into the Pacific Northwest and most importantly, to Montana consumers. In your fact sheet, you have referred to public comment and local community involvement. We are the public, and I am representing the local community of Colstrip. And I am reporting this information to you based on my own personal experiences regarding the Colstrip units that currently reside within our city limits. We have been mining coal within our community for the last 100 years, and I have experienced over 50 years of that personal experience in these last 50 years. The information you have supplied in your fact sheet misrepresents what is actually done or needed to be done. And I challenge the health benefits you have stated on your fact sheet, though I recognize the impact of the toxicity of mercury. I also challenge the climate benefit that has been indicated. Where would we be now if we had not experienced 30 million years ago the development of the coal that has provided such flourishment of our economy over these last hundreds of years? You have stated the MATS would lead to small national increase in energy, and while it would be more accurate to state it would lead to significant energy increases to Montana that would negatively impact the folks that within our state that are on fixed incomes, Social Security, our elderly. You have stated the project regarding coal production would not change significantly in 2028. This is not accurate as it pertains to Colstrip. This does not provide regulatory certainty, nor does it provide an opportunity for long-term planning at the increases that you have supplied with this ruling. It is just the opposite. It would be chaotic as it pertains to Montana. It does not preserve the industry, the ability to deliver reliable, affordable energy. It is just the opposite. The fact sheet as it applies to Montana represents the value we have in Montana with these units and the mine. It does not protect the level of health, nor does it restore science to tackle the climate issues. It is not cost effective. I urge you to rethink the process as it's been developed and put it in more of a timely action within our state because of the impact that it would have within Colstrip. I appreciate the opportunity to provide this testimony and thank you for that.
Thank you, Mayor Williams, for taking time from your day to provide your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
None from me. Thank you.
None for me. Thank you.
Thank you again, Mayor Williams. Our next speaker is Latricia Adams.
Good afternoon, representatives from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency and other stakeholders. My name is Latricia Adams, and that's Latricea, last name Adams. I'm the proud daughter of LaSharon Adams and the late Willie Roy Adams of Memphis, Tennessee, and the founder, CEO, and president of Black Millennials for Flint. It is my duty to speak before this body to urge President Biden and EPA Administrator Regan to enact the strongest standards to cut climate pollution by enacting the strongest mercury and air toxic standards. As the previous Trump administration gutted previous regulatory standards on mercury and other air toxic standards, there is significant transformational work to adequately and equitably address the public health disparities caused by legacy air pollution in largely Black, Latinx, Indigenous, and economically disenfranchised communities. I was born in Memphis, Tennessee, where according to the EPA EJ screening tool, zip code 38116, zip code where I grew up and where my only remaining parent lives, the particulate matter 2.5 EJ index is 95, which is 2% higher than the US average. The air toxic cancer risk EJ index is 94 out of a possible 100, with 100 being the threshold for most at risk. And air toxic respiratory EJ index is at 95, just 5 index points away from the most concerning index maximum of 100. Depending on how much mercury is inhaled from the air, permanent lung damage and death may occur, as well as long-term brain damage. Mercury exposure can also cause significant maternal health and reproductive health issues. For example, mercury exposure has a relation with polycystic ovarian syndrome, also known as PCOS, premature menopause, endometriosis, abnormal lactation for both breastfeeding and chest feeding people, but that's just to name a few. Additionally, in pregnant women and childbirthing people, mercury passes through the placental membrane, which can cause spontaneous abortions, premature births, congenital disabilities, and challenges with fetal cognitive development. Every human being's first environment, the womb, must be protected at all costs, and the establishment of the most stringent mercury and air toxic standards is paramount. I had the honor of standing alongside President Biden and EPA Administrator Regan last month at the signing of Executive Order 14096, revitalizing our nation's commitment to environmental justice.
Hey, Jim, good job.
The call to action this executive order embodies should manifest in the mercury and air toxic standards, getting one step closer to truly achieving environmental justice for all. Another day without environmental justice is another day communities like mine exist in a state of ecological peril. Today, I urge all applicable decision makers to prioritize, trust, and uplift the voices of frontline communities and finalize the proposed mercury air toxic standards no later than April 24th. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
None from me. Thank you.
None for me either. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time out of your day. I remind our people in the meeting today to please, if you're not speaking, if it's not your turn to speak, please keep your microphones muted. Our next two speakers will be Shelby DeMars and Terry McGuire. And we'll begin with Shelby DeMars.
Thank you. My name is Shelby DeMars. For the record, that's DEMARS. I'm the Executive Director of the Montana Association of Oil, Gas, and Coal Counties. Our membership is comprised of 33 of our 56 counties across the state of Montana, all of whom have oil, gas, or coal development. We have concerns that this rule in the 300 to 500 million in upgrades that it would require in a very unrealistically short amount of time would be detrimental to the ability of energy providers in our state to continue to provide the clean, affordable, and reliable power that they currently provide customers across our state, and specifically would threaten the Colstrip power plant. Northwestern Energy and many others have already taken remarkable steps to ensure that their power is generated in a safe and environmentally conscious manner. And we are concerned that this rule would have negative impacts, not only on the reliability and the cost of the available power in our area, but that it would it would impact the amount of local economic activity and the tax revenue that entities like Northwestern Energy generate in Colstrip and communities across our state. This locally generated revenue supports critical infrastructure across our state, schools, and other critical services like ambulance and law enforcement. As such, we do not support the current proposed changes to the mercury and air toxic standards for power plants, and would encourage you to hold off on this rule.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the panel?
None from me. Thank you.
None for me. Thank you.
Thank you again for taking the time from your schedule to provide your testimony today. Our next speaker is Terry McGuire.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Terry McGuire. That's Terry, McGuire, McGuire. And I'm a senior legislative representative with Earth Justice in our Washington, D.C. office. Earth Justice commends EPA for reinstatement of the appropriate and necessary finding for the mercury and air toxic standards earlier this year, and we are encouraged by this proposal to update and strengthen these common sense life-saving protections. On behalf of our members and supporters, we urge you to finalize the strongest possible updates that will save the most lives and protect the most people and ecosystems. We will be submitting more detailed comments, but today I wanted to quickly touch on 3 points. One, we think it's important that EPA set numeric limits for power plants' organic hazardous air pollutant HAP emissions. EPA current work practice standards don't yield reductions of those pollutants. Two, the final rule should eliminate weaker standards for waste coal plants and align those limits with other coal plants. And third, we want to really thank and commend EPA for their proposal to require continuous emissions monitoring systems for PM for all coal plants, because this will provide transparency and information that fence line communities need and deserve, and better help hold polluters accountable. EPA's work on this rule is incredibly important, and a strong outcome will be critical in helping the administration meet President Biden and Administrator Regan's environmental justice and public health commitments. Fossil fuel burning power plants remain one of our country's biggest sources of toxic air pollution, and lower income neighborhoods and Black, Brown, and Indigenous communities continue to bear a disproportionate brunt of the health harms. Communities around the country are counting on this administration to follow through on promises to protect our air and water and hold polluters accountable. We look forward to submitting additional comments and appreciate your work on this and other important public health protections. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
None from me. Thank you.
None for me. Thank you.
All right. Thank you again for taking the time from your day, Mr. Ward, to provide your testimony. Our next two speakers are Deanna Brown and Charles Harper. I'll begin with Diana Brown.
Hello. Greetings, representatives from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency and other stakeholders. My name is Deanna Brown, DIONNA, National Director of the Youth EJ Griots for Black Millennials for Flint and a proud native of Flint, Michigan. While there has been progress with President Biden and EPA Administrator Regan's mercury and air toxins standards, which was weakened by the previous Trump administration, there is still much work to be done to protect frontline communities like mine that have far too often been overburdened with legacy pollution. According to the most recent State of the Air Report 2023 produced by the American Lung Association, Genesee County, where I was born and raised, earned a score of C, with the estimated 404,208 individuals at risk for significant air pollution, including mercury and other heavy metals, representing the following vulnerable populations: children under 18, 90,299, adults 65 and over, 73,750, pediatric asthma, 6,319, adult asthma, 36,467, COPD, 24,957, lung cancer, 239, cardiovascular disease, 30,642, pregnancy, 4,156, poverty estimate, 65,045, people of color, 113,792. I will be remiss not to amplify the irreversible public health challenges brought on by the Flint water crisis with another neurotoxin, lead, whereas overexposure to other heavy metals like mercury can exacerbate existing public health issues such as emotional and mental health changes, insomnia, neuromuscular changes, headaches, disturbances in sensations, changes in nerve responses, and poor performance of mental function on tests. These symptoms are nearly identical to those still currently experienced by the Flint residents, including myself. By centering and prioritizing the 17 principles of environmental justice and applying the essence of the new Executive Order 14096, revitalizing our nation's commitment to environmental justice for all as the approach to finalize the strongest possible mercury and air toxin standards, we are confident that this administration can clean up toxic power plant pollution that harms vulnerable populations and those living closest to polluting power plants. We urge you to strengthen and finalize the proposed maps no later than April 2024, as communities like Flint simply cannot wait. Thank you for your time, and I implore you to stand on the side of environmental justice. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
Surely, you mentioned a number of data points from a report. I trust you'll include that report in your written comments.
Thank you, I will.
None further for me. Thank you.
Before we move to our next speaker, I just ask that everyone, please remember to keep open your chat boxes in case the logistics team needs to reach out to you directly. Our next speaker is Charles Harper.
Hi, folks. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Charles Harper, spelled Charles Harper. I'm the Power Sector Policy Lead at Evergreen Action and an environmental engineer. Evergreen is a nonprofit environmental organization leading the fight to reduce the pollution driving the climate crisis and other environmental and public health harms. Overall, Evergreen commends EPA for its efforts to strengthen the MATS rule, and we urge the agency to go even further in protecting communities from the harms of toxic air pollution. Several elements of EPA's proposal are very sound, and we applaud them. First, EPA's proposal to strengthen the filterable particulate matter standard is essential to ensure that all coal plants meet this common sense standard, one that 91% of plants already achieve. Second, EPA's proposal to remove the loophole for lignite coal plants. This is important for public health, especially in communities like my own in North Texas, in proximity to these incredibly dirty and unhealthy facilities. This would make a real difference for the health of myself and my neighbors. Third, the requirement of continuous air pollution monitoring is essential to ensure compliance. This is an excellent idea that takes advantage of modern technology available today, and one the agency should include in its other air rules as well. A few elements of the rule, however, should be strengthened in our view to take advantage of current technology and maximize benefits to the public. First, the filterable PM standard that I mentioned should be lowered from 0.01 pounds per million BTU to 0.006 pounds, the level the agency mentioned it was also considering. This would expand the benefits of the MATS rule to those who live near the 91% of coal plants that already achieve the higher pollution level of 0.01 pounds, massively extending the benefits of this rule. Second, the loophole for plants that burn coal waste should be closed, similarly to the agency's approach to the loophole for lignite coal plants. All communities have the right to be protected from mercury pollution, even if they live near these GOB or waste coal facilities. And third, the overall mercury standard for all coal plants should be lowered. EPA's regulatory impact analysis estimates that the rule as proposed would only lower mercury pollution by 62 pounds in 2028. This is only a 1% reduction in mercury pollution, just 1%. Much larger reductions are possible using existing technology, and EPA must go further to protect Americans from deadly mercury pollution. Strong MATS standards can protect communities and save lives. There is no safe level of mercury or other air toxics, and EPA should finalize a strong rule that protects the public from these deadly pollutants. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for taking the time for the testimony today. Are there any questions from the panel?
None from me. Thank you.
None for me. Thank you.
Thank you again for taking the time today, Charles, Mr. Harper. Our next speaker is Paul Green. I believe Mr. Green was on the wait list. And I'm getting no response from Mr. Green. And Mr. Harper was our last registered speaker, and we're at past the 4 o'clock hour. So at this time, we will recess this session of the hearing. Again, my name is David Cuzzy. I am the Deputy Director of the Sector Policies and Programs Division in EPA's Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards, and I've been chairing this hearing session. I want to thank my fellow panelists, Barrett and Kate, everyone who offered testimony today, and everyone who took time out of their schedules to listen to today's hearing on EPA's proposal to strengthen and update the mercury and air toxic standards, also known as the MATS rule for power plants. As a reminder, you can submit written comments on this proposal through June 23rd, 2023. And we will now take a recess. The next session will begin at 5 p.m. Eastern Time.
Okay, I think we're ready to begin. I'm going to read a statement to start this proceeding. Welcome to the public hearing for EPA's proposal to strengthen and update the mercury and air toxic standards, also known as MATS, for power plants. My name is Nick Hudson. I'm the group leader for the Energy Strategies Group in the EPA's Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards, and I will be chairing this session of the virtual public hearing. During today's hearing, we will take comment on EPA's proposal to strengthen and update the national emission standards for hazardous air pollutants for coal and oil-fired electric utility steam generating units, or EGUs, commonly known as MATS, for power plants. This proposed rule reflects the most significant improvement and updates to MATS since EPA first issued these standards in February of 2012. It also fulfills EPA's responsibility under the Clean Air Act to periodically reevaluate its standards in light of advancements in pollution control technologies to determine whether revisions are necessary. I'd like to invite our other two panelists to introduce themselves. Sarah, please.
My name is Sarah Benish, and I'm a physical scientist in the Energy Strategies Group in the Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards.
Marissa.
And I am Marissa Foll, and I am a toxicologist in the Air Toxics Group in the Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards.
Thank you. We are also joined today by a court reporter who will produce a written transcript of today's hearing. We will add the transcript to the public docket for this proposed rulemaking and will carefully consider your comments as we develop a final rule. A little bit about ground rules. Before we begin the hearing for you, we have a few ground rules and housekeeping items to review to help make today's hearing run smoothly. First, EPA is committed to an environment of mutual respect and safety. We want to hear your views on the proposed rule today. However, the agency will not tolerate harassment, discrimination, intimidation, disruption of the public hearing. EPA expects everyone participating in this hearing, including registered speakers, attendees, and those of us on this panel, to conduct themselves in a respectful and civil manner. We will monitor and moderate this virtual event to ensure that common standards of decency are upheld. Please note, by registering for this event, you are agreeing to abide by the ground rules of the virtual hearing. We ask that everyone remain muted with their cameras off until it's your turn to speak. So now let's move on to how today's hearing will work. If you have joined us through Zoom, please keep the chat box open. It is at the bottom of your screen. We will put the names of the next speakers in the chat box. We also may use the chat to communicate directly with you during the hearing. I will call on each speaker when it's their turn. Let me apologize in advance for any mispronunciations of names. When I call you to speak, please unmute your line. If you are joining us via Zoom, that button is on the lower left of your screen. If you're joining us by phone, you can mute and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Please state your first and last name and spell it for the record. When you are providing testimony, you are welcome to activate your video camera by clicking on the Start Video icon at the bottom left of your screen. If you're not testifying, please keep your camera off. Each speaker will have 4 minutes to give comments. A 4-minute timer will be displayed on the screen to help you keep track of your time. The timer will start when you state your name. When your 4 minutes are up, it's time to stop. If you are testifying by phone, the timekeeper will alert you when you have 1 minute remaining. To be fair to everyone, we're going to strictly enforce the 4-minute limit. If you have additional items that you would like to share, such as slide presentations or videos, you may submit them to the docket for the proposal through January 23rd of 2023. We encourage you to also submit a written copy of your testimony you provide today. We will post information on how to submit written comments in the chat box throughout the hearing. You can also submit supplemental information beyond just your testimony today, and we encourage you to do that. We are here to listen to you today. However, panel members, we are here to listen to you today. However, the panel members may ask questions to clarify your comments. When you're finished speaking, please remain on the line until I can confirm that there are no further clarifying questions from our panel. Once we are done, please remute your line and turn off your camera. I will then call the next speaker, and so on. If time allows, we may be able to add additional speakers. If you did not pre-register and are interested in speaking, please send a direct message to attendee support in the chat box. Our logistics team will let you know if there are any time slots available and will assist you with registering. Finally, if there are no additional speakers, we may close the session 15 minutes after the last registered speaker has testified. We also may take short breaks as needed. Thank you again for taking the time today to share your comments on EPA's proposal, and let's get started. Our first speaker for this session will be Randy Trevino.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Randy Trevino. I am the Texas State Organizer for Moms Clean Air Force, and I live in Southeast Houston. I strongly support the EPA's proposal to strengthen the mercury and air toxic standards and ask the EPA to finalize these standards as quickly as possible. The science is clear that mercury imposes significant burdens on communities across America. The highest mercury polluting coal plants are concentrated in North Dakota and Texas, and the mercury levels in Texas are astronomical, but they are unhealthy all over the country. There is no safe level of mercury consumption. We know that the toll of air pollution is unevenly distributed, with communities of color, low wealth communities bearing the heaviest burden, and low wealth communities bearing the heaviest burden. According to the American Lung Association, more than 1 in 3 people live with unhealthy air. In the same study, we see how low-income communities and minority groups are disproportionately impacted. For example, Latino children are 4 times as likely to be hospitalized for asthma, and Black children are twice as likely to die due to an asthma attack. For many of us, asthma is a direct result of external factors like the air pollution communities of color live with every day. Strengthening mercury standards is critical for environmental justice in the communities most impacted by pollution from coal plants. EPA's proposed requirement to continuously monitor emissions from coal plants is essential for our frontline communities. It means that facilities will be required to track their pollution at all times, rather than just for short, periodic emission tests that don't necessarily reflect the pollution actually going on in the air most of the time. As of 2011, 6 of the 10 biggest mercury polluting power plants in the US were in Texas, and out of all 50 states. Texas ranked the worst in terms of overall airborne mercury pollution produced by power plants. Current Texas fish advisories warn of mercury contamination in all Texas waters and water bodies in Central Texas, the Houston-Galveston area, Northeast and Southeast Texas, the Texas Panhandle, and the Valley. Many of these advisories warn against pregnant women and children consuming any recreationally caught fish at all from these waters. Yet many Texans still eat fish from Texas waters, and some even rely on recreational fishing to supplement their diet. Moms Clean Air Force has been advocating for strong mercury protections for over a decade, and we strongly support strengthening MATs. As a Texan, I am particularly grateful that the proposed rules will reduce mercury pollution from the burning of lignite coal, which particularly impacts my state. We must keep mercury and other toxics from spewing out of coal-fired power plants and ending up in our air, water, soil, and food. Once again, I strongly support the proposed rule, and I ask you to finalize strong mercury and air toxic protections as soon as possible. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the panel?
No questions, but I encourage you to submit any of the studies like fish advisory information to the docket.
No questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Okay, so so who, I'm not sure who's our next. Next speaker is Gary Perry, if he's available. The next two speakers then will be Elizabeth Bichard and Hazel Chandler. Whenever you're ready.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Elizabeth Bichard, and that's spelled Bechard, and I'm a senior policy analyst with Moms Clean Air Force. I live in Essex, Vermont with my partner and 7-year-old twins, and I strongly support EPA's proposal to strengthen the mercury and air toxic standards and ask that these standards be finalized this year. Air pollution doesn't respect state boundaries. Although there are no active coal-fired power plants in the state of Vermont, where I live, there are still fish advisories throughout the state because of mercury pollution. This is largely because of atmospheric mercury originating from coal-fired power plants in other states that falls onto Vermont waterways and accumulates in the food chain. Women of childbearing age and children under the age of 15 are advised not to eat any large fish caught in Lake Champlain due to mercury contamination, because the health impacts of mercury on babies and children's developing brains are so profoundly damaging. When pregnant people eat contaminated fish, mercury can cause impaired motor function, learning impairments, and behavioral problems in their children. These kinds of health impacts can be devastating, affecting a child's quality of life for a lifetime, as well as the quality of life for entire families. Strengthening the mercury and air toxic standards is key to the well-being of families around the country, both in states with active coal-fired power plants and in states like mine. One of the key benefits of the proposed rule is that it will require continuous emissions monitoring for coal plants, which means that facilities will be required to track their pollution at all times, rather than just for short periodic emissions tests. This will help hold coal plants accountable for the true impact of their pollution. Families and communities around the country have a right to know what's in their air. Once again, I support the proposal to strengthen the mercury and air toxic standards, and I urge you to finalize these important standards this calendar year. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Yeah. Are there any questions from the panel?
No
Okay.
questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Our next speaker is Hazel Chandler.
I am trying to start my video and it is saying I don't have authorization to do so, that it have been stopped. Can somebody help me? Okay, there, thank you.
Okay, yeah, good.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm Hazel Chandler, HazelChandler, and I'm a field organizer with Moms Clean Air Force in Arizona. And nationwide, we represent 1.5 million moms and dads and grandmas and grandpas and 26,000 here in Arizona. I strongly support the EPA's proposal to strengthen mercury and air toxic standards and ask that the EPA finalize these standards as quickly as possible. We've made progress on cleaning up mercury pollution thanks to mercury and air toxic standards that we already have. There's a long ways to go and stronger standards are needed. Mercury is a potent neurotoxin that is especially dangerous for developing brains of babies and children, as it can cross the blood-brain and placental barriers after ingestion, leading to toxic effects on fetal and infant brains. It is well known in the medical and child development circles that it can interfere with normal brain development, leading to developmental delays, lower IQs, causing learning and behavioral problems. That is exactly what I heard from concerned parents and health professionals while working as a regional director with First Things First in Northern Arizona communities located near coal-fired power plants. I have observed pockets of Arizona near our coal-fired power plants where levels of developmental delays, learning disabilities, behavioral problems, and birth defects are much higher than other parts of the state. The devastating stories of families whose children have been impacted by mercury and other toxins give me nightmares to this day. Not only does the child face permanent health and developmental issues, but entire families face economic and social issues from caring for a child with disabilities. These families, through no fault of their own, are faced with caring for a child that requires extra care and medical expense for the rest of their life. To make matters worse, many of the children affected are in low wealth communities, often on or bordering tribal nations. These cumulative burdens often lock these families in a permanent level of poverty. I strongly support protections from mercury and non-mercury toxins such as lead, arsenic, and chromium that also have impacts on brain development, as well as the focus on reducing emissions from other health-harming pollutants. Another key to protecting our young children is the requirement for continuous monitoring that requires tracking pollution at all times. We cannot continue to cause permanent harm to another generation of children. For the sake of the children and the most vulnerable, I ask you to finalize the strongest mercury and air toxic standards as soon as possible. Our children's health must be protected.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Elizabeth Hopman.
Yes, I'm here, but I can't turn on my video. It's disabled.
Okay. I think someone will enable that for you. Yep.
Okay. Am I all set to go?
There you are. Yeah.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Elizabeth Hauptman, ELIZ-ABETH, Hauptman, HAU, P as in Peter, T as in Tom, MAN. Hi, and thank you for taking my testimony today. I'm Elizabeth Hauptman, and my family and I live on a lake in Livingston County, Michigan. I'm also the field manager with Moms Clean Air Force, Michigan. We have over 34,000 members here in Michigan and over 1.5 million fighting nationally for clean air and climate for the sake of our children's health. I strongly support EPA's proposal to strengthen mercury and air toxic standards, and I ask the EPA to finalize these standards as quickly as possible. Michigan is lucky to have over 11,000 lakes, rivers, and streams. Some of my fondest childhood memories are fishing on Lake St. Clair, baiting hooks with my cousins. Our uncle would cheer us on every summer as we caught walleye and yellow perch, eating the bigger ones for dinner. It was magical. But this will be harder to pass down that same magic to my son and his family if our fish are unsafe to eat. These fish can only be consumed in small amounts, and this affects commerce and recreation for all Michiganders. Most mercury exposure happens through consumption of fish. People who eat fish more frequently, like recreational or subsistence fishers, are at higher risk of experiencing health impacts from mercury. There are many fish consumption advisories due to mercury contamination for water bodies across the United States. Michiganders need to eat less fish because the impact of mercury in the Great Lakes. According to the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, there are 13 different species considered seriously contaminated by mercury as listed in the Eat Safe Fish Guide. Mercury is especially dangerous for developing babies and children. It can cross the blood-brain barrier and placenta after ingestion, leading to toxic effects on fetal and infant brains. When pregnant women eat contaminated fish, mercury can cause long-term losses in IQ scores, impaired motor function, learning impairments, behavioral issues in their children. There is no safe level of mercury consumption. It is simply unacceptable for coal plants to spew dangerous levels of mercury and other hazardous pollutants into the air, harming our families. The time is to act now. Moms Clean Air Force has been advocating for over a decade for these strong protections, and we strongly support strengthening MATs. Our families and communities have a right to know what's in our air, and we have a right to breathe clean air. As a parent and a lifelong resident of the Great Lakes State, I urge you to finalize this proposal and swiftly move towards strengthening the mercury and air toxic standards to help protect families from dangerous pollution that can cause harm to our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for testifying. Are there any questions from the panelists? From the panels?
No question.
Okay, thank you very much. So our next two speakers are Liz Scott and Rachel Meyer.
Hi there. I'll give it. Can you hear me?
I can, whenever you're
Okay,
ready.
great.
Yep.
Thank you so much. Hello, my name is Liz Scott, Lizscott, and I'm the National Director of Advocacy for Healthy Air with the American Lung Association. I strongly support strengthening limits on mercury and air toxics from power plants and urge EPA to finalize at least the more stringent alternative limits included in the proposal. The mercury and air toxic standards have been a huge success. First implemented in 2012, they have survived numerous legal challenges because of EPA's clear authority to regulate mercury and air toxics under the Clean Air Act, and the robust evidence showing that regulating these emissions is appropriate and necessary. The standards were fully implemented and responsible for driving dramatic reductions in toxic air pollution from power plants compared to previous levels. But the standards were first created over a decade ago, and technology continues to evolve while the need to protect health from toxic emissions continues to be a priority. It's important that EPA review the technology and find ways where plants can further reduce emissions to improve health outcomes. While we have made progress in cleaning up power plants, stronger standards are needed because power plants are still the largest domestic emitter of mercury. Mercury is particularly dangerous for babies and fetuses. It can permanently damage the brains of babies and unborn children, leading to developmental delays, learning disabilities, and birth defects. Adults can also suffer from exposure, leading to coughing and chest pains, difficulty breathing, headaches, weakness or exhaustion, and insomnia. Mercury can also seep into water supplies, increasing mercury levels in fish and other forms of nutrition. This poisoning of food is felt acutely by Native Americans who rely on local waters for sustenance and who, according to EPA's proposal, are more likely to live within 10 kilometers of a coal plant. I support EPA's proposal to revise the mercury standard for lignite-fired electric generating units to a more stringent level to help lower the levels of mercury poisoning communities. Finalizing the strongest possible standards is necessary to meet environmental justice commitments. Mercury is not the only threat that will be addressed by strong standards. Non-mercury hazardous air pollutant reductions are important targets of this proposal. We urge EPA to strengthen the proposed new limit on filterable PM to at least 0.006 pounds per million BTU, which will provide far more health benefits than the level proposed. EPA's baseline analysis shows that among people living within 10 kilometers of coal plants, a higher percentage live 2 times below the national poverty level average. Power plant emissions are most dangerous for communities living in close proximity or on the fence line of coal plants, although they can actually impact communities much further away as well. I was surprised to learn that currently electric generating units could choose to not continuously monitor for hazardous air pollutants, opting instead to take quarterly snapshots. Real-time data from continuous monitoring is essential to protect public health, especially to these fence line communities. The Lung Association strongly supports EPA's proposal to require continuous emissions monitoring for pollutants from all coal power generating units. We're appreciative that EPA has acted with urgency to propose these standards after months of delay on the appropriate and necessary finding. We urge EPA to finalize the most health protective standards by choosing the more stringent alternative limits for mercury and non-mercury hazardous air pollutants, and to finalize this rule ideally by the end of 2023. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay. So our next speaker is Rachel Meyer. Is Rachel Meyer available? Yep, there you are.
Hi, Rachel, Rachel, Meyer, Meyer. I'm the Ohio River Valley Field Coordinator for Moms Clean Air Force. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I live in Independence Township in Pennsylvania. I strongly support EPA's proposal to strengthen the mercury and air toxic standards, which will protect children from negative developmental impacts associated with mercury and other heavy metals such as lead, arsenic, and chromium. I ask that the EPA finalize these standards as quickly as possible. Mercury from coal-fired power plants is released into the air, falls into waterways, and accumulates in fish that families eat. Mercury is a potent neurotoxin that can cause permanent damage to the brains of babies and fetuses, leading to developmental delays, learning disabilities, behavioral problems, and birth defects. As an elementary school teacher for many years, I am deeply committed to children's learning and dream of the day when mercury exposure due to burning coal and power plants will no longer factor into a child's cognitive development. That's why I'm testifying today. On a personal note, while pregnant, I scrutinized everything that I ate. I felt the enormous responsibility of how my actions would affect my child's future. I wished that I could freely eat fish for the key nutrients it provides for brain development. But due to mercury pollution, I knew I had to carefully monitor the type and amount of fish that I ate. It all still felt risky and stressful. And as a 42-year-old mother-to-be, I certainly wanted to eliminate any risk I could. It's time for stronger mercury safeguards in order to protect the health of families across the country, especially those communities that rely on fish for a primary food source. We know that mercury protections can have significant public health benefits for young children. In addition to lowering mercury and providing critical benefits for children's development, EPA's proposal to strengthen mercury and air toxics standards will increase protections from other toxic heavy metals, including lead, arsenic, and chromium, which are known to increase significant health impacts, including fatal heart attacks, cancer, and developmental delays in children. Health-harming air pollutants, including fine particle pollution, also known as soot, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxides, and carbon dioxide will also be reduced. We must keep mercury and other toxics from spewing out of coal-fired power plants and ending up in our air, water, soil, and food. Please finalize the strongest mercury and air toxic standards as soon as possible. Our children's health must be protected. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for testifying. Are there any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, muted myself. Our next speakers this afternoon will be Oscar and Andrew Hopman.
Hello, my name is Oscar Hauptman, OSCAR-HAU-BTMAN. Hi, thank you for taking my testimony today. I'm Oscar Hauptman. My family and I live on a lake in Livingston County, Michigan. I'm on the Kids Clean Air Force team with Moms Clean Air Force. I strongly support EPA's proposal to strengthen the mercury and air toxin standards and ask the EPA to finalize these standards as quickly as possible. We live on a small lake and I like to fish with my grandpa. I caught my first fish with him. My mom said I was really upset when my grandpa had to throw it back in the water. I was too young to understand that the fish was unsafe for me to eat. I mean, I was just 3. Since then, I've learned that mercury exposure happens when we eat some of the fish in our lakes and streams. Kids like me need to eat less fish because of the impact of mercury in the Great Lakes. According to the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, there are 13 different species considered seriously contaminated by the mercury as listed in the Eat Safe Fish Guide. Mercury is especially dangerous for the developing babies and children. It can cause blood-brain barrier after ingestion, leading to the toxin effects on fetal and infant brains. When my mom was pregnant, she got a pamphlet telling her how much fish she could eat. Doctors are concerned for pregnant moms because if they eat contaminated fish, mercury can cause long-term losses in IQ scores, impaired motor function, learning impairments, and behavioral problems in their children. There is no safe level of mercury consumption. The time to act is now. My mom has been advocating for strong mercury protections for over a decade. I joined her in my stroller. Now that I am 12, I'm testifying with Moms Clean Air Force, asking the EPA to strengthen MATs. Please finalize the strongest MATs standards as soon as possible. Our health must be protected. I urge you to finalize the proposal and swiftly move forward with the strengthening the mercury and air toxin standards to help protect babies and kids from pollution that can cause cancer, lung disease, brain damage, and other serious health harms. Thank you.
Thank you, Oscar, for testifying today. We really appreciate it. Are there any questions, comments from the panel?
No questions, but thank you for your testimony.
And I believe our next person speaking will be Andrew Hauptman.
Hi, everybody. I'm Andrew Hauptman, A-N-D-R-E-W-H-A-U, P as in Peter, T as in Tom, M-A-N. I'm Andrew Hauptman. I am with Mom's Clean Air Force with my wife, Elizabeth, and my son, Oscar. My family and I live on a lake here in Livingston County. I strongly support EPA's proposal to strengthen the mercury and air toxin standards, and I ask the EPA to finalize these standards as quickly as possible. As lifelong Michiganders, we're proud to be the stewards of the Great Lakes. We boast about how wonderful it is to have over 11,000 lakes, rivers, and streams with folks who visit Michigan. That's one of the reasons I'm testifying with my family today. Like many Michiganders, we also love to fish as family in the summer, but often throw back the fish because they're unsafe. 13 different species are considered seriously contaminated by mercury, as listed in the Eat Safe Fish Guide. Mercury is especially dangerous for developing babies and children. It can cross the blood-brain and placental barriers after ingestion, leading to toxic effects on fetal and infant brains. When pregnant women eat contaminated fish, mercury can cause long-term losses in IQ scores, impaired motor function, learning impairments, and behavioral problems in their children. We'd love to have more family fish fries throughout the summer, but we don't, and there's no safe level of mercury consumption. It is unacceptable for coal plants to spew dangerous levels of mercury and other hazardous pollutants into the air, harming our families. Please finalize the strongest MATS standards as soon as possible. Our health must be protected. I urge you to finalize this proposal and swiftly move forward with strengthening the mercury and air toxic standards to help protect babies and kids and our families from the pollution that can cause cancer, lung disease, brain damage, and other serious health harms. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to you and your family for testifying today. Are there any questions from the other panel members? Okay. So our next two speakers will be Shayna Oliver and Huda Alkev.
Hi, thank you. Let's find my, sorry. Start ready.
I do hear you, but I don't see you.
All right. Thank you for listening to my comments today. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you and I can see you.
Okay. Thank you for taking my comments today. My name is Shayna Oliver. I'm a field coordinator for Mom's Clean Air Force, Echo Madres, Colorado. We are more than 1 million parents, guardians, caregivers fighting for clean air and a healthy climate across the U.S. with 41,000 members here in Colorado. We are united in supporting the proposed strengthening of mercury and air toxic standards that would protect communities' health and environment. Importantly, I'm an indigenous Diné mother of 4, and we're descendants of the genocide known as the Indian Removal Act, known to the Diné as the Long Walk of the Navajo. I know from experience as a tribal affiliate of the Navajo Nation that tribes are historically impacted by the harms and environmental injustices through unjust policies and laws. These policies encourage resources to be stolen from the lands of over 574 tribal nations, and the profits have not benefit our people. Because of these environmental injustices, Black, Brown, Indigenous, and low wealth communities have seen a disproportionately impact on health from pollution. On the Navajo Reservation, we've seen greater increases in asthma, diabetes, cancer, heart disease, adverse birth outcomes, mental illness, and premature deaths than the general population. These statistics include me. I'm impacted with asthma and was born with a developmental abnormalities, and I'm also vulnerable to these health impacts, especially as I get older. My grandfather was a coal a coal plant worker, and he was forced into early retirement due to frequent asthma attacks on the work site. 5 years ago, he died of leukemia. In 2019, the Navajo and the Hopi tribal members collectively acknowledged that protecting public health and the environment is important to protecting our children and maternal health for our children, for our mothers, our future mothers. In Dene tradition, beliefs, it was said to never eat fish, and this has become true due to the risk of mercury entering our bodies by consuming fish contaminated by coal power plants. Mercury is very detrimental to the health and well-being of babies. Tribal members in the Great Lakes region, near rivers and coastal regions, rely on traditional ecological knowledge of their ancestral lands and have a right to access to clean water, clean air, and good health. It's our right as Indigenous tribal members to exist and to protect all children's rights to a safe environment. As an Indigenous Dene mother of 4, I urge you to finalize this proposal and swiftly move forward with strengthening the mercury and air toxic standards to help protect families from the pollution that can cause cancer, lung disease, brain damage in children, and other serious health harms. This is beneficial to all communities, not just tribal communities, but we must act now and transition to zero harm practices and invest in actionable items that reduce climate change pollution and contamination from entering our water, air, soil, and health. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the panelists?
No question. Thank you.
So our next speaker is Huda Alkaf.
Yes, Huda Alkaf, Huda, last name Alkaff. In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, I greet you with the Islamic greeting. Assalamu alaikum, peace be with you. I'm an ecologist, environmental educator, and the founder and director of Wisconsin Green Muslims, a grassroots environmental justice group formed in 2005, connecting faith, environmental justice, sustainability, and healing through education and service. We are part of the Clean Air for the Long Haul cohort, a national of environmental justice organizations working together to put forward campaigns and embed environmental justice in EPA rulemakings in the power and transportation sectors. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on the proposed mercury and air toxic standards for power plants. Due to a legacy of discriminatory housing practices and zoning, communities of color and low wealth are not only on the front lines of the climate crisis, but are unfortunately overburdened by the health damaging effects of toxic pollution from coal and oil-fired power plants, which leads to disastrous health effects. High rates of exposure and health risks from mercury and other toxic air pollution is a stark reality for many of the environmental justice communities across the country who live, work, go to school, play, and pray in close proximity to coal and oil-fueled power plants. Children are especially at risk from mercury emissions from power plants. Studies have shown mercury exposure for children and fetuses leads to reduced neurological function, which persists and negatively impacts the rest of their lives. Reporting by the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel in 2019 showed that mercury levels in Lake Michigan, where we are based nearby, were rising due to local coal power plants. There are no safe levels of mercury, and strong regulations on its emissions, coupled with comprehensive monitoring of power plant activities, is the only way to ensure the public health for the persons living close to these polluting facilities. Our communities have contended with emissions from coal-burning power plants for far too long. This rule is a critical opportunity to reduce the danger from mercury and other toxics to fence-line communities, and for the EPA and the entire administration to protect public health and honor its commitments to equity and environmental justice. EPA must swiftly finalize strong protections against mercury and other toxic emissions from power plants to ensure clean air, water, and land, and to protect the health of overburdened environmental justice communities. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I look forward to continuing engagement and working with the EPA to finalize and then implement and enforce the strongest possible mercury and air toxic standards for power plants. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the?
No questions, thank you.
So our next two speakers will be Jennifer DeRose and Ann Mellinger Birdsong.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, and we can see you as well.
Great. So my name is Jen DeRose. It's JENNDE, capital ROSE. And I'm the Missouri Beyond Coal campaign representative for the Sierra Club, which is the nation's oldest environmental organization. I live in Missouri, where the local chapter of Sierra Club has over 10,000 members and over 45,000 supporters. Specifically, I live in St. Louis, Missouri, a city plagued by environmental racism and surrounded by a ring of coal-fired power plants that contribute to poor air quality and corresponding poor quality of life for our residents. St. Louis is home to Ameren's 2,400 megawatt Labadie plant, a notorious polluter which lacks all modern pollution control technology, including baghouse. This complete lack of modern pollution controls is startling, especially when you consider St. Louis has high asthma rates. 11% of adults and children in the region have asthma, according to the American Lung Association. Me and everyone I know has asthma, essentially. Environmental justice is a huge concern in my city, where Black children visit the ER for asthma-related complications 10 times more frequently than white children do. Mercury, arsenic, and heavy metals from coal-fired power plants pose serious dangers to pregnant women and young children of our communities, which makes supporting the proposed MATS rule absolutely essential for the health of my community. Labadie emits 1,256 tons of air toxics per year. The proposed rule would cut Labadie's air toxics emissions by 524 tons per year. EPA's proposal will have a significant positive public health impact on my community. Experts have shown that the EPA's mercury and air toxic standard will pay for itself 10 times over, which is really compelling, but I find it far more compelling how the improved standard will help kids in my city breathe easier. I really appreciate you taking the time to consider my comments in support of the agency's proposed MATS rule. Thank you so much. Are there any questions?
I don't have any questions. Any questions from the panel?
No questions, thank you.
No questions. Okay, thank you. And the next speaker is Ann Mellinger Birdsong.
Hi.
Hi. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you for letting me. My name is Ann Mellinger Birdsong, ANNEMELLINGER-BIRDSONG. I'm speaking on behalf of Mothers and Others for Clean Air. I'm a pediatrician and environmental health specialist, and I live in Georgia. In Georgia, our Department of Natural Resources every year publishes an updated fish consumption guideline for people who eat the fish they catch in our rivers and lakes. This is because the fish are contaminated with various heavy metals or toxins and can harm people's health. Most of the guidelines are for mercury and other heavy metals, and much of the heavy metal contamination in our rivers and lakes originated as power plant smokestack pollution, and it then bioaccumulates in animals such as fish. The guidelines have 77 rivers and creeks and 52 lakes in them, with guidelines for each kind of fish and sometimes the size of the fish. Of the 77 rivers and creeks in our state, only one part of one river has no fish consumption restrictions, only one. The other part of the same river has a do not eat advisory for certain fish. Of the 52 lakes, only 3 have no fish consumption restrictions where people can eat as much as they want. So out of 129 bodies of water in our state where people go fishing, only 4 have no restrictions on eating the fish. And again, most of that is due to mercury and other heavy metals. much of which originated from power plant smokestacks. Mercury is especially harmful for the developing fetus and young children because it affects brain development. Other heavy metals from power plant smokestacks, including lead and arsenic, are also very harmful to young children. The other hazardous air pollution from power plants is also very dangerous to health, and many of the chemicals are carcinogenic. Particulate matter damages children's lung growth, increases the risk of preterm birth and low birth weight, and has been linked to changes in mental development and autism. In adults, it causes heart attacks, strokes, dementia, and lung disease. This proposal will also lower other air pollution, such as nitrogen oxides and ozone, both of which are very damaging to children's lungs and health. Furthermore, because of our country's history of redlining and other forms of racism, many power plants are located in or near communities of color. Fence-line communities bear the brunt of the pollution from the power plants, and stronger power plant pollution standards will help decrease both exposure and health disparities. Children do not choose where they live, where they go to school, and whether the air they breathe is clean and healthy, or whether there's a power plant close to their house or playground. Adults make these decisions for them, and we have the duty to make decisions that protect the health of children and other vulnerable groups. Mothers and Others for Clean Air strongly supports this rule, and we urge EPA to make it as strong as possible and finish the rulemaking process as quickly as possible to protect health. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. So our next speaker will be Rebecca Rausch and Christy Haas-Howard. And I'd like to remind everybody, if you could please keep your chat box open. There's at the bottom of the Zoom window, there's a chat, a balloon that you can click on. It'll open the chat window in case any of our support logistics team needs to get in touch with you or communicate with you in any way. So again, the next speakers are Rebecca Rausch and Christy Haas-Howard. Whenever you're ready, you can.
Hello, Rebecca Rau is spelled Rebecca Rouch. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Becca Rau. I am a volunteer with Moms Clean Air Force and a biology and environmental science teacher. I live in Tampa, Florida, with my husband and 3 young sons. I strongly support the EPA's proposal to strengthen the mercury and air toxic standards and ask that the EPA finalize these standards by the end of the year. During my teaching career, I taught at East Bay High School in Gibsonton, Florida, a school that was just down the street from the Big Bend Power Station, which at the time was an exclusively coal-fired power plant. I even planned field trips for my advanced placement in environmental science class to tour the Big Bend Power Station to help them understand the process of power generation from coal. When we debriefed following the field trip, we would always discuss the pros and cons of various forms of energy production. One of the disadvantages we covered with regard to coal is the release of mercury into the air when coal is burned. We learned that mercury falls into waterways and enters the food chain in the form of methylmercury. Methylmercury biomagnifies in the food chain to contaminate many of the fish we eat. My students were rightfully outraged to learn that they were living and attending school in an area directly impacted by a coal-fired power plant. Many were unaware that the fish they caught locally and regularly consumed were actually unsafe to eat. They were stunned to discover that a major fixture of their community was slowly poisoning them and their families. It broke my heart to know that my students, as rural and economically disadvantaged population, were more likely than other groups to fall victim to this type of environmental injustice. As I became a mother, my concern for my own children was added to the existing worry for my students. During each of my pregnancies, I was cautioned by my doctor to avoid a number of different foods, especially high trophic level fish, because of the mercury content. The truth is, no amount of mercury is safe to ingest. And when pregnant people eat contaminated fish, mercury can cause impaired motor function, learning impairments, and behavioral problems in their children. Especially during my first pregnancy, I was haunted by the idea that I might poison my developing baby with my diet. as if pregnancy isn't difficult enough already. My 3 boys are now in elementary school, and I strive to provide them with a nutritious diet, but still the specter of mercury poisoning lingers in my mind when meal planning. I would love to live in a world where I don't have to worry about poisoning my children with food that is supposed to be healthy. I would love to live in a world where I don't have to tell my students that a coal-fired power plant was built in their neighborhood because their lives and health are deemed less valuable. That is why I'm here today. My desire is to fight for a society that cares about environmental and health impacts, especially for vulnerable populations like my students. I want that concern to be reflected in the policies we enact. For this reason, I strongly support the EPA's proposal to strengthen the mercury air and air toxic standards and ask that the EPA finalize these standards as quickly as possible. Thank you for hearing my testimony.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the panel?
No questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
And then the next, our next speaker will be Christy Haas-Howard.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Christy Haas-Howard, and I'm a member of Moms Clean Air Force. I'm a registered nurse, a former school nurse, and the mother of 3 boys living in Denver, Colorado. I strongly support EPA's proposal to strengthen the mercury and air toxic standards and ask that the EPA finalize these standards as quickly as possible. Moms Clean Air Force strongly supports the EPA's proposed new protections against mercury and other forms of air pollution coming from coal-fired power plants. These standards are critical for protecting our children's developing brains from mercury and other toxic heavy metals, and they will help hold coal plants accountable for their pollution. Pollution from coal-fired power plants pollutes our air and threatens our health. Mercury from coal-fired power plants, as stated before, is released into the air, falls into our waterways, and accumulates in fish that families eat. And there is no safe level of mercury consumption. It's a potent neurotoxin that can cause permanent damage to the brains of babies and fetuses, leading to developmental delays, learning disabilities, and behavioral problems, which I saw manifest in the school setting. Additional health harms linked to mercury exposure include cardiovascular problems and increased risk of heart attacks. Mercury protections have had significant public health benefits, but stronger safeguards are needed to protect the health of families across this country. On top of all of this, the toll of air pollution is unevenly distributed, with communities of color and low-wealth communities bearing the heaviest burden, which makes it an environmental justice issue. Moms Clean Air Force has been advocating for strong mercury protections for over a decade, and we strongly support strengthening MATs. We must keep mercury and other toxics from spewing out of coal-fired power plants and ending up in our air, water, soil, and food. Our families and communities have a right to know what's in our air, and we have a right to breathe clean air. Please finalize the strongest MAT standards as soon as possible. Our children's health must be protected. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, so our next 2 speakers will be Robert Wall and Ida Sami. Is Robert Wall available?
I'm not sure.
I hear you.
I can't see. Oh, there, I can see myself now.
There you go.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation to give testimony at this public hearing. My name is Robert Wall, spelled R-O-B-E-R-T-W-A-L-L. I live in Glendale, Arizona, and I'm active in both the Arizona Climate Action Coalition and Moms Clean Air Force. The EPA's mercury and air toxic standards for power plants finalized in 2014 have made positive impacts in producing the health of U.S. citizens and the entire ecosystem. I thank you for this. Today, I voice my support for your proposal to update and develop even higher standards. I was born and raised in a New Mexico coal mining town. 2 of my uncles worked in the mines. One died of a chronic lung disease. The other suffered most of his adult life from a neurological disorder. Both my mother and my brother died of lung disease. My youngest sister became asthmatic as a toddler and still suffers from it today. This is just my immediate family. Living in a coal mining community, I don't believe that the town folks ever questioned or even connected the community's lung and neurological diseases to their inhaling the toxic soot, regular billowing out from the coal mine smoke tax day in and day out. In 1988, I moved my family into a Phoenix neighborhood located near the end of a road through a scenic desert mountain pass that Phoenicians had come to call the Dreamy Draw. Only years later did I come to know that decades before, a mercury mining company had operated throughout that mountain pass. In more recent years, very likely our own home and definitely our son's school, aptly named Mercury Mine School, had been built upon the abandoned mine land. The name Dreamy Draw was what early Phoenix residents had informally named the mountain pass because the miners who worked there continuously inhaled mercury into their lungs and developed a dreamy state of being afterwards. Similar to the Dreamy Draw history, the term mad as a hatter refers to those employees of an East Coast hat factory using mercury nitrate in making felt hats. By inhaling the mercury fumes while working, the factory's workers developed mercury poisoning, and this caused them to act out with spastic behaviors such as psychosis, excitability, and tremors. Years later, scientists learned how very much toxic mercury can cause neurological, lung, and other human diseases. I'm particularly concerned about the extremely large amount of mercury transformed into methylmercury when dissolved in both fresh and seawater. One study found it 95% more toxic to humans than airborne mercury toxins. Fish absorb mercury through their gills, dispense it through their bloodstream, and accumulate it in their fatty tissues. When contaminated fish are eaten by other fish, such as tuna, then all who eat that fish, including humans, become contaminated. More concerning is that methylmercury makes its way into a mother's breast milk, into her umbilical cord, and into the fetus to accumulate there in the fatty tissue. So much of this can and must be mitigated. In closing, I ask you to set the highest standards available to safeguard the health of every U.S. citizen, particularly pregnant mothers, infants, children, and those living closest to polluting power plants. Thank you for your work and for inviting us to testify.
Thank you very much. I was not aware of mercury mines in Arizona. It's new information for me. Are there any questions or comments from the panel?
No questions. Thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So the next speaker is Ida Sami.
Hi, my name is Ida Sami, and I'm a field coordinator of Moms Clean Air Force in Arizona, living in Tucson, Arizona. I have a PhD in environmental science, and I am outraged by the threat of air pollution from power plants to our public health and environment. That's why I'm here today to urge you to defend the mercury and air toxic standards, which protects us from mercury and other dangerous pollutions emitted by coal and oil fired electric utility steam generating units. Mercury is a deadly poison that can damage the brains and nerve systems of unborn babies and young children. The EPA has found that power plants are one of the largest sources of mercury in the United States, spewing nearly half of the all mercury emissions. Exposed to mercury can cause irreversible harm, such as learning disabilities, developmental delay, and behavior problems in children. It can also affect the heart, immune system, and reproductive organs of adults. MAS is a virtual health protection that reduce hazards and air pollutant emission from power plants such as mercury, nickel, and acid gases. These pollutants can cause serious health problems such as cancer, neurological damage, respiratory illnesses, and cardiovascular diseases. This can also harm the environment by contaminating to the water, soil, and wildfire. The proposed rule is consistent with a Clean Air Act and EPA's to review hazardous air pollution standards for control technology improvements every 8 years after the implementation of maximum available control technology standards. As a scientist and a concerned citizen, I ask you to uphold MAS and ensure that we can breathe clean air free from mercury and other toxic. MAS is aligned with the mission of Moms Clean Air Force, which is to fight for justice in every place and to recognize the importance of equitable solution in addressing air pollution and climate change. We can't let pollutants endanger our health and our children's health and our environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the?
No questions, but thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
So our next speaker will be Representative Gary Perry.
Top of the day to you.
Top of the day.
I thank all of you for the work you're doing now and for the work that you've done in the past and for holding power plants, particularly holding their feet to the fire with regard to the current standards. You've heard a lot of testimony about what mercury does to children. I don't refute any of that. I think what is being lost here is the amount of effort that you've put out and the power plants in this country have put out to make themselves comply with all of the regulations. And you know that they are. Otherwise, they would have been fined already and would have been stopped from doing business. The thing that concerns me more, and I can sit here and you know read some kind of pre-done points, if you will, but I'm not about to do that. I'm concerned about the fact that our country is willing to shoot ourselves in the foot. And I say that because we're doing things like this. We're creating standards that far exceed what is necessary and increasing the economic strain on the various power plants and companies that are going to put them out of business. And what that's going to do is it's going to force our manufacturers and our companies to send our business and send our production elsewhere, which is at this point being China. We're the ones that are reducing a lot of the environmental impacts. If you look at the accord that was done in Paris, we all agreed that we would meet certain standards by 2030. What China said is we're going to continue to increase and we're not going to make any reductions, and they're going to increase for the next 15 years. And so we're talking about what we're doing in this country, which far exceeds what anybody else is doing. And yet we are willing to send businesses there and have them burn their coal, which is not in any way held to the same standards we are. And so if there's mercury going into the environment, a great deal more mercury is going into the environment from China, and that goes into the oceans, that goes into the fish as well. So I think we really need to look at our country and make sure that we are continued to be held to the level that you've set, but let's not put ourselves in such an economic disadvantage by making the standards so high that they're not attainable. So I thank you for your effort. I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you for testifying.
Yes.
Any questions from the panel?
No questions. Thank you.
Bye now.
Okay, our next speakers will be Lori Lapp and Tawny Bridgeford.
Hi, thank you. My name is Lori Lapp, LaurieLapp. I'm a lifelong resident of Illinois, a mother, a grandmother, and a wife. My friends would describe me as a fierce and unrelenting when it comes to protecting my loved ones. That's the reason I'm sharing today. I'm pleading with the EPA and ask that you protect my family's future by strengthening and finalizing the MATS standards as soon as possible. You may have heard my daughter speak earlier today on behalf of Moms Clean Air Force. I'm here to support her and the efforts of Moms Clean Air Force and taking the efforts they're taking to create a clean air future. While I'm thankful for the creation of MATS, I'm urging you to strengthen those standards immediately in order to protect our children and grandchildren from the same lifelong battles with environmental and atmospheric induced ailments that my husband and myself and countless others have endured. Again, I just wanted to take a few moments to say thank you for what you've done and encourage you to do as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for testifying. Any questions?
No questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Okay, the next speaker is Tawny Bridgeford.
Hi, Tawny Bridgeford, Tawny. Bridgeford is Bridgeford. And I am the General Counsel at the National Mining Association. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of the NMA's coal producing members. The NMA is the official voice of U.S. mining, representing all facets of the domestic mining industry and the hundreds of thousands of American workers it employs. The NMA advocates for public policies that will help America fully and responsibly utilize its vast natural resources. The NMA's coal-producing members supply power plants with the raw materials necessary to provide affordable and reliable electricity for millions of Americans. In 2022, our member companies represented 74% of U.S. coal production in 18 states. Coal plants continue to produce 20% of the nation's power and considerably more in many Midwestern states. With increased electrification and as our economy and population expand, our need for electricity will continue to grow. Prematurely removing our coal capacity through policy mandates without having reliable alternatives or the infrastructure to replace it will only further exacerbate energy affordability and reliability challenges in the United States. First, EPA should not move forward with any regulatory decisions on the coal electricity fleet without first analyzing and abating the cumulative economic risks and predicted generation capacity losses from the suite of EPA rules that make up EPA's power plant sector strategy. Despite very clear warnings from the nation's grid operators and regulators, forced coal plant closures are accelerating and now moving far faster than they can be reliably replaced. EPA's actions in the mercury air toxic standards proposal, along with 6 other rulemakings, will collectively force significant and premature closures of coal plants that are essential for resilient, reliable, and affordable power today and in the future. The North American Electric Reliability Corporation recently cautioned that without careful planning, generation retirements could negatively impact the ability of the bulk power system to service the energy needs in North America over the next 10 years. Last week, Federal Energy Regulatory Commission Chairman Phillips expressed to Senate leadership his extreme concern regarding the pace of generator retirements that are needed for reliability. In response to a question from Chairman Manchin on can the grid eliminate coal and maintain a reliable system, all 4 commissioners said it could not. In every power sector strategy rulemaking, EPA underestimates the effect of its rules and wrongfully claims that there will be no impacts to resource adequacy or reliability. The MATS proposal is no exception. EPA predicts just 500 megawatts of retirements by 2028. As a result of the original MATS proposal, 60,000 megawatts, more than 6 times what the agency originally predicted, of fuel-secure generation capacity close rather than incur the exorbitant costs of that rule. We believe that the cumulative effect of EPA's power plant sector strategy will exceed the damage done by that rule several years ago. Second, EPA once again ignores that the greatest excess cancer risk from any coal plant is less than 1 in 1 million, the level Congress identified as the point at which regulation under the Clean Air Act Section 112 should cease. Third, we have significant concerns with EPA's proposal to tighten the emission limit for mercury for existing plants using lignite coal. EPA appears to heavily rely on the success sub-bituminous units have made in reducing emissions, claiming that lignite units can achieve similar success at reasonable cost. We believe EPA has gotten this wrong and inappropriate overlooks the differences in these two coal types. Lignite facilities have some of the lowest risk in the sector and should not be the target of more stringent emission standards, particularly when the achievability of those standards is highly questionable. And we will provide additional analysis in our written comments. And finally, we have concerns about the removal of compliance flexibility, especially as EPA proposes to move away from stack testing and require PM continuous emission monitoring systems. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and we look forward to further engaging in written comments.
Thank you for testifying, and we certainly look forward to those written comments. Are there any questions from the panel?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, so our next speakers will be Michelle Uberuga and Sarah Bucic. And I apologize if I have not said those correctly.
That's okay. Thank you. It's a Basque name. My name is Michelle Uberaga. It's spelled Uberuaga. And I'm a mother of 3 and a member of Moms Clean Air Force. And I live on unceded indigenous land in the town called Livingston, Montana. So thank you so much for your time. First and foremost, I'm here today to speak in support of the strongest possible mercury and air toxic standards to be finalized this year. Montana moms and our 4,000 members urge the EPA to set stronger limits on mercury and air toxics from power plants. We want to close loopholes for lignite coal plants, support continuous emissions monitoring, and strengthen protections for non-mercury air toxics. So my home, Livingston, is a community of about 7,000 people in the Yellowstone River Valley, just north of Yellowstone National Park. The nearest coal-fired power plant, Colstrip, lies to the east of Livingston and sits on the northern border of the Crow Nation and the Northern Cheyenne Nation. I'm testifying today because I'm concerned about the impacts of mercury pollution in Montana, on sovereign nations, and across the country. Mercury disproportionately impacts our most vulnerable community members, pregnant women, and children. This is very clear. There is no safe level of mercury consumption. We're counting on you. It's the EPA's job to protect communities from industrial pollution like mercury, especially when the negative health impacts of mercury contamination are so crystal clear. I'm urging the EPA to take swift action to help protect the health and safety of my children and future generations by working to reduce mercury pollution. My family, like many Montana families, loves to fish and hunt. My 11-year-old has already had 2 years of hunting and shot his first mule deer when he was 10. All 3 of my children have been fishing since they were 2. We live on a freezer full of meat we harvest as a family. We rarely buy meat at the store. Instead, we definitely benefit from the abundance of wild fish and game here in Montana. And kids in our community start fishing out of the rivers and ponds at a very young age. It's the Montana way. And nothing is better than the reward of fresh fish grilled on butter. Unfortunately, like many streams across the nation, Montana streams have fish consumption advisories due to high mercury concentrations, as do many lakes and reservoirs. It's not always safe to eat the fish you catch, but many Montanans have no other choice or simply don't understand the risks. It's pretty easy to forget that industrial pollutants travel in our air and water when you are fishing in a blue ribbon stream in the wilderness of Montana. My kids and my nephews and all of their friends really love to fish, and they really love to eat the fish they catch. But there are many places that we don't allow them to eat the fish. The Yellowstone River runs through our town. Our school sits about a football field away. Kids learn about tying flies and fishing in our school curriculum through their Watershed Warriors program. Fishing is a way of life. To protect our families, Montanans must rely on the Fish Wildlife Park's sports fish consumption guidelines to ensure that they don't consume high levels of mercury. I'm not sure how many Montanans fully understand the risk of mercury pollution on their children, including long-term losses in IQ scores, impaired motor function, learning impairments, and behavioral problems in their children. The other thing about mercury is that it bioaccumulates in a body over time. I had 3 children in my 30s, and I've been limiting my fish consumption for most of my adult life in order to reduce potential impacts to my babies in utero. I would do anything to protect them. My youngest, Mario, is almost 3 years old, and among the many things that he needs every day, like all children, are clean air and clean water, healthy food, and a safe future. We have very little power to protect our communities from mercury at the local level. All we can do is get educated and work to avoid it when possible. That's why your job is so important, to set the rules that power plant operators have to follow to protect our communities. Unfortunately, the communities living adjacent to coal-fired power plants are oftentimes poor communities and communities of color that are disproportionately impacted by industrial pollution. Again,
I'd like to ask you to wrap
EPA
up, please.
Thank you so much for your time and your consideration today.
Thank you.
I respectfully
Thank you.
request that you move forward to strengthen the mercury and air toxic standards.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you. The next speaker is Sarah Bucic.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments. My name is Sarah Bucic, and I've been a registered nurse for over 20 years, and I'm here today with the Alliance of Nurses for Healthy Environments. We're a national coalition of nursing organizations and individual nurses working to promote health through addressing environmental health concerns. In the late 1990s, one of our steering committee members, Dr. Barbara Sattler, along with environmental groups and healthcare providers concerned about healthcare waste, worked on a successful campaign that eliminated mercury thermometers in healthcare. Due to these efforts, most hospitals have now replaced their mercury thermometers with digital, mercury-free ones. And this process occurred because nurses and health advocates elevated the dangers posed by mercury, and a conscious effort was made to substitute mercury-containing devices with less hazardous ones. Mercury-containing products, when released into the air from incinerator emissions, can land on bodies of water, as mentioned throughout this afternoon. It can lead to mercury-contaminated fish, and regardless of the source of mercury, it can accumulate in fish that families then eat. And we know that mercury is a powerful neurotoxin linked to numerous health effects in humans, and long-term exposure can cause health effects which develop gradually, which makes exposure identification really difficult. Mercury can cause headaches, trouble sleeping, personality changes, memory loss, irritability, and it can cause permanent damage to the brain of babies and fetuses, leading to developmental delays, learning disabilities, and birth defects. I commented on EPA's proposal on mercury air toxics back in 2011 in Philadelphia, before EPA mercury and air toxic standards in 2012 were implemented. And these standards were adopted by EPA after more than 2 decades of delay. And when I attended the first mercury air toxics hearing in 2011, I brought my child, a toddler then, in a stroller. And that same child is now learning how to drive. I note this because with each time delay and decade that passes, another generation of children who are particularly vulnerable to the effects of mercury remain exposed to unnecessary levels of pollution. And we are very appreciative. We know that the 2012 rule reduced toxic pollution substantially from power plants. However, pollution was not eliminated. And while significant progress was made in slashing toxic air pollution, hazardous and persistent pollutants continue to harm people in the US. We know that certain demographic groups may experience disproportionately higher ozone and particulate matter pollution compared to the national average. For example, Native American communities are more likely to live within 10 kilometers of a coal plant. Today, nurses are calling on President Biden and EPA Administrator Michael Regan to finalize the strongest possible protections to adequately protect our health and the environment. These safeguards have been supported by health and medical organizations, the environmental and faith communities, and clean energy companies. And the MAT standards are a success story because these standards have achieved a 90% reduction in mercury pollution from power plants and cleaned up dangerous particle pollution at the same time. In the beginning, I spoke about how nurses saw a problem with mercury in healthcare and worked to successfully address it. And I'm confident that a similar strategy can be taken with EPA and power plant standards. As nurses, we're urging EPA to require continuous emissions monitoring for particulate matter from all coal power generating units to provide real-time data. By finalizing the strongest possible MAT standards, the EPA can clean up toxic power plant pollution that harms vulnerable populations and those living closest to polluting power plants. Please finalize these standards no later than April of next year. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony and also for your long-term commitment to this issue. Appreciate that. Are there any questions or comments from the panel?
No questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So our next speakers are Richard Yates and Carolyn Heckman. Mr. Yates, whenever you're ready.
Hi, Richard Yates, RICHARDYATES. Good evening, my name is Richard Yates, and I'm a U.S. Clean Air Legal Fellow at the Environmental Defense Fund. I am testifying today to address the serious health impacts from the pollutants regulated under the MATS program, to emphasize the importance of EPA's prompt action to strengthen the limits for EGU hazardous air pollution, or HAP. New evidence since 2011 on the health effects of HAP emissions strongly supports EPA's swift strengthening of the standards. In the Clean Air Act, Congress required EPA to set standards reflecting the maximum achievable emissions reductions for hazardous air pollution because Congress understood the importance of protecting the public from this especially dangerous class of pollutants. Congress also required that special attention be given to reducing harm to sensitive populations. EDF strongly supports the proposed rules advancements, which will protect the health of all Americans, but especially the sensitive populations impacted by EGU hazardous pollution, who are disproportionately communities of color, indigenous communities, and low-income communities. Mercury emissions from power plants have many harmful health effects, including cardiovascular effects such as deadly heart attacks and hypertension, as well as neurological effects for children such as lost IQ points and delayed development of memory, language, and motor skills. We also know more than when MATS was first promulgated over a decade ago about the significant health impacts of non-mercury metal HAPs. Metal HAPs include carcinogens like nickel, arsenic, and hexavalent chromium. The risks from lead, for example, include mortality from cardiovascular disease, reduced fertility, and cognitive impairment in children. In addition to its cancer risk, arsenic has been found to impact respiratory system development and function, and has been linked to liver and kidney damage. New research on metal toxicity for individuals exposed to mixtures of these metals shows potential risks, including immune dysfunction and preterm birth. Importantly, strengthening limits on emissions of mercury and non-mercury metal HAPs would reduce the pollution exposures felt disproportionately by communities of color and indigenous communities living near these facilities. Stronger standards to alleviate these compelling health risks are highly feasible, given the significant advances in control technologies over the last decade. EDF strongly supports EPA's alternative limit of 0.006 pounds per MMBTU for non-mercury metal HAP, and a limit as protective as feasible to address these serious hazardous air pollutants. That 75% of units are already achieving the 0.006 standard demonstrates its high degree of technological feasibility. EDF also supports the proposed closure of the lignite coal loophole, which currently allows lignite burning plants to emit mercury pollution in quantities far greater than other plants are allowed to emit. Aligning the standard for lignite facilities with that for other facilities will protect communities from mercury's many health risks. Finally, EDF strongly supports the proposed rule's continuous emissions monitoring system requirement for particulate matter. SEMS will provide the public with more accurate emissions information to ensure that plants are meeting health protective standards 365 days a year. We thank EPA for convening this important public hearing on the proposed rule and for considering our views. We respectfully urge EPA to swiftly finalize strong MAT standards to protect the public health. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions or comments from the panel?
No questions. Thank you.
You mentioned several studies and updated studies. We would appreciate that you submit those in written comments. We certainly have lots of new studies, but maybe there's something out there we're not aware of, so submit those to their docket.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Carolyn Heckman.
Hello, my name is Carolyn Heckman, CAROLYN HECKMAN. I serve as the Pennsylvania Policy and Outreach Coordinator at the Evangelical Environmental Network. I am from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, but currently reside in Lewistown, Pennsylvania. Children are a precious gift from God and are among the most vulnerable members of our society. As the Bible commands, we care about defending life. Just over a decade ago, tens of thousands of pro-life Christians played a crucial role in saving hundreds of thousands of children's lives and millions of unborn and newly born children by supporting the EPA's mercury and air toxics standard. Not only can mercury cause autism, but so can other hazardous air pollutants such as soot from coal-fired power plants across the country, threatening our unborn and newly born children, as well as the people who live near coal or oil-fired electric generating stations. I have recently learned of the threat of mercury and hazardous air pollutants like soot and the possible consequence that it has on my own family. According to the CDC, using 2020 data, autism prevalence has increased to 1 in 36 children. It was a little over a year ago when my son was diagnosed with autism. I remember sitting in the doctor's office nervous, knowing something just wasn't quite right. When given the opportunity to test to see if it was genetic, my husband and I decided to proceed. It turns out that my son's diagnosis is not genetic, leading us to believe that environmental concerns are the root cause. I wonder what we could have done differently to better protect and defend our son. But how do we change the air we breathe and the water and food that we consume when the rules are so lacking? Mercury and other toxins emitted from these stations are spewed into the air we breathe and fall into the water and soil, entering the food we eat. Pregnant and nursing mothers can unknowingly eat fish or other foods high in mercury or other poisons and pass them directly to their unborn babies or to newly born infants through breast milk. As evangelical Christians, we believe that all human life is sacred and that each person conceived is of equal and innate value and dignity, and all human life is worth defending. Therefore, we strongly support the EPA's proposal to strengthen limits on mercury and other toxic pollution like soot from coal-fired power plants. While progress has been made, it's time to finish the job. While 70% reduction in mercury emissions from existing plants is better than the original MATS rule, we believe raising the mercury standard to the same standard at other coal-fired electric generating stations provides better health outcomes and is cost-effective. Lowering the limit of non-mercury heavy metals at all coal plants by 2/3 as well. These hazardous metal particles, including nickel, arsenic, and chromium, are best measured as filterable particulate matter. EPA estimates that 91% of coal plants are already meeting a lower standard, which improves public health for Americans near existing coal-fired electric generating stations. Lastly, requiring continuous emissions monitoring systems to be installed at all coal-fired electric generating stations for real-time compliance and public awareness for the public's health and safety. Today's world provides enough threats to our children's future. Let us not endanger our children with a substance that we can control. We must protect the weakest in our society, our children, by strengthening the mercury and air toxic standard. As the promise says, give justice to the weak and the fatherless, maintain the right of the afflicted and the destitute. We urge the EPA to act quickly to finalize the proposed mercury and air toxics update and use the latest medical research to determine the most stringent standards to defend our children. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speakers are Nova Jones and Matthew Davis. Nova Jones is.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, I just wanted to make sure you can hear me. Sorry, I was speaking and I'm muted.
Yeah, I do hear you, but I don't see you. But
oh, yeah. Sorry about that. I turned my video on and it went away. So I must be having a technical issue with the video. Oh, here we go. There we go. Wow. Technology, love it. Sorry, everyone. Good afternoon. First, I would love to say that I am grateful to be here. Thank you all for providing this space for me to give a testimony. My name is Nova. I am a campaign rep with the Sierra Club here in Austin, Texas. I'm currently living in Austin, but I'm originally from Houston, and I've been a Texan all my life. I've always been passionate about building community, loving this planet, and understanding what it means to be a human in a world where we're really expected to compromise our livelihood for profits. But I will say, since its implementation, the 2012 MATS rule has actually led to huge reductions in pollutants. The EPA itself has estimated that these MATS protections prevent up to 11,000 premature deaths and more than 100,000 asthma attacks and heart attacks each year. These public health benefits, including those that many of you have already actually mentioned, reflect the type of environmental policy that we all should be advocating for. That is why I ask that we all support strengthening these rules to the most stringent standard, resulting in even less mercury exposure from coal plants. Now, these new standards being proposed are good, but they leave Texans and many other Americans behind in the collective pursuit for cleaner environments and addressing greater public health concerns. Without enforcing the firmest rules, the updates will fail to confront the estimated 1,572.9 tons of filterable particulate matter being emitted from just 9 coal units in Texas. Now, 2 of those coal plants, Martin Lake and Oak Grove, were ranked 5th and 7th as top climate polluters in the country. Now, Fayette is also a coal plant that's ranked number 11th, and we have to advocate for cities like Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, as well as rural communities like Tatum and Franklin by raising these merits and ensuring that everyone has access to clean air and water. Now, to provide greater context, these new standards at the lowest restriction would apply to 8 of the 61 coal plants that could be affected by a more strict application. That's an impact of 463.3 tons of fine filterable particulate matter per year compared to 6,163.6 tons. And to give you a percentage to make that even more clear, 93% of these pollutants would be unaccounted for without applying the strictest, highest standards to these rules. Now, since the 2012 MATS rules resulted in over 90% compliance, it is clear that the technology is not only available, but it's accessible for plants to meet those standards and to prioritize the impacts that they have on our environments and our communities. Now, those are just all the numbers, but like the real point of this is that we have an opportunity to advocate for greater living conditions for all of us, for cleaner air, for cleaner water, for ourselves and for the other beings that we share this planet with, for our children and the environmental responsibilities that they inherit from us. So we have to support the EPA in upholding the highest standards for these regulations and make it clear that the bare minimum is not good enough, that we need the best from our utilities and the best from our regulators, and that we support the EPA in raising expectations even higher and improving our overall quality of life. Thank you for the time and thank you for the space.
Thank you very much for testifying. Are there any questions, speaker? Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Matthew Davis.
Hi, thanks, Nick, and thanks to my fellow, my former EPA colleagues. My name is Matthew Davis, and I'm Vice President of the Federal Policy for the League of Conservation Voters, or LCV. I very much appreciate the opportunity to comment today. LCV builds political power to shape a better world with clean air, clean water, accessible public lands, and a safe climate protected by a just and equitable democracy. Over the past 50 years, LCV has grown to have more than 1 million members, 33 state affiliates, and grassroots and community organizing programs across the country. We strongly support strengthening the mercury and air toxic standards for power plants, the MATS, as part of EPA's Clean Air Act statutorily mandated residual risk and technology review of the original MATS. We appreciate EPA taking this step and particularly proposing to require continuous emission monitoring across the sector, which can be a critical tool for enforcement and providing information to frontline communities. And while we support the proposal to close a loophole for lignite coal power plants that has particularly put communities in the upper Midwest at risk, it would likely contribute little towards real-world emissions reductions since most lignite plants are already meeting the standard for the other plants. We encourage EPA to further strengthen the filterable particulate matter limit to 0.006 pounds per million BTU across all facilities in order to adequately protect our health, especially the health of children and babies in power plant fence line neighborhoods, in indigenous subsistence communities, and sport fish eating families. Prior to working at LCV, I worked at EPA for nearly a decade, primarily in the Office of Children's Health Protection, and I'm proud to have helped on the original MATS finalized in 2012, which has successfully reduced mercury and other toxic emissions from coal and oil-fired power plants. These pollution standards have delivered large health benefits and have saved lives from reducing mercury and air toxic emissions and co-pollutants like particulate matter. But power plants are still the largest source of mercury and other toxic pollution in the US. And mercury emissions from power plants increased 13% in 2021, according to EPA estimates. Mercury and hazardous air pollution can and should be further reduced by installing updated technologies or further maximizing controls, technologies that have improved since 2012. And in that time, we've also learned more on the damaging health effects from coal combustion pollution, mercury, hydrogen cyanide, arsenic, particulate matter, chromium, cadmium, and other toxicants affect people's health and lives, particularly in communities of color and communities of low health that are more likely to be nearest to those polluting power plants. Tighter mercury standards are critically important for the healthy brain development of babies and children, especially in low wealth fish-eating families and families of subsistence fishers, whether they live among the Hmong immigrant communities in Minnesota or rural sport fishing communities in Michigan or indigenous communities in Tennessee. And the EPA's own analysis of the proposal indicates billions in net benefits over the next 10 years. And tighter limits that you're also taking comment on, the 0.006 that we endorse, could deliver even greater benefits to the public. To reiterate LCV's position, we appreciate EPA taking action to update the MATs and encourage EPA to finalize a tighter, stronger rule with 0.006 pounds per million BTU filterable PM limit, alongside the proposed continuous emissions monitoring requirement and closing that lignite plant loophole. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the panel?
No questions, but I encourage you to submit any papers that you think should be considered on the new information on any of those toxics to the docket.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. Our next two speakers will be Evangeline Minchilcoke and Paul Green. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you for allowing me to testify. My name is Evie or Evangeline Mengelko. That's Mengelkoch. I'm from Grayville, Illinois. I'm here today with Change the Chamber and the U.S. Partnership for Education for Sustainable Development, and I strongly support the EPA's proposal to strengthen its mercury and air toxic standards as quickly as possible. I live in an area with a long history of oil and coal mining, but we must consider the impacts coal and oil-fired power plants have on our communities and environment. The ability to limit pollution from these plants exists, and it makes economic sense. Additionally, I am a sufferer of adult asthma and am more vulnerable to negative health impacts from air pollution. According to the Sierra Club, pollution from nearby coal-fired power plants, most notably the TVA Shawnee plant in Kentucky, kills 3 people every 4 years on average, just in my small rural county. Sorry. The proposed mercury and air toxic standards would reduce pollution by 82 pounds of mercury, 800 tons of fine particulate matter, 8,800 tons of sulfur dioxide, 8,700 tons of nitrogen oxides, and 5 million tons of carbon pollution by 2035, according to the EPA. These pollutants are currently released at the expense of vulnerable populations, including children, BIPOC and low-income communities, and people with disabilities, so that fossil fuel companies can profit more by not limiting pollution as they could and will with these proposed standards. This creates ever-increasing social costs through the neglect of these companies to properly invest in these pollution abatement measures. Additionally, more than 80 hazardous air pollutants identified by the Clean Air Act for control are also released from these power plants. These pollutions can cause the environmental harms discussed this evening. They can also lead to cancer, respiratory damage. They can damage the kidneys, lungs, and nervous system, cause cardiovascular disease, and lead to premature death. They can also cause birth defects and developmental delays in affected children. If properly addressed through these proposed standards, cleaning up mercury and other air toxics is projected to lead to $170 to $220 million in annualized health benefits and a further $170 million in annualized climate benefits. Many plants already meet these proposed standards, so the benefits will come from those that do not. If the EPA strengthened the standard to more than 6 1/1000ths of a pound per 1 million BTUs of mercury, which I strongly support, its own modeling shows that this level will increase the health and climate benefits to over $1 billion annually and still remain nearly 3 times greater than compliance costs. Additionally, I call on the EPA to apply these new standards to facilities that burn waste coal, one of the dirtiest forms of energy that exists. We need strong standards for all hazardous air pollutants, including mercury, as soon as possible to deliver clean air, clean water, and a healthy climate for all. By finalizing the strongest possible mercury and air toxic standards, your administration can clean up toxic power plant pollution that harms vulnerable populations and those living closest to polluting power plants. I urge you to strengthen and finalize the proposed mercury and air toxic standards no later than April 2024.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there questions from the panel?
No questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Our next speaker is Paul Green. Is Paul Green available?
Does that work?
I hear you. There you
There
are.
we go.
Still don't see you. It's
well, I'll apologize for that. I'm not very tech savvy with this, and I've never actually done this Zoom. I've actually just been watching you all. My name is Paul Green. That's Paulgreen. I'm actually the State House of Representatives representative for Bighorn and Rosebud County in Montana, and I've been watching the meeting all day. I appreciate what you guys do. I appreciate and understand the commitment that you guys have to clean air and water. However, I believe that the studies that have been done in the past have actually been sufficient, and I agree with the current standards and where they stand. My constituents are actually the Northern Cheyenne and Crow tribe. You had a member on earlier that was talking about their closest coal-fired plant was in Colstrip. That's actually not true. It's actually in Hardin, where I actually live. However, Colstrip is in my district. The health and well-being of the people in our community, which is the Crow Northern Cheyenne reservations, actually benefit greatly from the benefits of being employed by coal countries. The insurance programs that they have are gold-plated. It's helped with a lot of significant problems with indigenous people, such as diabetes. I coach and work with a tremendous number of people working with the missing and murdered indigenous people. And the fact that I feel like a lot of what I'm hearing today is capitalizing on the fact that the people that live on the reservation are suffering from this, and that's just absolutely not the truth. The health conditions that are associated with mercury, we do not see them here. When it comes to fishing, I live on the Bighorn River, which is one of the top blue ribbon trout streams in all of North America. We do not have, as some people have stated, a mercury warning in our streams. And I think that to say such a thing would be disingenuous. And I'm just here to correct that record. Like I said, I do agree with the current standards, and I believe that they are working, and the benefits are reaping rewards because of the healthy condition that I see of the people in this community. Maybe things are different in other places, but I believe that the standards that were set based upon studies that were done earlier. To change those studies now midstream in order to propagate what has been, without a doubt, an attack on fossil fuels seems to me to be a bit disingenuous, and therefore I would ask that you reject these proposals and remain with the current standards. And I do appreciate your time. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to hear.
Thank you. Appreciate the your testimony. Are there any questions from our panel?
No questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. At present, all of the registered speakers for this session have spoken. If anyone in the room is interested in speaking, please send a direct message to attendee support in the chat box, or you can raise your hand, and the logistics team will make sure that you have the opportunity to testify. We are scheduled to stay through 7 p.m. Eastern time, so there's at least another 15 minutes if someone wants to speak that hasn't had the opportunity to do so. So are we? Our logistics people are at work, so.
This is Representative Perry. I don't wish to speak again, but I really didn't introduce myself. I'm actually Gary Perry, representative of House District 39 in the state of Montana. And it's spelled P-A-R-R-Y. Sorry, I didn't do that earlier.
Okay, thank you very much for supplementing the record in that way.
Thought I'd throw that out while we were just hanging out anyway.
Yeah. So apparently we are going to take a break until 6:55, and we will reconvene then to see if there are any additional folks that have joined or have decided to speak. And so we will be back at 6:55. Okay, so welcome back from the break. My name is Nick Hudson. I'm the group leader for the Energy Strategies Group in EPA's Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards. I'm chairing this session today, hearing on this session of today's hearing on EPA's proposal to strengthen and update the mercury and air toxic standards, also known as MATS, for power plants. And I'd like to ask the other panel members to briefly introduce themselves.
I'm Sarah Benish. I'm a physical scientist in the Energy Strategies Group in the Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards.
And I'm Marissa Full. I am a toxicologist in the Air Toxics Assessment Group in the Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards.
So we're just returning from a short break, and we want to make sure that we give anyone that's still interested the opportunity to testify. So this is the sort of last opportunity. If you'd like to speak, if you could either raise your hand or send a direct chat to attendee support, and we can still work you in and allow you to provide testimony. I'm not seeing any participants or getting any indication from our logistics folks. So again, my name is Nick Hudson. I've been chairing this hearing session. I want to thank my fellow panelists and everyone who has offered testimony today and everyone who took time out of their schedules to listen to today's hearing on the EPA's proposal to strengthen and update the mercury and air toxic standards, also known as MATS. I also want to thank our support crew and logistics that worked behind the scenes to make this a very successful public hearing. As a reminder, you can submit written comments on the proposal through January 3rd of this year. Thank you for joining us today, and today's hearing will now adjourn. Thank you.